thing is that's in short supply. People don't have precious metals to use for money. Most people are still dealing at a very, very primitive level in their company. So along comes the Jews. Jews are really good at this because they are literate, right? They can read, they can make records of who borrowed money, how much do they pay back, what rate of interest are they paying. They're also related to that, they're numerals. They know how to do math. They can say, yes, I will gladly lend you money to, whatever, buy a new plow. It'll cost this much money. And you will pay me back at 25, 30% interest. And over time, I will tell you exactly how much you have to pay me every week until you discharge the debt. This is something that is like magic for most people at this time. They have no idea how the math works. But Jews are able to do that. And yes, go ahead. Well, there is some money in circulation, right? It's really valuable. And the Jews are able to afford it. Here's the key thing. The reason why Jews had a leg up in all of this, two reasons. One is because the church did not want Christians to do it. We're going to spend a lot more time on Wednesday talking about that. So Jews were the only people in Europe who were allowed to charge money, charge interest. And secondly, the king loved it because the king could say, oh, wow, Jews, because you have all this gold and silver coming through your possession, I will tax you guys directly from cash and silver. And that way, I don't have to dispose of 10 acres worth of wheat that was harvested. I don't have to force the peasants to come work my lands. I can just get cash from you. And then with that cash, I can do all kinds of things. And in return for you guys doing a great job, making money through money lending, which everybody needs in an agricultural society, everybody needs credit. Try to imagine the world today without credit cards, for example. It's like ubiquitous. He says, I will protect you. You guys will be my special people, my aunts, and you run the hospital. And I will make sure that nobody molests you while you go about doing your business, make lots of money, and try to pay tax. This was a special status called, in Latin, servus amarae, servants of the royal chamber, meaning servants of the chamber of the king. The Jews, in their little shtetl across Ashkenaz, specifically reported directly to the king. And he did not want to mess with them because the king wanted them to do a great job raising cash that they could get taxed. Another way to a metaphor to use for this, Jews were kind of like a sponge that the king could take and dip into the peasantry, soak as much money as he could out of them, and then he could wring it dry for his own benefit. So it was a mutually symbiotic kind of relationship, at least vis-a-vis the king and the Jews, that actually protected them and encouraged them to do this line of work. It was also hugely important, again, as I emphasize, we'll talk about this on Wednesday, because nobody else was allowed to do it. Christians were forbidden to lend money at interest, and so that meant that if you wanted to borrow money for any reason, the only person to go to is either a friend who will agree to give it to you for no interest, or more likely, go to the Jews. Okay, with that, gentlemen, I'm going to close for now. We'll meet again on Wednesday, God willing. Have a look on Canvas because we have a new artificial intelligence challenge that will be closing on Wednesday as well. So make sure you take some time. I hope you find it interesting. Thank you for learning. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I guess you probably did if you're still watching at this point, or maybe you just left your phone on and forgot about it and fell asleep, something like that. But I'm glad to be able to show this to you because this is just a sense of what we do here at Lander College and at Touro University. But you're missing the best part. The best part is not on the camera. It's what I get to see, having this bright young man in front of me, very inquisitive, very intelligent, very eager to learn everything there is to know about Jewish history, as well as the many other topics that they study here for their baccalaureate degree. We are extremely proud of our very vibrant basement dish, where students begin their day at 7:45 in the morning, And then after breakfast, they spend hours delving into the intricacies of Talmud under the direction of our esteemed Rosh Hashiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and the leadership of our Menahel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein. And then after studying Talmud for several hours, they have lunch and they have a few other activities. Secular studies begin at 3 p.m. with a rigorous curriculum of the sciences, political science, English composition, history, of course, and a whole wide variety of majors like business, computer science, you name it. And then after dinner, they come back for a couple more hours of dedicated Torah study. These are really phenomenal young men. They only get to do their extracurricular sports and so on sometimes 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night. We have basketball that happens that late at night. Then they're back for it again the next morning. And they are just loving it. There's so much activity for them, so many retreats, and so much food. Actually, we give them a lot of food, so they really enjoy it. We also have a separate evening division, which is intended primarily for students who are in other institutions in our neighborhood, and then they come to us for the secular classes at night that begin at 6 p.m. And they're extremely bright, and we're very proud of them as well. And in fact, we're hugely proud of all of our students who have gone on to do such phenomenal things, going into medical school and law school and forging successful careers in finance and accounting and computer science. Wow, it's an amazing school. I'm really proud and I feel very privileged to be here. And the thing is, we really need to support them with scholarships. So if you enjoy this lecture and you want to contribute to the ongoing study of Jewish history here on this campus, Lander College for Men in Queens, New York, please have a look in the information box where you'll see a link, and you can contribute to the scholarship funds and help specifically those students who are very interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to providing more of these lectures for you as well. Okay. Hey, and it's the microphone wireless great. Okay, we should be all right. So our screen sharing, let's flip it over. Okay, we talked about agriculture. We began talking about Servi Kamarayre. Remember what that term meant? Servi Kamarayre? By Mr. Edlerstein. So I can bring my go ahead. Correct. It's not necessarily the right to serve the king. It's kind of like a location in society. If I remember correctly, I have actually a started this. No, I don't. It was in another class. So basically, we're in the feudal era right now. You guys remember what is feudalism? Yes, Mr. Lashka? Yeah. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit about that structure? Excellent, very good. I would just refine it a little bit. If you imagine feudalism, or it's sometimes called corporate society, involves dividing the population up into these blocks, which is primarily socioeconomic in nature. You have like the huge number of people who are peasants, who are stuck on the land, and they produce agricultural products. Then they are managed by a group of nobles who are at least trying to figure this out from a Marxist historical perspective. The original arrangement that created feudalism, and there's a lot of discussion about whether or not this is truly the origins, but this is the story, that you have all these farmers who are like fed up with the fact that they keep being attacked by external nomads coming down and raiding their farms. So they hire people who are really good fighters and say, listen, you guys, don't worry about farming. We'll take care of the farming. We will pay you to protect us. And those became, again, according to the Marxist analysis, the origins of the aristocracy. They were essentially paid security guards. But as things developed over hundreds of years, the idea is that the nobility, who are coming from those knights, begin to demand more money, more privileges from the peasants. The peasants are impoverished, and they find themselves in a state of vassalage to their Lord, which means they owe them fealty, they owe them obedience. And this reifies into this kind of heavy structure, this very, top down in terms of authority, and is only occasionally upset by peasant rebellions, which happen every couple hundred years. The church, this is what I'd like to refine, Mr. Glasgow. Where exactly does the church fit in that? Does the church report to the king? Does the church report to the nobility? Where does the church fit in that? Good. Excellent. Very good. So that's essentially the case, as Mr. Abishai puts it. The church evolves along with this whole structure of feudalism. And again, in theory, the king is supposed to be involved with kingly things of this world. And as the founder of Christianity put it, render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, right? Give the king what he wants. He's a temporal authority. And the church is supposed to be in charge of everyone's souls and everyone's religious life. And don't forget, unlike Judaism and also unlike Islam, Christianity is very creed-based, very much focused on what you believe. We, in Orthodox Judaism in particular, spend a lot of time thinking about how you behave. Everything from how you wake up in the morning, the first things you say, what order you put your clothes on, how do you wash your hands, how do you put your shoes on, right shoe, the left shoe, tie the left shoe, tie the right shoe. We're really into the details of actual behavior. The church does very little of that. It's very much into what you believe. So credo is very important. Hang on a second, I'll get to Mr. Krantz. So as feudalism evolves, the church is also evolving, and they begin to conflict with each other. And sometimes the king gets the upper hand. When the king has more authority, Jews tend to do well. Why do Jews do well when the king tends to have more authority? Mr. Vasilevsky? Okay. Good. You see the smile on my face, though? Mr. Tillman? Money, thank you. And as a demonstration of what? The Abramson rule of history, right? If you don't know the answer, it probably is money. You were correct also. That's fine. Money. So exactly, the king says, "Oh, fantastic! Look at these Jews. I can have them go out there. I can have them, engage in finance and engage in money lending. And I can tax them, and it's great. I get cash money. I can use it all over the world." The church, on the other hand, they have a different set of priorities. They want to create a body Catholic, meaning a universal church that covers everybody. They have their fights with the Muslims, which are largely on the periphery, right, outside the Muslim areas. They also have internal fights with heretics, meaning Christians who do not necessarily follow the one Catholic Church. And then there's the presence of these Jews. And so, generally speaking, it's not always true, but generally speaking, when the kings have more power in the church-state conflict, then Jews do well. They tend to get close to power. They tend to have more privileges, more residency, things like that. When the church begins to assert itself, which it does increasingly after the First Crusade, then the status of Jews tends to decline. And we'll see that playing out over medieval Ashkenaz. Okay, questions, arguments? Okay. Right, so let's look at the actual economic activities of Jews. What was the mainstay? So one of the most prominent activities of Jews. Oh yeah, Mr. Krantz, thank you. I'm sorry for that. I don't think Christians would agree with that statement. As long as you believe you can do whatever you want, I don't think that you have. They still have the Ten Commandments. They still have, I will say that you're asking a huge question, and if we were teaching a class in Christian theology, which is like one of our popular electives, by the way, here, joking. But then we could talk more about it. But they do, and when I say they, I'm generalizing really in an unfair way, but in general, Christianity does place a tremendous amount of emphasis on the power of repentance, of teshuva, which we do as well, but that repentance is far less systematic than we have in Judaism. the whole. If you look at, for example, the first stage of repentance, according to Rabbeinu Yonah, what is the first stage? What do you have to do first? Karata, excellent. Regret. How many levels of karata are there in Rabbeinu Yonah's Shari Tzilah? 20 different kinds of karata. I mean, seriously, we know how to do regret. We have like luck. It's like they say that Eskimos have 26 different words for snow, right? Because they live in no snow. No regret. We have 20 different levels of it. So, yeah, Jewish culture. That's it. But we'll in a different class, maybe, Mr. Kranz, or if you drop by my office, we can have a longer talk. Commerce, so, is huge for Jews. This is a fascinating map that shows you the trade routes of a mysterious group called the Radhanites. There's no Jewish records about them, at least that are directly mentioning them, although it's possible they are alluded to in a few 12th century documents. But we have two Arabic geographers who refer to this unusual group of Jewish traders in the 840s, and the blue lines represent their trade routes. I mean, amazing. Look at this. This is like in the 800s. The blue lines are where Jews are known to be trading. The Arabic geographer Ibn Farat, he mentions that they speak about 12 languages, and they're totally fluent in everything that they need to know. The pink lines here, or the violet lines, represent the extended types of trade that goes beyond that. So they may not put all the way up to Iceland, for example, but they will pick up some Icelandic goods here in the Frankish Empire and send it all the way out to China. And he describes the many different things of trading back and forth, and it's really an amazing thing. Mr. Kranz. Yes, the Silk Road is like out here. They're definitely on the Silk Road. I'm not sure if they started it. You are absolutely correct. So Bukhara, which would be right about here, more or less, that's where or a little bit higher, sorry, that's where we've actually found some documents that may be associated with the Radhanites. There's a slicha from Rosh Hashanah in Hebrew that was discovered here in the 9th century. Fascinating stuff. The word Radhanite, in Arabic, Radhaniya, we're not sure what it means. There are two different theories. One theory is it's based on a Persian word that to know the way. I think that's a little stretch. There's also a region of Iran that is that's called Rada. It would possibly come from there. Moshe Gill, important historian, says that. Cecil Roth, one of my favorite historians, suggests they are based here at the southern part of the Provence. We saw Provence earlier. Did I get everything? Well, I'll find out soon. And it says in Latin, the name of the river was Rhodanus. So the Radhanites might come from Rhone. Unfortunately, we don't have any other documents about them. But this is just a very early example of how Jews were involved in commerce. How do we get out of here? Anyone know? What is this page? Okay, but then it thinks this. Go all the way to there. Okay, here we go. Right, so risks and benefits of commerce. Risks, why is commerce risky? Especially on these kind of things. People can get robbed, right? Definitely. Jews in particular, standing out, carrying cash, valuables, things like that, very dangerous. It's a little bit easier in the Muslim world because when it becomes united under a single legal system and a single language, it's a lot easier for it. What about the benefits of commerce? Money, yeah, thank you. That was a good illustration of this. A little bit obvious, but it was very good. There's a huge amount to be raised here. Tell me. I don't understand your question. You have to live anywhere? Oh. Excellent. Very good. Not subject to one ruler. Eventually, we got to settle down with the wife and kids. Think, though, so they probably are subject somewhere, but it's easy to pick up and move to a more hospitable place. That's also true. I didn't think of that. Very good. The question, though, is the profit versus the effort. Right? This is a hard way to make a living. Very hard way. It reminds me of when I was growing up. I was born and raised in a very small town in northern Ontario, and my family was the only Jewish family in town. And there was one Meshulach. He was a a collector for Base Yaakov of Miami, and he would literally hitchhike, you know, 600 miles all the way up from Toronto to my hometown. He would stay in every little Jewish family he could possibly stand. I had to be kicked out of my room so he would have my room when he came up there. But it was amazing. This guy was like my age, 50 years old, hitchhiking in the northern part of Canada for a few dollars for a base taco. It's amazing. So it's a hard life, right? It's maybe very profitable, but the effort is high. Huge danger in travel and transport. Not only robberies, but tolls, right? Which are like sanctioned robberies, where you come across the border, you got to pay a lot of money when you cross the border. Tariffs, in other words. So Jews didn't always go into commerce. However, they had some advantages that made it easier for them. Why do you think Jews would be naturally disposed to engage in commerce? Mr. Adlerstein. Okay, very good. So, in other words, the fact that Jews were worldly, literally, because of the diaspora, they had a sense of what markets might go in different places. Very good. I think I mentioned in the previous class, for example, it was the Jews figured out that we would like chocolate and sent it from Little Island of Esperantilles to Bordeaux, where it became a massive thing. Yes, Mr. Grants. Spoken like a single guy, right? But what happens when you leave your wife and kids behind? You go off on the road with your nose on. No, it's typically just the men travel. So when we talk about the Aguna crisis, we mentioned it last Monday, right? Historically, the most common type of Aguna was when the husband went off to go do business and never came back, and nobody knew what happened to him, right? So there you had a situation where he was probably killed on the road, but he might have just decided to leave behind everything, or who knows what. So that is a practice that we know from ancient times of leaving a get behind a conditional get. You see it in the Gemara and Heath and Subos, long discussion of it. And of course, it's a practice today in the IDF as well. That if you go into Babylon, kidnapped from MIA and living with your life, so that's they would travel as men. Of course, got some dangers, but they got some advantages. Language, right? That even though Jews overwhelmingly spoke the vernacular of wherever they lived, they would also have at least some facility in Hebrew as a common language. This is especially useful in commerce because you could leave, Paris, make your way to Tangiers, and then make your way to Baghdad. And even though you can't speak the local languages, you can definitely hook up with the Jewish community, show up at shul, and say, "Yo, I'm here. I'm trying to sell some furs that I got from Iceland," and you would find takers, and you would find a way to. So this is something that most Christians and most Muslims did not have: the diaspora community and a common language. Hold on. Legal systems and norms, right? You're going into a strange community and you want to sell things and you want to sell on credit. The person says, "Wow, I love these tremendous axe heads that you're bringing me from Germany. I want you bring me 10,000 more axe heads." You say, "No problem. All I need is a deposit of X amount of money and I'll be back here next year with your axe heads." So if you are a Christian and a Muslim and you don't know each other and stuff like that, it's hard to build the trust that is essential for these kinds of financial transactions. But when you have two Jews who are united by the same Talmudic code, when you sit down and you have Shabbos meals with them, you can see whether or not they seem like an Arabic person, and then you can rely on the same rules. You can go to the Rabbi, they're literate, they're numerate, that draw documents up, and you have a much greater degree of trust that it facilitates this kind of widespread trade. Also very important, one of the most popular games that Jews like to play is, of course, Jewish geography. And this is actually a serious thing in the medieval world, that, in order to develop trust, because trust is at the foundation of any kind of interaction, if you can communicate that you know people in common, and that that sort of like artificially broadens your social envelope, you can include them in your world of trust. So playing Jewish geography, when a guy from Paris shows up in Tangiers and he says, "Yeah, I'm from Paris." Someone says, "Oh, I know someone from Paris. His name is Moshe Cohen." He said, "Moshe Cohen, I know him." But wait a minute, there's more than one Moshe Cohen. Does he have a hunchback? Yeah, that's the Moshe Cohen, right? Then they would connect each other. They would trust each other. They would leave deposits. They would sell on credit, and it was a way more successful venture. And this is an advantage that Christians and Muslims did not have. Largely through the trade network. It develops slowly and expands. The fact that the rabbis do it in the 9th century indicates they must have had a phenomenal reputation. Unfortunately, we only have basically 3 paragraphs talking about it. And it's one of the great mysteries in medieval Jewish history. Who were these strange people? We don't have an internal document about them. But we all know that commerce is historically something that Jews have engaged in for a very long time. And we're at kind of huge divide from most of humanity, which overwhelmingly was agriculture in nature. Like, just off the top of my head, even today, maybe, you guys live in a very special bubble because you're already an elite in a college-educated environment. If you were to take all Jews in America, I would hazard that at least 4 out of 10 of them are involved in commerce. If you add finance to that, that's probably 8 out of 10 Jews are involved in either commerce, which is trade, or finance, which is basically trading money. And then the other 2 Jews, maybe one of them is a doctor, and the other one is, I don't know, flips burgers at, McDonald's, Smash House, whatever. Like that, that's basically that's our economic profile for much of our history. That may be an exaggeration. Why did I start saying this? I forget. Maybe we've been doing this a long time. Yeah, so it just developed. So don't forget also when we saw the Erfurt remains and the Norwich remains that we have been in for a very long time. Nazi Jews in particular are hugely guilty of endogamy over and over and over again. Our genetics are so similar, so much more so than other people. Okay, now what were they trading? So here's a bit of a nasty part. One of them was slaves. This is actually a picture presumed to be a Jewish slave owner with so 2 Jewish slave owners, and they got some African slaves. And a bishop is involved in selling the slaves to the king and queen. This is, I think, an 11th century representation from a church in Germany. I think a king sitting with their legs astride like that is kind of like sort of a simian demonstration of power. You sit like that, you sit like you don't care what anyone else thinks. You sit like this, like that, like you're the king, you can do what you want. If you sit like prim and proper, that's sort of like the queen would sit like that. How's she sitting? She's not. I don't even know. I don't think that's a queen. I think that's a knight or something. He's holding a sword there, I think. And there's like a representation. There's actually a fascinating. Oh, Mr. Lipschitz would know where this is, but there's a fascinating story with. I think it is maybe the Taj. It's a Shach, I can't remember, but apparently when Shabbos Tzvi was really active, they sent an emissary to find out if he really was Mashiach, and the emissary came back and he described what he saw when he met Shabbos Tzvi, and he described how he sat, and at one point he was sitting on the ground cross-legged, and right away, whether it was a Shach or the Taj, I don't remember, someone said, "Oh, this can't be Mashiach. There's no way Mashiach would sit cross-legged. It's not their hairs. I guess if you're Mashiach, it's like me to sit cross-legged. But slave. So from the 5th to the 7th century, Jews are definitely trading in slaves. Slaves are Yeah, I'll get back to slaves, but we'll talk about it again. We should disabuse ourselves of the notion that Jews were not involved in the slave trade. Slaves were a major element of all trade at the time. There's stocks for trade. Stocks mean like blocks with their hands in, or like no. Stock market really developed like 17th century. We're still a few hundred years shy of that. But they know physically they would take enslaved people and bring them elsewhere and sell them. Uh, so we should not have this kind of a halcyon idea that, oh, Jews were so nice, Jews never traded in enslaved people, so we did. There is, however, a tremendous amount of energy coming from people who have not necessarily historical agendas to try and exaggerate the role to which Jews were involved in slavery. I think it would be fair to say that Jews were disproportionately involved in slavery compared them to the entire population, but they're also disproportionately involved in anything that's traded, like perfumes or silks or whatever, because there were more traders in that. When you get, when you get to, especially the transatlantic slave trade, then it becomes a very different story. But prior to the transatlantic slave trade, we should understand that slaves are basically a luxury good. People could only buy slaves if they had a tremendous amount of money, and they were used primarily as home servants. They were not used like to farm massive plantations in conditions. It was basically like buying a really expensive car. Like if you could afford a Bentley, you would take care of your Bentley. You would not let it get rusty. You would not you would wash it every day. So slaves were a status symbol that wealthy people had. Jews traded them like they traded in all other status symbols and much more as well. Just to jump ahead to a safe argument, Jews were also involved, of course, in the transatlantic slave trade, which is a totally different kind of very savage type of trade, where they were prepared, people who were bringing them across the ocean were prepared to lose a large number of them just in the passage, the middle passage, where they would literally die of starvation, malnutrition, overcrowding, disease. And then once they got to the plantations, they were often overworked to death, family separation, all kinds of terrible, terrible things. But basically, Jewish participation in the transatlantic slave trade, while not minuscule, was not disproportionate. There are a lot more people who are involved and made a lot more money than Jews did. But don't excuse Jews from this rather noxious trade because it is a reality stuff. Okay, Mr. Grant. Right, not African Americans, but African Africans. Yeah, the slave trade in West Africa was absolutely disgusting, but it was because money. People made money. Yeah, so there's a lot of different ways to get slaves. It's not only Africans. Africans tend to constitute the bulk of them. The term slave may be derived from the same root as the word Slav, as in like Polish, Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Russian. I'm not sure if Lithuanians are Slavs. And they're often captured in war. They're pagans and brought over. Where you do see, by the way, a huge issue is with Jews owning Christian slaves or Jews owning slaves that decide to become Christian. The church has no problem with slavery at this time. By the way, this is an important point I forgot to mention. Like, nobody thinks slavery is a problem in the Middle East. Everybody thinks it's perfectly normal. They also think that way basically up until the 1700s. Only at that point when people would say, maybe it's not so good that we should be enslaving other people. Right? This was like, it's asking them to have a 21st century mindset morality when those standards would not apply. But what the church did really care about a lot is the idea of a Jew owning a Christian. That bothered the Christians tremendously, especially churchmen, who were especially nervous that if they were to take slaves, not only Christian slaves, but even pagan slaves, much more common, decided they wanted to become Christians, then you would have an untenable situation where a Jew would be in a position of lordship over an individual, and the church definitely did not want that. Kings, on the other hand, were very happy with Jews owning slaves because Jews could sell slaves for cash money, and then they could be taxed for it. So quite often, the idea of Jewish ownership of slaves is also a church-state conflict. Right, okay, so what will eventually happen is, as restrictions will be placed on Jews throughout the later Middle Ages, Taik, Jewish trade is going to be reduced and become much more smaller scale. They tend to go, they're no longer great like the Radhanites used to be, but they're still heavily involved in it, and we'll explore that next time we go. Look at this close to this picture. This is kind of a cool image. I relate to this topic because this is my father, Oliver Shalom, and he took over my grandfather's. My grandfather is Alex. My father is the son. He did not want me to take over the store, so that's why I ended up a professor. But that's my dad. It's like 1957. The store was around for 100 years until my father passed away. My mother took it over for a few years, and then finally they closed it. But it was Northern Ontario. Schmattes, textiles. She was very big into textile industry. Work clothes, stuff like that. Okay, gentlemen, let's close it tonight. I apologize once again for the delay. On Monday, we're going to have a very important class. We're going to get into money lending at the church, which is hugely important for our society economy. Okay, thank you for learning with me. All right, so where we left off, we talked about trade and commerce as one of the most important elements of the Jewish economy in the medieval era. Another extremely important element, and in fact probably the most important element for much of medieval history, was specifically money lending. Using the nasty term as usury. Usury is more like, we don't use that word in English very much, but it's sort of like loan sharking. It's kind of like charging injurious rates of interest. And in the Middle Ages, we should note that rates of interest were typically 40 to 70% per annum. How much is like a really bad credit card today? Yeah, maybe 35%. And in the medieval ages, it would double that easily. So money lending was extremely profitable for the money lender. Anyone else benefit from money lending besides the money lender? The king, exactly, because the source of tax income. That's why, for example, if you think about vices like, let's say, gambling or alcohol consumption or cigarette smoking, that governments love vices in so far as they can tax them. They're bad if they get out of hand. Like if you have a gambling casino on every block, it tends to bring a neighborhood down. But having a few gambling casinos where people could go and then their winnings are heavily taxed, the governments love them. And that's exactly the situation with Jewish money lending. It was in some degrees of vice, and we'll see exactly why that is so in the medieval context, but it was a massive source of income for taxation, so it was not only tolerated but protected very often. Now, let's try to understand, why would there be an opposition to money lending? It really boils down to the fact that the Catholic Church interpreted the Hebrew Bible in precisely the same way that Jews did. Here's the key passage, which is from Devarim. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. Interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. So Jews interpret this passage to mean a Jew may not charge interest to his fellow Jew, but he may charge interest to a Christian, a Muslim, a pagan, whoever. Right? That's pretty straightforward. I tried calling up Visa and MasterCard to find out if the CEO was Jewish, but they wouldn't answer my call. Now, Christians who read this verse and said exactly the same thing. And they said, okay, Christians are all brothers, so Christians may not charge interest to other Christians. And that basically shuts down the economy very effectively. Because especially if you're in an agricultural economy, right? You buy your seed, that requires a huge upfront investment to buy the seed. You got to put a lot of energy into working the land. You put the seed into the soil, and then you got to wait. And all that time between buying the seed and the harvest, you have no income. So how do you make it, right? There's a big natural drop in the middle of the agricultural cycle. It's expensive first, no, but every year, though, okay, if you're smart, like Yosef Atzadik, you set aside from that first investment, and then you've got, money to carry you through. But, people are not always too smart about how they save money for the winter. And also, all kinds of things can happen. Bad things like terrible harvests or rampaging nomadic civilizations and steal all your grain, or good things like, you have a new baby, or you have a big party, or whatever it is. All kinds of things can happen, and all of a sudden you have no income whatsoever. The only way to get through it is with a short-term loan. Think like people have these payday loans, really high levels of interest, but if you're living paycheck to paycheck, and all of a sudden, your car breaks down and you got to invest money in fixing it, you need money for your next paycheck. So you go to the Jew, you go to the money lender, and they'll say, no problem, we're happy to lend you money. It'll cost you 70% interest, and just make sure you pay it back. It tends to be very small amounts, but very lucrative. Precisely, this is where the stereotype comes from. It does not come from thin air. The big nose thing probably comes from thin air. But the idea of the Shylock, right, who's a character in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, who actually, if you ever read Merchant of Venice, which I recommend, it's a very powerful play, I personally don't think that particular play is actually anti-Semitic. Shylock is very, very badly treated, and when he finally has a chance to get his revenge, he loans money to, I forget the guy's name, Christian, and he says, but if you fail to pay me, what I want to charge you is not interest, but a pound of your flesh. Meaning I'll choose a pound of your flesh as my payment. And then, of course, the guy can't pay, and then there's a whole lawsuit, stuff like that. In the end, Shylock loses, and it's a happy ever after. It's actually a comedy. But Shylock comes across, I think, when you read it, as a very cute character because he's deeply wronged by whatever his name is. Antonio, was it? Antonio, yeah. So that's where you get the phrase, though, the pound of flesh, meaning that it's a usurious, extreme rate of interest. But think about it economically, right? The Jews are living this very precarious kind of existence. Farming is not a good option for them because they can be kicked off their land, or they can be evicted, or they can be chased out by pogromists and things like that. They can make a small amount of living in small crafts and things like that, but quite often advancement requires membership in a guild, which is closed to Jews, just like you're talking about the Cherem Yishuv, where Jews would actually regulate how many Jews could come into a town. They also were regulated against by the various guilds. You said only so many, leather workers and things like that. So this is like a field that's open to them, and they have a monopoly on it because there's nobody else who can charge interest legally in Christian countries. A lot of Christians do instead. There's lots of examples of Christians who are also lending money and charging interest. And usually when they repent after they made a lot of money, they build a church to atone for their previous sins. But Jews are the only official sanctioned money lenders. Mr. Vasilevsky. No. Basically, we see in this lecture, by the 15th century, the Italians said, this is stupid. And we are going to charge interest because there's so much money to be made here. Lots of people want to borrow money. And once the Italians got involved, it was a Jewish monopoly ended. Mr. Anderson. There are also very good yes, there is a big need for my lenders back then, and still is, but
You can't have every single Jew.
Correct.
You have these a few.
Right. It's hard to actually quantify this. We don't have really good statistics, but just based on my sort of Gestalt understanding, if you had a shtetl that had 1,000 Jews in it, and let's say, that meant that there were 400 Jews who were actually gainfully employed, another 200 who were sort of employed by those who were employed, and another 200 who were basically on the dole from the rest of the community. Of those, let's say 400 who were really employed, probably about 150 of them were actually money lenders. So it's the biggest single chunk of the economy, not the majority of the economy, but the biggest single chunk. And of course, the one that's most memorable because it is that chunk where Jews would have the most commerce with non-Jews. Okay, so let's go further here. This was expanded upon in the 4th century by Church Father named Ambrose, and in particular, it is rendered into Catholic law by something called the Decretum Gratiani, or the decree of Gratian. That's actually portrayed in this particular document here. That says it's explicit for sure. Christians are not allowed to charge interest to other Christians, and that means it's wide open for the Jews. The Jewish monopoly was de jure. Remember this term de jure? Sometimes people say de jure, but it's de jure. It means of the law, like in writing, legal. It's Jewish monopoly in writing. That Jews are legally the only people who are allowed to charge interest in Christian Europe. And Christian competition was de facto. That's the opposite of de jure. De jure means in law, de facto means in practice, like what people actually do. Like, for example, de jure, the speed limit is 30 miles an hour. De facto, people drive 35, 40. The difference in what actually is written and what is actually done. So there was Christian competition de facto, but de jure, the Jews were the only ones allowed to do it, and Jews were put into it. It's very interesting. Correct. So there are a lot of things that they could not do, right? And also a lot of things they did not want to do either. Agriculture is the employment of the vast majority of Christians in Europe. And as we've discussed, agriculture is not a really viable option for Jews as a small minority, as a vulnerable minority. All kinds of guilds and artisan organizations were closed shops. You could not get in, and you would not be allowed to train as a swordsmith or things like that. Jews couldn't get in. Even like dyers and like pigments and things like that, Jews couldn't get into for the most part. But this is something that was open to them, and not only open, encouraged and protected by the kings. So it was kind of a natural thing. One area where Jews were typically allowed, however, to gain pretty much universal respect was medicine. One of the reasons for the long tradition of Jews in medical fields and health fields is because this was an area where people were so desperate for good health care that Jews were literate, were pretty much universally respected. You had popes who had Jewish doctors, kings had Jewish doctors. So those fields were largely not closed to Jews. There were not every university, the vast majority of universities actually were closed to Jews, but there were a handful, I think about 4 or 5 universities that were allowed Jews to study there for medicine. But if you realize that in the 12th century, there were only like 3 or 4 universities total. Bologna, Oxford, maybe, very few of them. So people were learning medicine on their own. It's like, okay, I'm a doctor. Go on, cats. So Dark Ages, that actual term, refers to the period from the fall of Rome until the Renaissance. It's a big period of time. It's basically from, let's say, the year 500 to above the year 1300. This is the high Middle Ages. Though. This is like the very end of the Dark Ages, so the dawn is already coming out. Yes. You are absolutely correct. It was far more lucrative than a peasant slave. better than being a peasant too, right? So let's talk about, I think I have it over here. Let's do the risks and benefits of usury, right? Here's some Jewish money lenders. See the coins here, right? So benefits, profit, right? Money lending is profitable. That's the bottom line. You make a big paycheck with that. Yeah, Mr. Dirks. Oh, we passed by. Okay, sorry. Okay. Urban. This is an urban profession. You don't have to live far away from other Jews. You can stay inside a Jewish community. So that's a clean trade because you can still go to Minyan in the morning. You can walking distance of the kosher Chinese, walking distance of kosher pizza, whatever you want. It's so close because they come to you, right? You can have banker's hours. You can say, my money lending shop is open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. I take an hour off at lunch, and people will come to you and they'll wait for you. So it's great that way. And it involves minimal effort. All you have to be is numerate and literate. And you have to have a certain amount of investment. You have to have enough to start with. But basically, if you've got the money and you can write down what people owe you and you can calculate what they owe you afterwards, then you can open up your shop. Mm-hmm. So true, but remember who your partner is, right? The king, right? So in other words, if a guy fails to pay you back, and the king comes to your office and says, "Okay, there's my tax receipts this month," you say, "Oh, I'd love to give you your taxes, king, but look at my record book. You know, and Jean Paul did not pay me back, and I'm still holding on to a pledge for this whole time." So the king gets upset, goes out and beats up Jean Paul, right? You have muscle behind it, at least when it's going well. As we shall see, there are lots of risks too. But when it's going well, it's like the FDIC, right? Federal something, something, thank you so much, Mr. Ruin. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. I don't know. It means that when you put money into your bank here in America, it's guaranteed up to like $150,000 or something. You've got muscle behind it. Right? Okay. And so it's minimal effort. You have to be literate. You have to be numerate. The vast majority of people are not neither literate nor numerate. And they're also not allowed to do it. The church forbids it. But the Jews can do it. In fact, they're the only people who are legally allowed to. Risks. So, resentment is a big factor because everybody loves to get a loan. Nobody likes to pay back a loan, right? Especially when you're halfway through on your car payments and you're seeing another 2 years to pay this off. It's not a fun thing. So you can get, if you're a money lender, you will be resented by everyone you loan money to. The peasants who are typically borrowing small amounts of money, just like payday loans to get through to the next harvest, that kind of thing. Or even worse, we'll see this more when you get to Eastern Europe. Right now we're still in Western Europe, but in Eastern Europe, one of the ways that peasants would back up a big tab is they would drink alcohol in a Jewish inn, something called a kretschma in Yiddish. And this is also something that the nobleman would allow Jews to have exclusivity on the production of alcohol. Just think about this. Nobody in, let's say, southern Poland, western Ukraine is allowed to distill alcohol except the Jews who are living there. They set up these inns. The peasants work hard all day in the fields. They come out. They have a few beers. They say, put it on my tab. And the tab grows, and the tab gets interest because you're borrowing money. And then the harvest season comes, and the peasant says, okay, I'm ready to set up my tabs. What? Look at this amount I owe. How do you calculate this, right? So why does the nobleman allow this terrible thing to happen? Because he taxes it, right? It's his profit, so he loves it. He lets the Jews be the only ones to do it. If he allows everybody to distill alcohol, then there's no way he can control it. But the Jews who are vulnerable, who are dependent on his good graces, they will fulfill that role. They'll provide the alcohol. They'll sell the alcohol on credit, charge interest, and then you'll have peasants who will be very upset about this. They'll cost something called propinatia. And occasionally, basically from the 17th century on, you'll have massive peasant uprising against Jews. We'll talk about it later, but for example, the Khmelnytsky uprising, one of the most notorious of these great peasant uprisings, was heavily rooted in factors like Jews charging interest on car tax. Mr. Gertz, and then Mr. Kinney. Good point. I mean, don't forget, you still have the big brother factor where the king will support it. People ditching town is actually rather difficult to do in a serf environment because people are not quite slaves, but they are attached to the land. They can't just like pick up and say, I'm going to go live in the next village. They have the freedom of movement all day long, but they're still owned by the master. And so it's kind of like a half servitude. And so they're still around. It's hard to run away. There will come a point where the risks outweigh the benefits, and that's usually when Jews pick up and leave. Too risky. Mr. Tillman. Financially, they definitely had good control. Yes.
In the 1700s, like the insert that was terrible. Until the Jews were isolated
It's an overly rosy picture. It's an overly, we talked about Gretz a few weeks ago, right? That's a Gretzian approach where the Jews are like always victims, never victimizers. But it's not the historical reality. You definitely had our share of victimized. But you can answer that question at the end of this course, Mr. Chairman. We'll see how you feel about it. But the difference about the 17th, 18th century, the Haskalah, which we will get to in a few weeks, that was like entrance into broader society, into the culture of art, of the media, of literature. This is actually pretty good compared to a peasant existence. I would take a Jewish existence any day. And not just for the schnapps and Halen and Shabbos. The income was actually pretty good. Okay, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Kranz, I really got to go on. Yes. Correct. You are absolutely correct, Mr. Addison. You're giving me a segue to the word mobility. It's not just the thing, but it could be local nobility, right? And what would happen is, and this especially happened as the money lending expanded, and as some Jews amassed really incredible capital, they would finance wars. Like if a nobleman said, I want to fight with the other noblemen across the valley, but I need to hire mercenaries, they would go to you, and they would say, I'll pay you your 15-20% interest on a big loan, get it for me, and they would come up with the cash. And that was great. And few Jews became extremely wealthy. They were called Hofjuden, or court Jews, because they were like close to power. They were like, they bankrolled a lot of countries, literally. But it was extremely risky, as you pointed out, because what happens when the time comes to pay, and the nobleman says this debt service is too high? So the peasants would react by revolting. The king or nobleman would just say, not I'm canceling the debts, but I'm kicking the Jews out. Oh, and by the way, I'm also canceling the debts. So quite a number of Jewish expulsions was due to the fact that the nobility found it financially expedient to get rid of their creditors. So the right word, creditors, I always get them mixed up. Creditors, yeah, they get rid of their creditors rather than pay back the bill. What ends up happening on the strategy is, they kick out the Jews, and then after about 6 months or 2 years, they say, wow, it's so hard to get by without having a credit system in place. And they invite them back. So that's why Jews were expelled from France 5 times in that century.
So,
Yes, well, the clergy never got into power per se, because they never wanted to actually take control of those things, but they had far more influence after the 15th century. And the church disapproving of some action could bring down a king. So, yeah, we'll get to that when we talk more about the Crusades. But you're right, same thing. Clergy can be upset, and it's really dangerous for the Jews. So you can balance the benefits against the risks, and you can determine whether they were worth it or not. Mr. Grant. I think you are very perceptive there, Mr. Krantz. I will give you an example from South Central Los Angeles. It was subject to a whole series of riots about 15, 20 years ago. And basically a lot of African Americans were very upset about the white hegemony in Los Angeles culture. They couldn't get jobs, they were like, poor education, stuff like that. And they revolted and they burned big sections of their own neighborhoods rather than going to Beverly Hills and like burning down white neighborhoods. But who suffered the most were the Korean shop owners who opened up these things called bodegas, right? Because very few big shopping markets, like whatever Food Stop and Save or whatever place like that, are willing to build shopping malls in these dense inner city ghetto type neighborhoods. So the only place you can get food is either you get on the bus and travel, 45 minutes to get to a proper grocery store, or you go to a local Korean store where they will sell you groceries, but in smaller amounts and for higher prices. And so these Koreans were ironically the people servicing the community, but exploiting them at the same time. They were the ones who felt the first anchor of the so-called peasant uprising of South Central LA. The Jews were like the Koreans. There's some really good studies of what they call middleman economies, where the Jews were the middleman, and they obviously bore the brunt of a lot of anger at the entire system. So because the position they were in economically, that's how it worked out. Yeah, it could be. Could be. I think there are a lot of metaphors. Let us go on a little further. Right. So the bottom line is Jews have relatively more wealth and power than peasants. Again, you can't exaggerate this, and we are painted with a very broad brush over hundreds of years. But relatively speaking, the existence of a peasant was miserable compared to the existence of an urban Jew. But it was tenuous because you could have these popular uprisings resulting in explosions of violence from the slums, or from the states you could be expelled, you kicked out because the death row to the nobility was too high. Okay, let's go to when did all that? I mentioned earlier the Italians entered the 15th century. The Italians said, hang on a second, this is just way too much. It's been going on for hundreds of years. There's so much money to be made in money lending. Can we possibly find a loophole to allow Christians to engage in money lending? And they came up with it. They called it the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. I don't exactly know why they named their banks the mountains of piety, maybe because they have like mountains of money that they could lend out or stuff like that. But by the 15th century, this, by the way, is a debt agreement, a loaners agreement from a Monte di Pieta. They essentially charge interest 4 to 15%, but they didn't call it interest. They had a legal fiction to say this is to cover the overhead of the bank. Meaning this bank, this Monte di Pieta, still has to have a physical structure. We have to pay to keep the lights on, we have to pay to keep the heat on, stuff like that. So you can borrow money from us interest-free, but you pay 4 to 15% of what you borrow for the maintenance of the bank as a whole. Well, this is more like the bank. Right. But the thing is, I look for halakha. Mahavira. In the Catholic Church, halakhically, a Christian can't charge interest at all. So they're not allowed to charge 4 to 15% interest, but they can charge 4 to 15% overhead. Furthermore, quite often, the church, which was involved heavily in creating the Monte Pieta, they forced the Jewish communities to underwrite the Monte Pieta and to pay punitive taxes, like when the church was more powerful, pay punitive taxes to keep these competitors open. So the Jews were still lending money and paying their competitors a subsidy to keep them open. And the whole idea was to take that cash flow away from the Jews and direct it towards the church. Ironically, it failed. Anyone guess why the Montes Pieta? I mean, they eventually succeeded. They turned into commercial banks because society became more secular and people didn't care about the biblical provision anymore at all. But why did the Jewish money lending actually increase? Not only survive, but increased at this time? Yes, Mr. Glasgow, what do you think? The king was also taxing these guys. Not quite as much, though. They hid their money better, maybe. This is counterintuitive. You're not going to get this. But Mr. Tillman, last guess. No. In the 15th century, the Italians were really smart. They know this stuff. Mr. Garnett, last guess. Reputation? What do you mean by that? Yeah, no, the church has a big reputation too. This is the main reason why the Monte Pieta did not extirpate Jewish money lending is because they had all kinds of religious fears attached to it. So when you went to the Monte Pieta, if you owed money, you had to give a confession. You had to say why you owed the money, and you had to make all kinds of religious statements that I promise that I'll never gamble again, visit prostitutes again, whatever it is that got them into debt in the first place. And they couldn't guarantee secrecy, they couldn't guarantee confidentiality. Whereas if you went to the Jew didn't care why you were in debt. The Jews just wanted to make sure you could pay back the debt. And all that kind of moral stuff was set aside. So ironically, even when the Monte Pieta is set up, and even when the Jews were burdened with more taxation to pay for them, people kept patronizing Jewish moneylenders, including the nobility going to them, because they wanted their situation to be, private. It's just like when you borrow money now, you got to get a hit on your credit report. Every time you ask to borrow money, it gets reported to the credit agencies. But if you go to a loan shark, he's not going to report you to the credit agency. He just wants you to pay your money. And if you know you're going to be able to pay back within a certain amount of time, and you don't want the credit agency to know that you fell into debt again, then you go to the loan shark. And that's one of the reasons why the Jews were able to survive this. Yes, Mr. Tillman. Yeah, it probably, I don't know, it's a good question. How did it impact the Jews' reputation? I don't think it substantially improved their reputation, other than the fact that they maintained confidentiality, which is a good thing, right? Like, if you're engaging in illicit or illegal activities, you want your partners to be at least confidential. But it doesn't mean you're going to respect them more or name them sisterhood member of the year. Okay, so the demand for credit, as we're talking now about growing economies, big time growing economies. Now we're into the Renaissance. It's really happening in a big way. Societies need so much more credit to build themselves up. Jewish money lending is continues through this period. However, by the time we get to the 15th century, Western Europe is far less hospitable to Jews, and they're going to move shortly into the Eastern European Ashkenazic period of history, which changes dramatically. Exclusionary pressures in Western Ashkenaz. So what's going to happen? Now we're at a transitional point in our history. We've looked quite a bit, especially the materials I put online from last week. We looked quite a bit at the environment of the Jews in Western Ashkenaz, which basically comprises England, France, and Germany. Once you get east of Germany, you're getting into Central Europe or Eastern Europe. What's going to happen is from the 13th century onward, peaking in the 17th century, you'll have a massive migration of Ashkenazi Jews from the traditional heartland of Western Europe to Eastern Europe. There, in Eastern Europe, there's going to be a massive population explosion in the 19th century as a result of several factors, including things like the invention of the smallpox vaccine, the unique style of Ashkenazic living arrangements called KEST, which reduced infant mortality significantly, and it's going to be just an explosion of Ashkenazi Jews in the 1800s. And eventually, when you get to the end of the 1800s, you'll have another big population movement from Eastern Europe to America. To a lesser degree, South America, Canada, Australia, Israel, places like that. But we're now going into a period where Jews are going to be leaving the Ashkenazic heartland to Eastern Europe. That's 13th to 17th century. Yes, remind me your name, please. Last name. Barrente, Mr. Barrente. You just sit over here. Yeah, that's what was hard to confuse. Okay, Mr. Barrente. So, a good question. The question which I will repeat because people who are watching the video sometimes ask me to repeat the question. Does the word Ashkenaz refer to a people or a country or a region? So, if you have a look at the very first lecture, we went over the terminology. It is associated with I think it's a grandson of Noah in the biblical period. I think Noah, well, I forget his son's name. Anyways, one of the grandsons, maybe great-grandsons. And over the Middle Ages, various regions were associated with the land of that particular individual and his descendants. For reasons that we don't totally understand, this is eventually associated with the region of the Rhineland in northern Germany, and the Jews who moved to that area were known as the Jews who moved to the land of Ashkenaz, and then they were called Ashkenazi Jews. But we have no real good reason to associate specifically that region with the place Ashkenaz. It's kind of arbitrary in some terms. So now it really only refers to people, and Ashkenazim are only Jews now, obviously, because only Jews use that terminology. Okay, have a look at the first lecture. It's online. Okay, shall we go on? Okay, so now I'm looking at the reason why Jews moved from Western Europe to Eastern Europe, twofold. First, there was a push for Jews to leave that will culminate in expulsions. Really strong push that Jews felt unwelcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, not for our discussion today, but probably next week, there was an economic vacuum in Eastern Europe inviting Jews in. Literally, leaders of municipalities, of kingdoms, saying, please, Jews, come here. We will give you privileges. We'll give you tax breaks. We will give you specific, legislation that you will want, like the right to build a wall around your community or the right to have a monopoly on X, Y, or Z. And so that will be like a vacuum, an invitation, bringing Jews in, pushing Jews out, bringing Jews in at the same time. We're going to talk about the pushing Jews out first. Mr. Krantz. Well, you're right, Mr. Krantz. The first Jews who were allowed to be full citizens, that happens in the 18th century. So we're talking about 1790 for the Jews of Bordeaux and Bayonne in southern France. We're still here like about 400 years earlier when nobody has citizenship. There's no such thing as a citizen except maybe the king and maybe his wife. And that's basically it. Everyone else is a subject, or maybe not even his wife. Everyone is a subject of the king, right? That's feudalism. And all you can hope for is privileges that the king gives you. So we're still in that period right up until you get to the 18th century. All right, let's look at one major factor in the push for Jews out. The first is something called the Crusade. This is like a scene in history. This is one of those watershed moments. You know the term watershed means? It's a good term. I'll tell you, actually, I grew up near the Arctic watershed. Anyone want to define that term? No. Watershed is the earth, like when rain falls, it either flows toward a body of water here or a body of water there, right? Depends on the elevation of the particular spot. And, like where we are right now, we're in, I guess, probably the Atlantic watershed, where every drop of rain that falls here in New York will eventually flow towards the east into the Atlantic Ocean, right? Like in the beginning of Kohelet. So all the rivers flow to the sea, and the sea is never filled. But if we were to move a little further west in this country, we would get to a different watershed where all the water would flow into the Mississippi River and then down into the Gulf of something. Right? What do you call it? Gulf of America. There you go. So that's the Gulf of America. Or further west, it would be a watershed where it would flow into the Pacific Ocean. I happen to grow up near the Arctic watershed, north of the Arctic watershed, where all the water that rained, all the rain that fell when I grew up would flow into the Arctic Ocean because it's right north. So our watershed means like up until this point, everything is going this way. After this point, it's going the other way. So if you think about that term as a historical term, the Crusades are one of those watershed moments where beforehand, people understand the world in such a way, afterwards, very different. Another watershed in time would be something like 9/11. That's a huge watershed for the United States history. That was just before many of you were born, but you live in the post 9/11 era, changed everything in so many ways. The Crusades are one of those moments. This is the history. This guy, Pope Urban II, 1095, he complains that the holy city of Jerusalem, which is controlled at this time by the Muslims, right? Muslims are in charge of the land of Israel at that time, are not allowing Christian pilgrims appropriate access to the holy sites. Church of the Holy Sepulchre, various sites that Christians revere in a very significant way. And he's like really upset about it. He reaches out to Christian Orthodox, right? Don't forget, at this time, 1095, there are two basic major kinds of Christians. There are Catholics who are ruled from Rome, the Pope in Rome, and there are Orthodox who are ruled by 7 patriarchs in the Eastern world, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, sometimes called Russian or Armenian Orthodox. It's a different form of Christianity than Catholics, but they both are Christian faiths. If you want, it's not really open to use the term denominations, but they are two different, let's say, flavors of Christianity. And they have not gone along well for the last couple of hundred years. But he says to them, wow, it's just so awful that, we're hearing about Christian pilgrims not getting in to see the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. And the entire Christian world just, resonates with that message and says, yeah, it is terrible. Pope Urban II calls for something called a crusade, based on the word cross, the crucifix, saying we should all go there, we should organize ourselves, and we should take back the land of Israel from the infidel Muslims so that Christians can safely go there to worship. Massive reaction for a whole bunch of reasons. There was a certain amount of unemployment among the knightly class, for example, and they had literally nothing to do, but this was a great excuse. They pulled it together, particularly in the regions of France and Germany, and they make their way all the way across Europe to the Holy Land, and they fight the Muslims, and they take over the land of Israel. The next 200 years, there's going to be ongoing fighting with the Muslims until finally the Muslims drive them out. But this is the era of the Crusader kingdoms, when Christians from Western Europe established sort of footholds in the land of Israel. I'm sure you visited places like Caesarea and Akko and all kinds of and where you'll see lots of Crusader fortresses and things. You'll also see Muslim fortifications against the Crusaders, like for example the walls around Jerusalem was built by the Muslims, trying to hold off any future attack by Crusaders, and it went back and forth for a couple hundred years. Here you see, and by the way, because they kept on getting, they made their way down, they took over the territory, then they got kicked out, then they made their way down again. There are multiple crusades over several hundred years with a variety of outcomes. Some successful, some not. Exactly. Isn't that surprising how that happened? So, how did Jews get involved in this? Especially up here, you can see these stars of David represent very clever sort of symbolism. They represent Jewish communities. And at a certain point, in 1096, in the summer of 1096 in particular, there was an especially dangerous phenomenon because a whole bunch of crusaders, and remember, this is like a mass movement where you have wealthy knights who are able to afford a horse and a caddy and all the weapons and the armor and stuff like that to finance a long trip across Europe. And then you have hoi polloi, you have the dark, unwashed masses who say, yeah, we want to do this too, we want to get involved in it, and they come along for the ride. And in particular, in the northern German region of Ashkenaz, there are a whole bunch of these individuals led by people like Peter the Hermit, who is kind of like a rabble-rousing individual, sort of like a popular preacher, kind of demagogue. And he essentially says to these crusaders, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight infidels? I don't think he used the word schlep, but you get the idea. Why are we taking ourselves there? The whole point of this is that we're going to beat those unbelievers, meaning Muslims. Why are we going all the way to Jerusalem to do it? We have unbelievers, Jews, right here on our very own backyard. And so a lot of these, especially the less professional crusaders, the less disciplined crusaders, they start making these religiously inspired pogroms that specifically targeted these tiny little Ashkenazic, civilization outposts in the northern German region. This is like one of those huge scars in Ashkenazic history that we will remember every week in the Av HaRachamim prayer, which Av HaRachamim, which we read on Shabbos after the Torah, specifically speaking to the horrible massacres that occurred in the summer of 1096, and then onward for the next 200 years on a smaller scale. It's going to be absolutely awful. I'll take you through some of them. Mr. Loki. Well, the more professional, disciplined soldiers, like they've got some kind of they've got a plan. They want to go to Israel. They want the glory of attacking the Muslims. They want to bring back pieces of the Holy Cross and things like that. They've got kind of like a bigger goal. But the lesser outfitted and the kind of they don't have the same kind of resources and they can't imagine paying for that massive journey down there, but they do want to get involved in the violence of all this. They say, we'll just do it right here in the Ashkenazic homeland. Mr. Parentes. So I think that if you ask the Crusader, he would say the goal was to reclaim the Holy Land. And maybe a side benefit would be the fact that we can show those unbelievers what they're worth. And by the way, where you see this especially clearly in the Rhineland massacres is because Jews were given the option convert or die. Right? This is the option of get baptized, which would represent a victory for Christianity if these Jews become Christians, or we get killed. So it has definitely a very strong religious root, demagogic and violent and all kinds of nasty things, but nevertheless religious at its core. Right? Okay, so he says to these crusaders, why are you slipping all the way down there? Let's do this right here. Here's another image from that time. And we have a lot of chronicles, by the way. We have source material for this written by Jews, some of the really heartbreaking chronicles written by Jews, like a handful of them. And we also have Christian chronicles of the attacks on Jews as well, which largely corroborate some of the most horrific aspects of these massacres. 1096, the summer, May through June, is specifically the time when they were at their most intense, the beginning of the Crusades. There would be, as I mentioned, later Crusades also had violence against Jews attendant upon it. You'll recall in the lecture where we looked at Ashkenazi genetics, we saw all those Jews thrown down the well. So that was as part of the Second Crusade. There's a tremendous story about Rabbi Tom being involved in one of these crusades as well, and wounded, absolutely horrific. The three main towns, however, that are at the epicenter are called Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. They're known as the Sturmüris by acronyms. These are three really small but important old Ashkenazic settlements. Remember, Ashkenaz at this point only has been around for about 200 years, and there's still maybe a few thousand Jews in each one of these places, but nevertheless, they were the three that were most powerfully attacked in the beginning. The Jewish response is fascinating and says a lot, I think, to the formation, one might suggest, of Ashkenazic culture. Yes, questions? Yes, definitely. That was where Gershom studied, for example. So these are significant towns. They're not far away. They're small by our standards, but still big by the scientific. So this is where one of the oldest techniques that Ashkenazim developed, Jews in general, but Ashkenazim in particular, for dealing with communal threats. There are two basic strategies, let's say there are three basic strategies that you can possibly think of when you're confronted by a threat. What do you think those three strategies are? Pay them off. Thank you. Thank you. Fight back. What happens if you fight back? You'll probably lose. You'll be overwhelmed by the numbers, right? Because we're talking about masses of pogromists who are attacking small communities who are not, inclined militarily. There is an argument to be made, and we do see it happening in the 1900s, in the pogrom waves that swept through Russia, that you might actually scare them off by showing a little bit of backbone. But early on, the Ashkenazi Jewish communities, with very, very few exceptions, basically said fighting back is not our best option. We are going to get completely murdered, massacred if we fight back. You need to rely on other sources of authority and might to protect us. So fighting back was not something that Jews, Ashkenazi Jews in particular, started doing really until the early 20th century. We have a long, old history of military resistance that goes back to biblical times. Basically, living as a minority in the diaspora, we set it aside as a strategy. Since the Maccabees, I should go later. Since the revolts against Rome, since Bar Kokhba in the 2nd century, we basically set aside military response. That's why, by the way, maybe we'll get to it again this semester, that's why Israel represents another watershed moment in Jewish history, because this is the first time that we've really organized ourselves to bring back some of that old martial tradition that we had in the ancient world. But that's not what's going to happen in the medieval period at all. The other possibilities are to run away, and yes, we have lots of flight. It's not always possible, though. You're talking about your family, you're talking about your children. How you're going to run away with all of them? They're going to catch up with you. It may not be a very viable option. The third option is to drive the criminals, try to pay your way out of it. This is what one of my students once memorably said. This is the fee or flee strategy of Jewish survival. Right? Remember that? Fee or flee. Either pay or run away. Those are your two basic options that Jews use. So typically, like you see, for example, in the city of Köln, in April of that year, they were able to avoid the massacres by simply going out to the Crusaders and saying, hey, whoa, you don't want to attack us. We are loyal subjects of the king. Remember the service of counter that stuff we talked about? But we appreciate the desire to liberate the Holy Land from the Muslims. Here's a big bag of gold to help you finance your military endeavor. and they were able to successfully, um, avoid a massacre, at least in April. They also would appeal to the emperor, right, because that's part of how Jews survived, was by being part of the tax structure that the emperor wanted to protect. Um, but later on, it would get worse. It would not. This strategy would not survive. Going on to Speyer in May of that month, they tried to barricade themselves in the synagogue, and many Jews who were outside the synagogue were killed by the Crusaders. Remember, it's a get baptized or die kind of moment. Many of them chose to die rather than be baptized. In fact, what we will see happening in some of these chronicles, which is absolutely horrific and hard to imagine, but we see it very clearly in the chronicles that Jews in the Crusades frequently chose suicide over baptism. This was like an incredibly dramatic moment where you have situations where Jews were trapped inside synagogues, and the Crusaders would say, come out and be baptized, or we will set the synagogue on fire. And the Jews inside would actually take out knives and slaughter their own children before they took their own lives, and the Crusaders would set fire to a building that had many different people. Absolutely horrific examples recorded not only in the Hebrew Chronicles, but also in the Christian Chronicles, saying, can you believe these Jews? Amazing. They would rather kill themselves and their own children, like 100%. They would rather kill their own children rather than submit to baptism. And gentlemen, I would hazard as something for you to think about further. This is one of those moments that define Ashkenazic history. That from the Crusades onward, much of Ashkenazi culture was sort of like bend inwards and begin to say that, wow, the outside world is so dangerous. The outside world is so toxic. It is fundamentally and existentially threatening to us. We must protect ourselves at all costs from everything involving the outside world. And Ashkenazi culture tends to get kind of like that inward focus that results in some interesting cultural expressions. Shortly, Sephardic culture, by contrast, they didn't have this same challenge of the Crusades. The Crusades did not sweep through Spain at this time. Spain is also, where Jews are mainly living, it's Muslim. It's not even under the Christians. But their big challenge would come after 1391, as we discussed last semester, that their challenge would come after 1391, where now they've been forcibly converted without their will, without a chance to even say no, and now they have to live in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world simultaneously. Sephardim develop a kind of cultural tropism where they can direct themselves to adapting to outside society while preserving a Jewish identity. So you see the contrast between the two. Ashkenazim, sword in the sand, saying, if you force this on me, I will literally kill myself. Sephardim say, give me your worst, I'll find a way to cope with it, and I'll do sort of, pardon the pun, jiu-jitsu, and find a way to keep my Jewish identity, despite the fact that I'm living outwardly as a Christian. Two different, very different survival strategies. Okay, so it was in Speyer that we have the first example of this. It's recorded in the Jewish Chronicles of a Jewish woman who chooses to die rather than submit to baptism, and this becomes kind of like a major theme of the Crusades. Finally, in Worms, the Jews at this time, they go to the bishop. The bishop has a big fortified castle, and he says, please protect us. The bishop says, okay, because the bishop, one of the ironic things we see about anti-Semitism for much of this period is that the upper church wanted to have nothing to do with this. They wanted to have nothing to do with it. Blatant allegations of flood libel and bizarre ideas that the Jews had to be massacred. It was actually contrary to the doctrine of the church fathers. Jews were to be somewhat persecuted, second-class citizens, in order to send a message to the Christian world that it's not good to be a Jew, but they were not to be killed. In fact, the opposite. They were supposed to be preserved so that later they could testify as to the validity of the second coming. So the bishop says, yeah, come on in, I'll take care of you guys. The Crusaders broke into the bishop's own castle and then massacred 800 people there. You have more and more of these examples of mass suicide among Jews happening in minds the bishop was willing to help, but he could not do it. There are some interesting examples of when you have a little bit of a pushback. I can't remember which town it was. Maybe it'll come up in my notes here. But one town, they actually arrested someone pushed the rabble rousters, and they cut off his hands, and that stopped the violence right away. But otherwise, the violence ran over even the church. If they wanted to stop this movement, they could not. So when you wake up this kind of elemental hatred, even though it is technically disguising itself with a religious sort of veneer, it's a much more powerful impulse than any kind of religious thought at the time. Count Amico is one of these examples. He's one of the worst of the pogromists at this time. They eventually leave and they make their all the way down to Hungary, and they're considered such a disaster that Hungarian Christians fight against the Crusaders, saying, "You're not coming into our land. This is crazy. You come in here, you rape and pillage, all in the name of the Christianity, and it's totally not okay." So that's basically the kind of situation that's going on. One last detail is kind of interesting is what happens for those Jews who accepted baptism rather than submit to killed or certainly then decided to commit suicide. There is a significant debate in both the Christian world and in the Jewish world. What do we do with these people? I mean, Christians, as those of you who are in the Sparta class remember well, are sort of trapped in this ideology that once a person is baptized, even if it was done without his or her consent, they are now magically Christian. It's a sacrament. They can't take a bath. So the church was kind of like, well, they're not allowed to forcibly baptize these Jews, but now that they did it, they're Christians. We have to keep them as Christians. Emperor Henry IV said, no, that's ridiculous. I'm letting them go back to their Jewish communities, and he got into trouble with the Pope over this because the Pope says, hey, who says that you're just an emperor? What rights do you have to say anything about Christian theology? But even on the Jewish side, there were many prominent Jews of the time, largely overruled by the Rishonim that you are familiar with. Rashi, perhaps the most important of them. He died in 1104, so the Crusades, the First Crusade was probably the last, thing that he had to deal with in his life. There were significant debates. Maybe once they're baptized, especially if they volunteer to be baptized rather than be killed, maybe now they are Christians. Maybe we should accept them back. Maybe you're only allowed this Yihareg al Yavor, right? You can't be allowed to. You have to be forced yourself to give up your life for this. Nevertheless, the consensus developed over the course of about 100 years. It's not so easy as you think you do. The consensus developed that, we'll allow them to come back. We're allowed to consider Jews. We'll consider this an ones, a forced situation. They are not responsible for that decision. Okay. Arguments, discussions, anything on that? Clear as the sun at noonday. Well, when you say we, I'm not sure who exactly you mean. I don't know. I really don't know. I think that the consensus that we've shown them are that, baptism has no impact on Jewish status based on the principle Israel, Israel, Israel. A Jew, even though he sins, he's still a Jew. You can't remove that from something. But I'm not a posek, I'm not even a rabbi. I'm a guy. So that's what. Okay, so what about Jerusalem? Jerusalem, of course, the Crusaders in 1099, they finally get over there. There's a huge battle in Jerusalem, which is kind of like in the first crusade was the peak of the crusading story, and it became like you have guys like Richard the Lionheart, they'll make their reputations in these battles with Muslim. Ultimately, Jews and Muslims in Jerusalem fight shoulder to shoulder against Christians. and there's going to be a massacre, and so Jews are sold in slavery. And it is ironic. We should remember that right now, Muslims have loggerheads primarily over politics in the Middle East, been like that for the last century and a half, more or less. But prior to this, there were many points in time where the Muslims were actually on the same side against Christians. Also, one more thing to point out, you should bear in mind that for much of the Middle East, when you go to the 21st century, the Middle East has not let go of this history. Right? Like when America invaded Iraq, Operation Desert Storm, I think it was, right? The Iraqis referred to Americans as crusaders. They're thinking of Americans as these guys. Here are Muslims minding their own business. Jerusalem, it's not even clear how much they're really interfering with Christian pilgrims, but all of a sudden they get like all of Europe comes down here. They're big metal armor and there's horses and stuff like that, and like they make war with us. So they regard the West as being like an existential enemy. It's something that's happened for the last millennium, largely because of the Yeah, so you got to take this Far East Jewish history class. That's we do have this period which they call, it's a little bit of an exaggeration, about convivencia, the period of coexistence. It lasts about 200 years. About give or take 950 to 1150. Yes, exclusively in Spain. Yeah, but that's it. It's an interesting period of time as far as Jewish history. I think right now everybody's getting lost. Yeah, I would love that. I think America is an exception in history in many ways. So good argument. There's a lot to be said for that. I don't think it's quite as rosy as maybe we would like, but case in point, right? Okay, let's just have one weird thing here. So one of the immediate cultural expressions of Jews in the post-Crusade era that had a long-lasting effect was a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is biblical in origin. You see it all over Tanakh. It basically means someone who goes like beyond the letter of the law. But it has been used so many times in history. The followers, the Yehuda Maccabee, were called Hasidim. The Melech calls himself Hasidim. We have, of course, the 18th century Hasidic movement, Chabad, Satmar, all those guys. But this is a different movement. It just happens to use the same name. They flourished for about 100 years right after the Crusades. Most of their writings are focused in one book, Sefer Hasidim. It's a fascinating book on a historical level. Sorry? Yes, so Yehuda Hasid is one of the major authors from this, also his father. This is a fascinating book on a historical level as well because it includes all kinds of interesting stories about things that happened in Ashkenaz at this time. Fascinating religious work. It's basically sort of a mixture of Musar and Halacha about how you should behave, and all kinds of like stuff that didn't make it into Halacha, but nevertheless it's kind of like advice given by the followers of Hasid Ashkenaz. What is especially unique about it, though, what distinguishes it from a lot of other trends, and is not something that really lasted in the Ashkenazi tradition, it's very, very sharp at this time, though, is that the Hasidic Ashkenaz were really big into self-blame, self-denial, martyrdom, all kinds of like, we have to do more tshuva, where it's so different from much of the modern day Hasidus. When we talk about Chabad, for example, which is, and all the Hasidim was really much more about joy and about camaraderie and singing. No way. These Hasidic Ashkenaz were really into like self-mortification, like literally rolling in the snow. Fasting was a big deal. Lots and lots of fasting, and even like after death, customs like putting in your will that you want your coffin dragged along the street to a burial as a last chance to atone for any of your sins. Those kinds of things show up in the Hasidic Ashkenaz movement. It is a kind of like a cold, dark spirit in many ways culturally, but the Sefer Hasidim is absolutely quite fascinating when you look at it. It's short-lived, but certain ideas definitely do find their echoes later on in Hasidic world. I think I have here, no, I don't have these pictures. It is at this point, by the way, where the Hasidic Ashkenaz have this influence on not portraying women's faces in particular. That in the artworks that we have from the time, a lot of I have them, I think, later on in the lecture, maybe I'll put it in the video. A lot of the artwork will show women with animal heads rather than with human heads. I'll try and come to it. Sometimes all people, not just women, but especially women. And that also happens today, too. The idea is like more, we're not sure exactly what the idea is, but most viewers say it has to do with the idea of like more tznius. It's not right to look at the faces of women, stuff like that. Okay. Yes, question. The Hasidic Ashkenaz? Well, it was kind of like an intellectual religious movement, and there were several prominent rabbis who were deeply involved in it and influential. And so people followed it, People thought like that's how you express your Judaism. Nowadays we express our Judaism by having lots of things on the oath. Hamakash. Back then they was like, oh man, I gotta go a little bit, I stop eating for 2 days. It was just that was the style. Wear dark clothes, wear light clothes. Well, that's, I think, precisely what a lot of historians would say. The Crusades maybe were seen as like a divine punishment because we were having too much levity. Yeah, correct. So it stands to reason that they were influenced by the environment. We'll see the same kind of thing to a certain degree happening with the Black Death. No way to know for sure. No way to know for sure. But I would think if they survived, I mean, we still have their writings, which indicated they were circulating. You'd have to find a way to measure that. I don't think anyone knows. Mr. Krantz. Yeah. A lot of particular do not like that. Yeah. I don't know. Could be. Not sure. Okay, let's go back there. Now, the next math, the whole point of today's lecture is to illustrate exclusionary pressures, right? That reasons why Jews want to leave Western Europe. Crusades, fairly focused violence associated with the crusade itself. The Jews were able to, over the course of the next couple hundred years, sort of see when these things are developing, reach out well in advance to authority figures to try and protect them. It helped quite often that you didn't have the same kind of big massacres that you did in 1096, but there were other things happening at the time as well. So one of the most awful of the developments of this era was something called the blood libel, which I'm sure you have heard of because unfortunately it is a myth that continues to this day. This is a map from the Encyclopedia Judaica that shows you the places in Europe that had a blood libel with the centuries when they occurred. You can see the numbers in circles are the 19th and 20th centuries. So there's definitely an ongoing persistence of this bizarre idea that started first up here in Norwich, and right here in actually the earliest one is in 1144. The story goes, and this is basically repeated over and over again, that the Jews need to kill, God forbid, a Christian child. There's actually two distinct charges. The first one is called ritual murder, and later it develops into what's called the blood libel, Alila Dams. Ritual murder is this idea that, well, why was Jesus to kill a Christian child? Well, the reason is because, as the crazy theory goes, and for those of you who are going to be watching this in the recording, it's not true. Jews don't do this stuff. But the church has, by the way, said this over and over again. The popes are constantly publishing polls saying, no, it's not true. Don't believe those crazy people say this happens. But nevertheless, it's one of those things that is, hard to root out of the psyche once it gets in there. The charge is that Jews need to ritually murder a child in order to vicariously reenact the passion, meaning the crucifixion of the founder of Christianity. That because Jews so hate Christians, they want to do that same thing again, specifically around Passover, right? That's the season of the Passion. The term Passion refers to that whole story of the crucifixion. And so, whenever it happens, unfortunately, it does happen. Young children, God forbid, are kidnapped, frequently abused, and then murdered. Such things happen, of course, even in our own day. So, people are really upset. And they say, who did this terrible thing? And someone says, I bet it was the Jews. I heard that Jews do this. It is April after all. It must be part of their history of it. And the story goes out. And then what happens afterwards is sometimes there's like a mob lynching of Jews. Sometimes there will be like a bizarre sham of a trial that will result in mass hangings. And it never ends well for the Jews. The evolution of this charge of ritual murder, which really begins in 1144, and then it just goes like crazy. Everybody just catches on to this idea. It's a little bit like an urban myth. Like, people for a while were talking about how don't go to these, countries in Central America because one day you'll wake up in a bathtub, you'll find a scar, and someone has stolen your kidneys. You ever hear those crazy stories? You go to a bar, someone will put something to drink, you wake up the next day, missing a kidney. And people say, yeah, what happened? Oh, man. But even though, I don't know how often so what happens, it just sort of like takes up way more space in people's brains than it actually deserves. Historically, that's what happens to ritual murder. The blood libel just added a dimension of crazy to this that made it even more popular. The blood libel is the argument that not only do the Jews need to reenact the crucifixion, they need to drain and drink the blood of the victim. They have to actually go. Why do they need to drink the blood? Well, there's lots of different crazy reasons. Maybe I'll show you. Here's like you see a crowded map of how many places had blood libels after that first one in 1144. This is Simon of Trent in 1479, one of the most widely publicized blood libels. And you can see all of the Jews gathered around here. This is like it's part of a large broadsheet. Like one of the reasons why it's so popular in the 15th century is because that's when the printing press comes out, and public announcements were often made on these large sheets of what looked like newsprint, and then they would like post them on walls. Sometimes they would actually make, if you get to Europe, you'll see like the round pillars in public spaces, and they post these big things. In Israel, you see in Pashkevilin, same kind of idea, like don't go to a college kind of messages that you see in some places, I should say. That's how this would be posted. It was not colored. This is a colorized version. It just adds a little level of vibrancy to it. The Jews here, and they all have names because below it would be a long text in medieval German that most people could not read, but they could see the cartoon image. They have these little ruels here, these little badges that indicate they are Jews. From the year 1215 on, Jews are required to wear some kind of distinguishing badge like this. And here is the unfortunate Simon, who is held in a cruciform position. There are Jews who are tormenting him with specific torments that are meant to mimic the account of the Gospels, and they're circumcising him because, after all, the founder of Christianity was also circumcised, so they have to make the victim, Christ-like in that regard. They're catching the blood in a little pan, and then later they will do various things with the blood. One of the most popular myths is that they would bake it into the matzah. And for those of you who, I'm sure all of you have eaten matzah, which is made completely out of flour and water, you know that a little bit of blood would probably make it taste better. God forbid, I didn't say that, I'll have to cut that out for the video. But there's no blood in matzah, obviously. There are also interesting thoughts that Jewish men are subject to menstruation. And so they lose iron every month, and they have to drink Christian blood in order to replenish the iron. Other stories that say that you know they're infertile, and the only way that they can reproduce is if they consume this blood, or it's an aphrodisiac. And there's all kinds of absolutely bizarre stories. If you're curious about this really weird aspect of medieval history, I recommend you look at Joshua Trachtenberg's remarkable work written right during the Holocaust, trying to wake people up as to how long this has been going on, called The Devil and the Jews. Very powerful work. He lists, 20 different things that people believe Jews did with this blood, and amazing examples of Christians actually trying to buy the blood so that they can use it for their purposes as well. And of course, there is no blood to be honest. But this blood libel just became such a powerful peg in the mind of medieval Europe that it caused the Jews violence. Here's another depiction of Beatus Simon Martyr, which basically means Saint Simon the Martyr. As I mentioned earlier, the church in most cases completely decried the whole idea of the blood libel. They said it's crazy. Jews would go to the Pope and say, please, we're getting all these calumnies applied to us, and we're getting attacked, and it's not fair, it's not true. And the church would actually, be forthcoming and say, the Jews are right, it's not true, and so on. But there were some exceptions. Simon Martyr was one of them. He was actually beatified by the church, which means he was one level short of becoming a saint. Quite often they would take the remains of the child, who was killed by who knows whom, definitely not the Jews, and then be buried in the wall of the church. You can go to churches today in Europe and you can see where they have, the remains of these children who were horribly killed, but the Jews were blamed for it. Well, I don't think you'll find too many people who are going to go along with that, but historians recognize it for what it is as best we can. But here's another one from the 18th century in Poland. They often have these kinds of horrific images of Jews. It relates to the whole idea of pedophilia and things like that. The Nazis just made tremendous use of this entire story in their propaganda. It is one of the horrific attacks on Jews. But there's another really good reason to start leaving Western Europe. It would follow them to Eastern Europe, but the idea was we got to get away from this crazy. So the question Mr. Parente asks is, there's kind of like an iconographic standard for the ugly Jew. There's a great book by Sandra Gilman. I think it's called The Jew's Body. It might be called The Jew's Nose. I'm not sure. But Sandra Gilman is the author. And he argues that it comes from the late 19th century with the discovery of the Venus de Milo, which is a very famous Greek statue of a woman. And it was considered in the late 19th century, and it was displayed in the Louvre as like the ideal human form. And so a lot of anti-Semitic caricaturists started saying, well, this is the ideal, with the aquiline nose and the right body proportion, then the Jew must be the opposite of that. And that's when the kind of capitalist image, the large group, it's late 19th century, that's like a good argument for it. Okay, so let's go to one last related charge, and this is fascinating. Now, the ritual murder morphs into the blood libel, makes Jews feel very uncomfortable during this time period. And we can say much more about this. Really, we can teach a whole semester on the blood libel. There are crazy examples where, For example, you didn't even have to have a body. You know, like the Noah incident of 1171, where some guy thought he saw a Jew carrying a body, but nobody reported a missing child. Nobody found the body. Nevertheless, they attacked all the Jews, massacred them, you know, over a bloodline. It was a crazy, crazy thing. Post desecration, however, is kind of like the next step up in this entire crazy belief system, and it affected Jews very heavily. And unlike the blood libel, post desecration tended to have the support of the church. The church actually found, the Catholic Church found it advantageous to even promote, to some degrees, the post desecration story because it served their own agenda. I'll explain. So the term host refers to a little wafer that became part of Catholic religious practice. Taik. It was part of a ritual called communion, that when you were a Catholic in good standing and you had said your confession and done whatever penance was required, then you would enter into communion, which would involve the drinking of a little bit of wine and the consumption of this little cracker. It looks like a Ritz cracker kind of thing, like you have a kiddush. And this would be like a very dramatic moment. And from the 14th century on, in particular, the Catholic Church adopted a doctrine called transubstantiation, where they said that the consumption of this wafer and this wine, which is in memory of the Last Supper, actually literally becomes the body of Christ. That it's literally the body of Christ that you are consuming. I know that sounds a little weird. It sounds weird to me, but it's somebody else's religion, so that's what they believe. So, and that's like a very holy thing to actually be consuming the body. So, through this doctrine of transubstantiation, where it's not a symbol, it's not like it's representative of, it's actually the thing itself, mamish. So, if it is the thing itself, then it stands to reason that Jews would want to torture it. Right? If they are killing Christian children, as the argument goes, in order to reenact the passion, certainly they're going to do it the wafer itself, which represents Jesus literally. That's the argument. So the church, whereas they thought the blood libel was really dangerous and put it down, post desecration actually supported the argument for transubstantiation as a doctrine, which was not an easy sell. So here's a post desecration story that is described from the German city of Passau, so the 14th century, and it's basically again written with cartoons because most people were illiterate, even though it does have the German text above it, kind of like a graphic novel. And the stories are almost all the same. Here is a Christian accomplice. Typically, there will be like a renegade Christian in these stories. There's also a renegade Christian in a lot of the blood libel stories. A renegade Christian, helps the Jews find the child, that kind of thing. Here's a renegade Christian, goes to the church, and you can see he's looking over his shoulder as he steals the host. Right? Those for the wafers. Oops, sorry, up the head. And then he goes and takes it to the Jews. You can tell they're Jews because they have really well on their shirts there, their tunics, and he accepts money for the host. The host is then brought back to the synagogue by the Jews. They got it in a little box here, and in their synagogue, they torture the host. You see they're stabbing with knives. Miraculously, it bleeds. It starts to bleed. That's again demonstrating the miraculous properties of the host. You can see that the Christian artist has never actually been in this synagogue or has to look carefully because he's trying to reproduce the Stelufota bridge here in Hebrew. How to write Hebrew, so you find gibberish up there. And then what happens is, like the police come to the door and say, "Hey, what's going on in here?" We hear like some screaming, right? Like the host is screaming as it were. So the Jews say, "Quick, get rid of the evidence." They collect it up, they throw it into the furnace, and miraculously the form of a small child appears in the flames, and doves fly out of the flames to be caught by waiting angels, right? Like all these miracles are attached to it to sort of reinforce the idea of transubstantiation. All of this stuff is Narishkeit, Bürgermeister is not true at all. The next part, unfortunately, is typically what actually happens. There's a mob, bursts into the synagogue, they arrest all the Jews, they behead them. This is also a typical Jewish act from the 13th century. They torture them over the flames, they set them on fire. The Christian is then taken away for other punishments, and the synagogue is rededicated as a church. These are the body parts up here from blood Bibles, things like that. So host desecration, also hugely popular from the 13th century onward. It's ritual murder, the blood Bible, the host desecration. It just gets crazier and crazier. This is the map that shows the spread of the host desecration. This also spreads into Spain quite heavily as well. Okay. Oof, that's so exhausting and nasty. Questions, yes, Mr. Valente? I didn't understand what your question was. Were they spread separately from what? Oh, that's good. It would be interesting to kind of correlate this stuff with witch hunts, which happens quite a bit later for the most part. I think there has been a lot of stuff written on the spread of superstition connected with mass media. Like, when it's one thing for two guys sitting in an inn telling a story, there's only a certain degree of impact you can have when it's one to one or one to a few. But once you start getting broadsheets, and once you start getting you won't have newspapers at this time, but once you have more technologies of dissemination, then it just goes crazy. Like, we live in the same time. We live in the era of the internet, right? Where someone can have a super crazy idea, like QAnon, right? And within weeks, all of a sudden, QAnon is like a real thing. And people start saying, "Oh my gosh, is it true? Who is Q, anyways?" You guys know what I'm talking about, by the way? Or what else? Sorry. Yes. Stay away from social media. It's really unhealthy. QAnon is a bizarre sort of super crazy idea that involved the most weird ideas. Like, for example, it was back in the 2016. It was especially a huge during COVID. But it goes back to 2016. One of the weirdest aspects of it was the idea that Democrats were actually lizards from outer space. I'm not making this up. Lizards from outer space were bent on kidnapping children and committing pedophilic acts. It got so bad that for some reason there were people who identified a particular pizzeria in Washington, saying that this was like a QAnon, belief that this pizzeria had a basement where they were doing this, and some guy brought a gun to the pizzeria and shot it up, looking for the basement. There's no basement. Like, it's just, it's floodlight. It's like, oh, sorry, in the back, yeah. Yeah, it did happen. It's super crazy things that happen. And it has a lot to do with how information is shared. And we don't know what it means to share on the internet. Maybe you know better than I do because you're digital natives, but we don't know how to share it. Mr. Rubin. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. There are some really crazy things. Okay, so we have 7 minutes left. We'll do the expulsion part. Okay, there you go. Oh, Black Death. You might not get this part. If things couldn't get worse, you have the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. Right? It was 1340s to about 1360. You have this terrible plague that reaches Europe, and nobody has natural immunities to it. The contemporary opinion is that it's based on a particular bacteria that's on a particular kind of flea that was on a particular kind of rat that made it from Asia on some of the boats landing probably and it just like carves a swath of deaths in all of Europe, with mortality rates reaching like 40-50% in some places. Horrible bleeding death with big ulcers called buboes that would grow up in, with lymph glands and things like that. And people are like, obviously, freaking out. Think it's COVID-19, but with a lot more blood, with a lot more mortality. Yeah, mortality. Yeah, it was happening really fast, and also people don't have any good idea about how germs spread, right? Yeah, they don't have a good idea about any kind of this contagion theory. Um, there are a lot of interesting Jewish accounts because remember how it's used to be related to this in ways? Well, they'll need the away policy. Okay, so unfortunately, as much as we like to think that, we have no basis for saying that Jews suffered less. We do have these arguments that, okay, Jews wash more because they wash their hands before bread. Again, usually without soap. I don't know how many times you guys wash your clothes done with soap, right? So you wash without bread, without soap. And we would bathe more often, like once a week. Right? So that's not exactly bathing so much. There's another argument that says that it's kind of crazy. The Jews didn't like dogs. Like, there is some stuff in the Gemara about owning a bad dog. The Jews own cats instead. Cats chase rats. Rats run away. No rats, no fleas, no bubonic plague. But all of that is just supposition. In fact, more likely, Jews probably died at a higher rate because of the urban penalties. They're living in close contact with each other. When you have a contagious disease like this, you're much better off living isolated in a farm than you are living in an urban setting. We simply don't know if there's a Jewish death rate different from Christians during the Black Death. The reason we do know a lot about the Black Death and Jews, though, is because a lot of Jews were doctors. Jewish doctors are writing down, hey, I tried this, it worked, it didn't work, I tried that, and we have a lot of fascinating accounts that are specifically from Jewish doctors describing the progression of the disease. How this affects Jewish history specifically, though, is that, at the time, like this is a 16th century religion, the triumph of of death, right? These horrific kind of scenes really worth looking at when you watch the video closely, with skeletons riding all over the place and big, like hurting people into coffins like this, and which is a period of tremendous fear, and nobody knew what exactly was going on. One of the versions of explaining the Black Death that circulated, it's very popular, is that Jews were poisoning the wells of Europe. And what they were doing is they made a pact with the lepers, and they were taking bits of their flesh that fell off and poisoning the wells. So here's an example. This is actually from England that shows a Jew. At the time this was designed, they didn't know what Jews dressed like because Jews had already been expelled from England at the time, but he's wearing like kind of their impression of what a Jew must wear, this special hat and things like that. And he's holding this leather pouch that has, the flesh of lepers in it, and he's dumping it into the well, and coming spinning out of the well is a kind of a demon that urinates back into the well and poisons it. In the background, just for good measure, is a ritual murder victim as well. And since this is in English, I'll show you a little bit closer in the text to look at. Here it says in the shoulder notes, a great infection in all Europe by reason the water in the wells was poisoned. The allies themselves, the allies themselves, the leper, are holes they made a point with the consumption of the blood of man, being composed with certain venomous herbs, adopted in a little linen pot. Find a stone in the same to make it sink to the bottom, nicely sapped and fed. The infection of all the fountains of blood, the Christian, bizarre kind of ideas circulating. All of these things together, this is like why Jews felt not welcome into the ritual murder, the blood libel, The Black Death, whose consisted of running crossboards in the 14th century. Lots of reasons to leave Western Europe. And again, as we shall see, God willing, on Monday when we meet again, Eastern Europe was saying, hey, please, come here. We don't have a very advanced economy. You guys are great at developing economies. Please come. We'll let you settle. We'll give you all kinds of commissions and so on. And this is the time when Jews are being forced out of Europe all over the place. This is from 1182, when Jews were first expelled from France, largely that we talked about with the economic situation, and this is where we're going to move it off. The most important of those expulsions must be later in 1492 from Spain, but we're still just a little bit shy of that. Okay, I managed to get through the entire lecture. Any last minute questions before we wrap up? Thank you very much for joining me. Here we go. Last week, last century, when we were talking about the negative pressures that are being used eastward out of Western Europe, right? What kind of pressures? Remember what was going on? Western Europe, the part here. So there were these figures, right? Exactly, the masters of Shillington and Master, good. What else? Acting them out. Governments were doing out. Governments kicked them out, right? We got expulsions in France from 1182, like 5 or 6 of them through the next century and a half. And anyone told why be ready? Why are they kicked out? Generally speaking, when the peasants owed you money, you have a rebellion. When the nobles owed you money, you have an expulsion. Right? It's just because that's how they deal with it. And of course, they end up inviting them back. Right? What about some of like the really bizarre ideas? Time that made you feel welcome? Was no anyone doing? One line will just get free. She's got one ritual murder. Right. As a mountain, what are they so exactly? That was no specification. What's the name of the practice? Kill practice. Okay, that's it. So ritual murder is technically the earliest thing we've done by it. The ritual murder charge is begins in 1144 in North England. Is the idea that Jews must respond to all using the act of crucifixion. And so they ritually murder a child. That's the argument. Later, they added to that the blood aspect. Okay, so we've definitely got an environment where Jews are thinking how pretty well in Western Europe. At the same time, we're going to have this whole, this actual invitation to Jews to flee from one door is shutting, another door is opening at the same time, and this is going to be the basis of the great Eastern European Ashkenazic center. Because even though, as we saw in our very first time, genetics is Russian, the vast majority of Ashkenazim descend from the Eastern Poland, Lithuania, Ukraine, Belarus, to certain degree Russia. They use Mexican outcomes in the search.
Oh, baby. Which one is that?
Okay. Let's just change for a second about this story. You've already seen Salad we talked about Sam about it a few weeks ago. Very interesting story. He died in 2008, something like that. He was especially known for his conception of the black-most vision of Jewish history. Criticizing the entire definition of Jewish history that it's all persecution and yet we overcome persecution, do great things and stuff like that. So we talked about him for this, and we're going to come back to what he said. But I want to choose you. This other great historian that had a huge impact on the way we think about history. This man, not secret, either as well. Ronke was one of the first So we really try and figure out what is history, what do we mean by this discipline we call history. This is years, right? From the 19th century. That means that all those people who wrote history centuries and centuries before it, they're not necessarily writing history in modern historians. Right? What could possibly be different about history written in 2000 and history written in 2000? What's different?
One hard time, I think they're not going to.
Okay, good. More use of sources, but even more basic. What sources do you use? Well, just go look at something there. What do you mean by that? Direct facts. What is a direct fact?
Just things that actually happen, maybe instead of fiction stories.
And so now you said that you believe that? No, before you said that, you said exactly quote. You were Metaben in grade from one, so when you said things that actually happen, remember you said that? Right? You said history is Geschichte ist das es eigentlich gewesen war. Translation, what actually happened. History is what actually happened. And that's what's his big deal. Because, you know what? Too much of this all the history that's written up until now, it's not. Once it's identity remains law. So people say, so classically, what actually happened? What are people writing? They're writing, like Mr. Silver suggested, stories, edifications. You know, they're writing like narratives. And the purpose of these earlier histories are not to chronicle the facts of what actually happened.
It's really unprecedented. This motherfucker throwing up gang signs like a pimp. Wah, wah, wah. You're a bunch of fucking Jews.
Whatever it is, they're more of an art form than science, sure. And from Rabbi said, we have to really think about what we're doing because history is not supposed to be fiction. There's supposed to be a big, line in the shelf in the library on the left is fiction, on the right is history. But in reality, until a lot of history was still pretty fictionalized. Like, there's no problem here. Mythology straight into like wars and stuff like that. So this is history. Even later we really criticize the 20th century saying, well, but that was really important, sort of turning point in how we understand history. Is history supposed to be for something, like to inculcate certain values? Chances are when you went to study history in high school, particularly if you studied Jewish history in high school, they were trying to teach you a certain value set. That was like teaching a bunch of facts. And that was appropriate because we want to build up people's identity or whatever. But it's not necessarily the history that a lot of people would be happy with. Another really important thing here is not about like, well, how can he is the founder of modern physicists. As distinct from some precursors like Spinoza, but Wellhausen was the first person to really try and use history to undermine the way in which we come out. And so we had an incredibly explosive impact on how everybody appreciates sacred colors. So we're not going to go into the theories, but one of them is so important to us that we can't avoid putting them on the board here. And that is a very, very valuable insight. That history tends to reveal more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. What could that possibly mean? History reveals more about the period in which it is written than the period in which it is writing about. Mr. Yes. So, the people who are writing this period, people who are writing during these times, they are kind of impartial witness to what's the law. They'll get more about their personal views and letters and actions. Nice thing if you're talking about primary sources. But for example, I wrote my dissertation on the period 1917 to 1920. Contrary to my looks, I'm not that old. I was not around 1917. I was about construction and but I was ready in the 1990s. So how could what I'm doing in the 1990s be more reflected in my book of 1917 than what actually the whole book is about? I definitely was. So diary, what's my documents, I looked at archaeology and all that. But I'm writing it on my children, thinking, oh my God, it's five issues, and I'm filtering everything I know historically. Very nice. That's what people are so it says you're actually blinded by hindsight. We're looking backwards, but our perspective is today. So what I'm trying to understand everything through today. It's like, for example, sometimes people look at biographies of great individuals, and they'll see that occasionally they may say something that jars us by our common sensibility. It's like it jars us when they say something about slavery, or them necessarily being, saying, "Oh, we hate slavery, it's bad." They just like, "Oh, wait, that was," or they avert, for example, that Nashing God's intelligence. That women are light-minded. They say, "Oh, man, misogyny." Well, excuse me, they weren't misogynists in the 4th century. That was like everybody saw that. But if you view that person's attitude as if you live in the 21st century, then we'll make you pass out character judgments. We just that. But that's what Belhausen's main thing is. That we tend to view history from the perspective of where we live, and bring to that we try to get through all of our contemporary biases. And it takes a tremendous amount of intellectual push to try and bring together. Some historians, some philosophers, would say it's impossible to bring together, but that's not for us to say. Finally, Sarah Ron is home, as he says, that's what's going on with it. There's history that we're going to look at today, which has a tremendous amount of biases built in by a contemporary situation. We tend to look at what actually happened, but we look at a narrow slice of it, not looking at the water picture of what actually happened, as I demonstrated in the bylaw and right? For example, if you think about what's going on in Ukraine right now, and I made this part of the picture a couple of years ago. When I wrote about 2022. Now it's even clearer because we're in a strange moment with the U.S. and Ukraine and with Russia. But this, I like this picture in particular because a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about today is the conflict of Jews and Ukrainians in particular, which was like horrific and epic in the 17th century in some ways. But here we are in the 21st century, and here's a little Jewish guy flanked by these two big, scary-looking Ukrainian guys, it's just such a jarring reminder of how much things have changed. And I believe that actually most people look at Ukrainian Jewish history very differently today because of the contemporary political climate. They would look at it totally differently. 50 years ago, 100 years ago, it's the same history. Nothing changed because once the past is over, it's done with. But actually, that's not true. One author said the past is it's not dead, it's not even over. Still keep reliving the past, but unless we go fast. Let us now, with that kind of introduction to historiography, which I think made it more mysterious than actually clarifying, but hopefully we'll come back to these ideas that may have revealed. Let's talk about the migration pressure itself. Here's a map that basically shows the movement of Jews from central Germany. It's a little bit, I want to put this yellow part a little bit higher as well, but it's making their way specific years to many communities in what would later become Latvia, Estonia, not so much. Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia. This is here it's labeled just as Russia because this map is sort of reflecting the 19th century Russian Empire, but as I'm sure all of you are aware, the Russian Empire, which was succeeded by the Soviet Empire, fell apart in 1991, revealing itself to be full of much smaller important countries like Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, and so on. But we've got this significant eastward movement of Jews, pressured from the nasty things we talked about last week, but at the same time invited into Eastern Europe. So I have to figure out why are they invited into it? Okay, let's look at it. Here is the political map of the largest country in Europe, with much of the later Middle monarchy. It's a country known as the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The reason why it's called the Commonwealth is because it was produced as a result of a dynastic union between the monarchies of Poland and Lithuania. As you can see, it's massive. It stretches all the way from the Black Sea, the Baltic Sea, almost down to the Black Sea. Here, this would be the southern part of Ukraine. Here's Crimea, still contested region of contemporary Ukraine held by Russia. Well, actually, now this is more or less the front line of the Russian-Ukrainian war today, too. Russia has most of this, although the Ukrainian has a conflicting territory in the further, and the thing here is part of Russia, although this part is still in Ukraine, but close to everywhere. Germany is over here. And so, Central Europe, way over here, with England, plays a big country. And more significantly, it's actually filled with several distinct ethnicities. There are Ukrainians and Belarusians who are Eastern Orthodox, right? The Christian church has an Eastern section called Orthodox, it's ruled by 7 patriarchs. The Western church, Poland in particular, is under the Catholics. There's a little chunk of Ukrainians here who are also Catholics. And they're also speaking closely related Slavic languages for the most part. Ukrainian and Belarusian are both written with a Cyrillic alphabet like Russian, with a handful of letters different, both in shape and in pronunciation. Poland is also a Slavic language, but written with the Roman alphabet, the one that we use for English. Lithuanian and Latvian, Estonian are a totally different language family altogether. So many different people there. You also have a certain amount of Greeks and Armenians, but the next biggest minority, of course, is the Jews. The Jews first entered this area, as far as we can tell, from the Crimea Peninsula, where they were first there with Greek trading organizations back around the year 0. And then you also have some Byzantine Khazar migrations, specifically to the region of Kenya, which actually was caused by that. That's kind of a weird thing. When you listen to the video, it was Kyiv is not a place. I don't know why they put 2 syllables in that word. In Russian, it's pronounced Kiev, or Kiev. And that's why in English, for the longest time, that's what you said, Kiev. Just like, you know, I don't know, Paris. Yeah, that's the name. But if you Ukrainian, you have slightly different vowel combination, the sounds are sounding, and it's pronounced K-E. 2 syllables. I don't know why people say Kyiv, but it's Kyiv. Whereas Kiev, sitting right about here, was actually the center of the medieval period of a massive princedom, wasn't really a kingdom, that was later regarded by the Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles, like Belarusians, as their own. But in many ways, they were totally separate. And in fact, after the Mongol invasion of 1240, they were literally separate because that was good for this kingdom. We do know that there's lots of Jews actually in Kyiv from the year 1000 on. There's lots of archaeological evidence. There's topographical evidence, places like the Khazarian Gate and so on. And I believe we even discussed, yeah, we did, the famous Otis Gramenia Vets, the Chronicle of Dry Bygone Years, where it's the 11 year I decided between religions. So that dates from about the year 999. So we definitely know that Jews are very active in this region from a very, very long time ago. Then you've got this massive influx that comes in from Germany, and this is really where we get the huge bulk of Jewish population. So much so that they're really involved, among other things, in the very first units in Poland, meaning making money, literally making money. There's a whole pile of very early Polish coins, and you notice anything unusual about them? They have people all over them. They are like totally Hebrew. Why are the Poles minting money with Hebrew letters? Nobody else can read them anyway. Good. Because they like Polish jokes are written on them or something. Yeah, exactly. Poles are not literate. And the only people who are really producing these things are the Jews. The Jews are the ones who know how to handle them, their value, and so on. And they're only, they don't know the Latin alphabet. They're printing money in Hebrew letters. Why are Jews doing this? Why do you think that Polish people do this? On the lavish level. So, yeah, but why would he want to attract them if he has Poles already in the country? Yes, and I know that they didn't know how to do it. The Jews already, by the time we get to the 1300s, they've got a long track record of being extremely strong in finance. There is no exception, right? Because basic monopoly and money went in because of the British wealth back then, and only people allowed to that finance. They're literate and numerate. They have extensive experience by now with producing coinage. And so the Poles were saying, you know, it's so hard to get us from this old barter economy where people are buying things like rabbit skins and bushels of grain. We need to like move to that more advanced money economy, like they're doing in Germany and France. Let's get some Jews over here to do this for us. And the Jews are very happy to come in and start working on these things. You see lots of those folks up over there. This one's my favorite. It says, Mashro Karo, King Eshko, which is, it's great. Karo is just amazing things. Going back to this here, a lot of them settle in particular in right bank Ukraine. You can buy that as so significant bank area. But what this term right bank means, because there is a major river that bisects Ukraine. It runs from Chernobyl, right? Chernobyl, Rabbi, Chernobyl disaster. It runs from the north down into the Black Sea. And as it flows southward, when you're facing the water's flow, the right hand is called the right bank, and the left side is called the left bank. The Jews are hugely concentrated in the left bank, primarily because of an economic institution that was especially welcoming for them. That's called a renta. So hang on to that word, a renta, because it's something like 20,000 Jews lived there in 1648, and of course they, because of the outbreak of the great Misty rebellion, when you look at this map here, it just gives you a sense of the tremendous scope of Jewish settlement. Each one of these place names represents a place that has Jews living there by the time you get to the 17th century. Huge spread of Jews, unlike in Shire farms and mines, where you have a tiny little group concentrated in three places. Here, Jews are spread out. They're small numbers. They tend to be village and town based. Some cities as well. This looks like a good question for the Anderson answer. Why do they prefer this setup rather than a really concentrated urban environment? Money, thank you. Right. Money, let's do it here. Economic opportunity. Yeah, exactly. as we shall see, the kinds of economic opportunity that this environment afforded was especially good for much smaller pockets of trees rather than the massive concentrations we would get with industrialization when factories start developing and new industries like department stores, things like that. That's really when it starts to choose really big communities like Warsaw, places like that. But in these tiny little settlements, which were called shtetl in Yiddish, the shtetl is the singular. Shtetl is a British form of the Ukrainian word "mistechko," which simply means village. So shtetl is like a little village, at the end of the continuum, even smaller. And so shtetl is the plural of shtetl. So they're setting up all these shtetls all there. Here is the river, so this is all right bank over here. Okay, we're going to talk about the specific environment. The invitation of the Jews, to come in and please do this stuff for us. The committee turned out to be fairly short there. It's like a render, which I've been described now as much larger. This happens to be a 19th century depiction of the Jews coming to the king, and they should say, well, how come the Jews are here? You don't like this. You got to invite them here. It's just the Jews are like, oh, please let us in. This guy was termed as Mosaic, but it's unusual to sound right sure that's not the 19th century adaptation. It was so good for the Jews for hundreds of years in Poland that the tradition arose that Poland, or Poland in English, was really an acronym for the Hebrew words "po," here, then. We will rest, which is like Nina. Clothing, here we will rest. And after all our wanderings from Western Europe to North Africa, and states of blood idols, finally find it here. Oh, yeah, Poland, we studied it here. And we talked about some nasty things, especially in the over there. So, one of the most important things that brought them there was this thing called Magdeburg Direct. This is really important. Magdeburg is the name of a town in Germany that was one of the first to codify the rule of being a citizen of that town. These were citizens that are going to apply like equal rights, if that concept is introduced in the religion. But if you were an authorized resident of Magdeburg, you had certain rights that were carved up in your community group. And the Jews in particular have this Magdeburg Rest, which gave them, when they came into a specific town, gave them specific rights and responsibilities. We spoke about the briefly, I'm talking about the early tectonic restaurants, but the kinds of things that Jews could insist on, for example, was that they could be given monopolies in certain industries, such as we shall see, for example, alcohol distillation and sale. They could be allowed to be the only people allowed to sell alcohol. They could be allowed to be the only people to engage in taxation, things like taking tolls, whatever industry. I know sometimes, like, if you go to get your dry cleaning done here, anywhere in North America, I think, 9 out of 10 times you're going to be dealing with Koreans. Why that is, I don't know. But like a lot of Koreans, I guess, gravitate to that industry. If you get your hair cut in Queens, for sure it's going to be the Korean cut. It's like every barber, like a 50-mile radius of agriculture men is a Korean cut. Because there's some kind of like sort of say, what am I going to do with myself? I'm going to do it. So I know you should be a barber. My cousin is a barber. Well, let's give you some tips. So there's one of those industries that was really big for Jews was alcohol production, as we shall see that more seriously. Magdeburg also reinforced a lot of the tectonos that the tequila had imposed, including the Heder HaYishuv. You remember what the Heder HaYishuv was? Exactly. The Heder HaYishuv was literally the ban on settlement. You can only move to the town if you have permission for now. You can't come in here and open up a competing Asian restaurant. even if your everyone's are way better, it's a matter of you control how many people will be engaged with your race. So my people are red, it's kind of like more like, these are pretty modern societies. They don't have extensive bureaucracy. This is pre-Doge, right? Nobody is downsizing these massive bureaucracies. And so the government essentially hands over a lot of this government tasks to the cities, and the cities will set these things up. Why would they want to give these kind of rights to Jews? What?
Allow you to say that profit
I would say not so much number one, not so much number three, but number two. There's actually the bigger workers allows these children. The third one was, allow these sort of like happily. I don't think those are big, but make money. Everybody wants to. The freedoms of the world. Once again, right? The whole idea is that the Jews are prosperous. The king can tax them. They're not the only. He's not the only ones that tax them. Local municipalities can tax them too. And so there's an open recognition that Jews are very good at making money through a lot of skills that are not widely shared in the population, like literacy and literacy. And so let the Jews live here, give them the privileges they want to do set up shop, and then we will tax them. Right? Kind of like Lahavdil, why a spiritual community might want to open up that gambling casino. Right? They might not like here in Queens, no gambling in Queens. There's gambling by the highway or something. Okay, by JFK, it's like a racetrack. Yeah, so people, why would you want to have a gambling casino? You think it's going to attract people who are maybe not from Stallions areas, and a lot of despair. Why would you want to have that in your neighborhood? Well, for money, thank you, right? Because you can tax it. It's a vice. People are willing to pay taxes on vices. That's why cigarettes are so expensive. But you don't want to put it in the center of the residential area. You know, too much pushback. So the Jews were a little bit like that. Nobody really wanted the Jews to live there. So many of them are not Christians. They don't believe like that, stuff like that. But you know what? It makes a lot of money. So as long as we can take it to themselves, we'll be happy with it. And my people are ranked for the whole body of laws that was good for Jews. It gave them the rights and protection and privileges, and it regulated the degree to which they did the same sex. Yes. Oh, here's that. It was started named after one town in Germany, but it was copied over and over again throughout Eastern Europe. As the Jews were eastward, they're saying, "Oh, you want us to move to this town? Fine, and we'd like to have some Magdeburg friends." And they'll say, "Well, Magdeburg friends, I'll tell you." And then they would set up the same kind of thing. That's like the classic. So by the time you get to the 18th century, and just look at the density of Jewish settlements here in what would be the end of Pennsylvania, it's massive, right? Really concentrated, especially in right banks, right? Now, really, I think then that's whole. I'll talk about the council of administration. Here is one of the amazing things about this period of time, which wanted to be the early dissertation and work of the great Jewish historian Shimon Gutman, who is a phenomenal historian of Eastern Europe. He lived until 1941 when he was shot dead by the Nazis. His last words to his students who came crowding around his body as he let out, he said in Yiddish, "Schreib und Vorschreib." Write and record. And he gave a signal using the last notes, the last will. Keep recording, keep writing it down, right? People know what happened. But anyway, he wrote his dissertation on the Great Council of Lands, which is what happened. You have, like, in all of these tiny steps all over, you have kahal. So we talked about the kahal structure, with the basin, and there's the panas and the pillars and stuff like that. So each kahal is making its own rules, which are basically Talmudic in nature, but they're going to have some variation in local customs, things like that. But after a while, they say, you know what? There's so much stuff that we share amongst our neighborhoods, and that we could actually standardize ourselves, even organize ourselves into a kind of super kingdom. One big one big council that would pass legislation for all the deals in Bolshevik finance. And the Kahara, that's what we did. Instead of, first when they said 4 lines, then they said 5 lines. I'm just calling it the Council of Lands for simplicity. This was essentially a super government, which was ironically way more sophisticated, provided far more services than the actual government of Bolivia for about 200 years. This is like an incredible high point of Jewish self-government, where every single Israel was operating in the same legal system, same kind of avenues to appeal, and allowed for tremendous expansion of the Jewish community. So, like, this is exactly. The Council of the 4 Lands. So, really, an amazing institution. I'm just curious, what kind of things do you think that they were involved in? What did they pass legislation on? Juries. Taxes are good, right? Control taxes, use taxes, definitely good call. What else? How to deal with people who are out of line, for example, somebody like users. Yeah, good point, Mr. Rubin. You're absolutely right. How to deal with people who refuse to recognize authority. Like, let's say you're living in Minsk, and the basement sends you a stereo and you got to show up to court. You say, I'm not going to listen to the court. I'm going to go up to Minsk, right? So if there's no central government, so now you live in Minsk. That's kind of like America is like that today, right? You don't like the big thing in Detroit, so then you move to Seattle because you can, right? And unfortunately, our base doesn't have the power to kind of chase you to Seattle. But if you run out of our authority, you can say, oh, really? Escape the rules by going to Minsk? No way. There's a harem placed on you in Minsk. You are also going to be under harem in Minsk, which was like huge. Again, remember, there is no secular Jewish identity at this point. The only way you can escape the power of your faith is that you become Christians. There's no sort of like, I'm just not going to throw you. That's something that I was raised essentially on afterwards for Western Europe, and eventually Eastern Europe as well. But it's not at all true. In other words, there was a system going around. One other area that you might go, like where you feel see a lot, for example, is in Egypt. The guy wants to not see his wife yet, and he says, I want to punch my wife, I'm going to move to Minsk, and his wife is stuck in Minsk. Well, they will send Rabbi into Minsk to pick him up and bring him back to Minsk and put him again. That's the power, this incredible thing that stretched again through what would be today the 6 countries. Yes, Mr. Rubin. I know in Bohemia they had prisons for Jewish people who it was better they found their own Jewish ends than being treated in hundreds prisons. Was this something that it was absolutely applicable, although flogging was more common in prison. There were this involves great expense, right? You've got to keep feeding them, all kinds of things. So flog them once and it's done. And it's a physical thing people are afraid of it, so flogging is far more common. You go through these areas, you find like some, flogging pillars where they would actually see where these ones. Money was flogging, and all that. Okay, one other thing you might find surprising, but I guarantee you see it every single day, it is an innovation of the bottom source. I can give you a hint, I don't know if I can give you a hint. What do you see when you first open up a book at PC book? Close to copyright, yeah, well, we'll call it that. So, scum, all right, so custom. Now, what is a certified? I guess it's more like, it's a growing word of emotional word, right? Yeah, right. So it's very much credibility makes sense. Like who writes stuff that's not a phrase? Big rabbis. Right? Big rabbis say, all right. I know a big rabbi writes, I didn't have any chance to read this book, but everybody tells me that the author is a really nice guy and decides it, right? Until he later revokes it because they found it right? But that's how we use it today. But the scums were invented by the God of Sos because of the new technology analogy of printing. Because it used to be when you wrote a essay there, that basically once anyone had the manuscript, they could, if they wanted to, spend the time to copy it out. It was expensive to teacher, but copy it out. But once that printing happened, and the price of printing books dropped significantly, and then suddenly became a great adventure. Oh my gosh, I found this manuscript here. I can just put it into typeface, print it off, and I'll make a million sloppy, which is worth like $12. I did but I like people were saying this is great. And so, and you can also do that with someone else's printing books. So let's say, for example, you live out there in Johnson, and you live in Krakow and you see this tomato, you say, oh, this is a fantastic new book. You grab a copy, you quickly go back to Danzig, you typeset your own version of the book, you print it off, save a lot of money before you possibly ship these books up to Krakow. And it was a real problem because, it was upsetting authors, it was upsetting people who put a tremendous amount of money into the printing process in the beginning. So the Ghana also came out with Ascamos, which originally were just agreements that nobody else was allowed to publish this book for a certain number of years. So we're back to what Mr. Rubin said, copyright. That's essentially what Ascamos were at first. They did not say anything about the quality of the book or the book kind of the author. They basically said nobody else is allowed to publish this book for 5 years, 10 years, whatever it might be. And that was how that evolved into that stuff that we have today. Ironically, the Ascama that we have today is closer to what the Catholic Church uses, called the Imprimatur, which is basically a sign that the Catholic Church says this is okay reading, which you've probably never seen in most read, but sometimes you see a Catholic and so these are the kinds of things that God did, and they continued to fulfill his function at various levels, really up until 1844, when the Shah was finally abolished by the Russian Empire. But very, very active, really up until the late 1700s. Are there any questions? Yes, Mr.
Only when they were stolen, refused to do the rest of the debt, and then Christianity.
That was a typical thing. That might be one way for that to be done. And there's an ongoing problem of some significance. And it's a weird thing. Talking on a psychological level, it's so bizarre that you see over and over again in history. Sometimes when people get divorced, it's an amazing thing, they hate each other so much that they will punish themselves in order to hurt their former spouse. Like saying, like this guy in Israel who went to jail. In Israel, they put him in jail if you don't give a debt. And he went to jail for like 20 years, rather than just like a debt. It's incredible how this thing happens. But that's true. The only way to really escape the region that they did was to convert. And that worked in some, practices. Okay, now we got to talk about the different stuff. Ready? Okay, so here's the thing. Why were Jews fighting so much? We talked a little bit about mental that's just kind of cool because we have a point. So far more significant aspect, something which became the backbone of the Eastern European Jewish economy, was the system known as the renta. It's a Latin word, it's incorporated into the Polish language, and it basically means tax farming. How does this work? If we look at the map, let me just go back to the map for a second here. If you look at the map on Eastern Europe, you have a tremendous number of noblemen of Schlachter, it sounds like Schlechter, but it's not the same way, that are living primarily in Poland. And they, the complex, are dominated by sanctions. Ukraine is not a independent country until the 20th century, and at this point it is part of this Polish. When you call it particularly Polish language, all these massive farmsteads called latifundia. Again, another Latin word, but they've got all these Ukrainians living there as peasants, or a better term in this context would be serfs. SCRF. This is a version of feudalism that lasted up until the 1860s, like 1865, the Constitution period. Serfs are sort of like slaves, except they have a certain degree of freedom of movement. They may not leave the land that they were born into, like the immediate village area, and they're required to pay a tax in goods, like a certain amount of their dollars, or in wages, like money, cash money, which is very hard to find, or in labor. Plus, basically, they would have to spend 1 2 days a week farming for the Lord, and the rest of the time they will live themselves. And so, imagine the ethnic divide here is really crucial. Poles are Catholic and Western facing. The Ukrainians are Orthodox and Eastern facing. They regard each other as aliens to each other, and the Ukrainians are dominated by the Poles. But the thing is, the Poles are far away, and they have these massive farms. How do they regulate those farms? How do they actually benefit from it? The way they do it is the Jews. They bring the Jews in as so-called auditors, which means masters of the arenda, where they are the official tax collectors for the Poles. And it works as a kind of community system. So the Polish nobleman, let's say in Warsaw, will bring a Jewish community, the Jewish shtetl, or it's important to note here very importantly that these shtetl, these villages, and the surrounding farms, they are literally owned. Soil, buildings, everything, owned by the nobleman. Even to a certain degree, the serfs, the people, are owned by the nobleman. But he doesn't want to go there and like be riding around in the buggy all day, making sure that the serfs are working. So what he does is he says to the Jewish community that's kind of there, okay, you guys are my tax collectors. I want you to collect 10,000 zloty for me next year. I want you to collect that money. And the Jews say, we will accept this contract to collect 10,000 zloty for you. And the Roman says, fine. Go ahead and do it. He does not want to get involved in the nitty-gritty of how exactly they collect it, and this is not a modern bureaucracy. There's no IRS around here. And the Jews have to go back, and they have to collect that money from the peasants. Now, two things are important. The first is that who's paying the Jews? The nobleman is not paying the Jews. The Jews are paid by the amount that they collect minus the amount they have to give to the nobleman. So in other words, if you give me a year, we're going to provide 10,000 zloty, then the nobleman says, okay, that's the contract, come back to me next first of LO with 10,000 zloty. The Jews go back, they've got to collect 12,000 zloty, and the 2,000 they collect is for the Jewish community. That becomes their mainstay on their economics. And the nobleman doesn't care how they do it. He doesn't really want to get involved. So they involve all kinds of tax collecting devices, such as most commonly a tax on produce. And you bring in 10 bushels a week, you've got to give one to the nobleman. You trap 100 rabbits in the nobleman's forest, you've got to give over 10 of them. You want to cross the bridge over the lake, the nobleman built this bridge, you've got to pay a toll. In some extreme cases, the documented, if you want to use the nobleman's church, want to baptize your child, want to get married, you have to pay a tax to the Jews who use the church. And as you can imagine, this must have been incredibly galling to the population. We don't know how extensive the specific tax to get the keys to the church really was, at least in terms of historical reality, but in terms of the Ukrainian perception, it's massive. They have these popular folk songs that are memorized by the blind guitarists of the history. And they all go on and on about the poor Jew who tried to cruise around in order to get into the church to get married and stuff like that. And you can imagine that this is a is the mountain house. Okay, let's keep going.
So first of all, the Jews that we pick are separate under times. They were really impoverished. They were the lowest class of peasants. And they were that's all money and money got it.
Well, there you go. That's like Salivera, right? Elvis, what you're saying. First of all, we should understand that our depictions of shtetl life, we're talking about something that lasted for about 700 years, and there are definitely good times and bad times. And also, we have to understand that we're looking at shtetl life, and we've got we don't even think about the fact that we have running water. Right? Whereas going to the river and getting water was a daily chore for everybody. So there's overall spending too much more than hours. So we tend to be distracted by that. But generally speaking, if you were like a Martian coming to the planet and you went to Eastern Europe in, let's say, the year 1600, and you had to choose, do I want to impersonate, do I want to, like, invasion of the body snatcher, do I want to impersonate the Ukrainian peasant, or a Jewish tax collector, or a Polish nobleman? You probably choose Polish nobleman, but second choice would definitely be the Jewish tax collector. They were definitely far wealthier than the typical European peasant.
They're also the scapegoats. That's the Ukrainian scapegoat. They know it's actually developing the days, right? Jews. They would be different behavior.
You are absolutely right. I mentioned here 1600 because in 1648 it all blew up. As you can imagine, huge peasant rebellion, all kinds of anger directed at the Catholic Polish lords and their Jewish middlemen representatives right here in Ukraine. But you can understand the economics behind that huge explosion of anger. And in fact, I'm not being really counterintuitive. You tend to have sort of like a vision, like you said with Bauhaus, a vision that's sort of colored by Fiddler on the Roof. Anyone ever seen that movie, Fiddler on the Roof? Fiddler on the Roof presents some kind of image. A lot of it is true, but that's it presents, let's say, a 1905 image, which is very different from 1600s. Let's think back to the 1600s in the same way. And it's a rosy picture. If you look, however, at a really important story, which I recommend you read, if you're researching this, Yemen Mitsulah. Very, very powerful book by Nathan Hanover, a historian who records the President uprising of 1648, and he just goes to town on how evil it was and how stupid it was for the Jews to get themselves in that kind of economic position. Anyone with eyes in their head could have seen that this headed for a disaster. That eventually things would go up, and they did. And that's from the 17th century. Even, initially self-critical about, wow, bad choice these days. 17th century primary source, absolutely. But, primary witness. Another example might be like, if you look at, it's a terrible genre, it's such a cool genre. If you look at the newspaper and you see there's a financial scandal, like someone cheating the government, someone cheating Medicare, something like that, and you say to yourself, please let it not be a Jewish name. And then you see a sun or a bird as this values, But that's the same kind of thing. But unfortunately, I have this idea that everybody in the 1600s were black hands and the Roman Thomas. It's unfortunately not true. And even the people who were black hands and worship the Thomas were sometimes unfortunately involved in very shady and exploitative economic practices. People were as the wire said, so that's a fascinating question. It's more of a theological question, I think, than an economic or historical question. All I can say, I don't want to step out of my lane, is the theology part, not more of it, it's required. But, we have this idea that we have logos to decline in generations. But we also have the idea of Allah follows the later generations. Right, so what does that kind of steer up? If we are constantly lower than previous generations, and how can we follow the halacha of the later generations? We should follow the halacha of the Mishnah only. We shouldn't look at Mishnah Brewer. Actually, the answer to that is that you might only think I read it somewhere. Eureka has those refers to their spiritual capacity, their ability to, I don't know, empathize or see truth or something differently, but not their scientific intelligence, not their, grasp of advanced math. Those things we follow where we are today. So we become smarter without becoming better. One was just as good. I think if you ask Rabbi Sachs, he'd say, of course you can come up with just a minute for each. If he wants you guys to max out all of your efforts. So I don't know, you guys are asking us, I don't know. Let's talk about a couple other aspects of the event, which is really nasty. One of the aspects of it was Robinazia, as you could say.
So, as you said, that we can talk about in the country, it's a really important, you could say.
It's very good for
not
well, I don't like the idea of warring to justify violence. I wouldn't want to justify violence under any circumstance possible. But I would say that, we can, it's more, let's say, rational. Right? One of the great historians of anti-Semitism is a guy named Walter Latin, and he writes that one of the things that characterizes real anti-Semitism, like that racist that we talked about last week, is that it is fundamentally chimerical in nature. I had a word, I'll write that down, it's good word. Chimera. You know what chimera is? Right. Why would they call anti-Semitism chimerical? So a chimera is like a made-up monster, where you attach things one to another to make up something like, it's like just bizarre, like a three-headed beast or a pink elephant or something like that. So some of that weird stuff that we saw going on in Western Europe, it's like, Jews kill children for their blood. It's like, wow, what weird, totally irrational stuff. This anti-Semitism, on the contrary, is more like an explosion of a socioeconomic basis. I'm not saying it's justified, and certainly not focused on individual criminals. It's an explosion that affects everyone and has horrible, horrific consequences. But you can see where it's coming. Nathan Howard says, the Jews should realize that that bill was intrinsically harmful. We should not be in this business. Now, another example of this, probably not still, basically, you often see it like you see it in the room, the fetch shop, which is like deep in, right? The place where entire Ukrainian peasants here, they have shown some Ukrainian peasants actually in more festive garb. It's not like right out of the neighborhood. But they're coming in and they're enjoying alcohol served by this Hasidic Jew. And there's a guy who wants to play the violin there. What is this scene talking about? What this is referring to is the fact that one of the fastest ways to get taxes is through vice, you say, I'm going to go to gambling, right? Alcohol is also a huge money maker. Why it's so hard to ban alcohol, even after 19th Amendment. What is it? Yeah, 19th Amendment to ban alcohol. Was one of those short-lived amendments. The only amendment that goes on the field, right? Yeah, so they tried to ban the field. Right? Because you can't do it 18th Amendment. Thank you. 18th Amendment. I think the 19th was pretty bad, right? Forget about the 18th Amendment. Not work. But alcohol, everybody loves alcohol. It's the reality of it. People drink alcohol, so we can tax it. It's not something people say, well, that's too much of a tax. I'm not going to drink alcohol. People do drink. So the Jews were frequently given this thing called propaganda, which was part of the Areta. And you Jews are the only people allowed to make alcohol. You are the only people allowed to sell it. And people have to come to your inn in order to drink it. And you can tax people on this. Just add one more layer to your One more layer. Don't forget, Jews are all still small. They're still small-time money lenders. There is the ban on Christians engaging in money lending has disappeared by now. Right? It is already knocked out 14th, 15th century religions. So Christians are still not lending money now. What banks that will lend money and so on. But in this really backwards part of the post-Napoleonic Commonwealth, the only way you can borrow tiny little amounts of money for small things like, spoons or whatever, is going to and lend money. to borrow money. And we pay a significant interest. But it's unregulated. And the Jews are still protected by the government, who's like the king in Western Europe, because he wants to make sure he gets his taxes. He can't abuse the Jew because they get in trouble when he's coming and he do it. So Romanazia is added to the money lending in a way that Ukrainian peasants, they work hard in the fields all day, they just want to come back and have a glass of kettle or a glass of scotch, they show up at the inn, they drink a few, they say to the Jewish people with a fresh pot, put it on my tab. Jewish people, no problem, you're just more sloppy. And then at the end of the harvest season, the guy has all kinds of money because he pulled it all his wheat, and he says, okay, I want to settle my tab, and that's going sloppy as with interest become like 6, 7 sloppy. And that's not the only night he's written on his tab. So all of a sudden he's got like a 300 sloppy bill for alcohol over the year. And he said, what is this? This is like an especially obnoxious form of the renda that was ultimately very, very interesting.
Right, so they would tax them just for the purchase and course you know, and the next time nights and fees and then like what was that relationship? How would they interact with it? They couldn't make over alcohol, but like these are the bad guys.
So there's, I think the question factors because there's no bad guys. There are people trying to live their lives.
You couldn't imagine. She was getting on money. I heard every day that I'm asking, wherever they need. Why would we hang out with them?
So the Jews weren't stealing their money at all. This was just reality that like there are only 2 things which are inevitable, right? Debt and taxes. Jews are not in charge of debt. But the taxes they were in charge of. And the reality is, you have to work for the government, everybody needs to the government, and the Jew happens to be the tax collector. It's also collected a little bit at a time. You cross this bridge, fish in this pond, whatever. That was the reality. Nobody likes taxes, but it's rare that you have tax revolts, right? People maybe are grumbling more in late March when they have to pay their taxes, but we don't have that many like storming of the capitals, maybe once every year. That's how often, right? So I got a secretary. So they basically may not have always liked us, but it was not like a wartime situation. Also, let us not forget, and it's so hard to teach this properly, because I have to keep both of these in mind. The Jews and Poles and Ukrainians lived together in great peace and prosperity for about 1,000 years. 1,000 years, with only a few very memorable moments of violence at that time. And some of those moments were like incredible explosions, like 1648. And they're also accelerating in the modern era. They have programs 1881, 1903, 1905. 1919 was horrific, of course, the Holocaust. But for most of those centuries, they lived with each other. And case in point, so much of what we do with Ashkenazi Jewish culture is basically Ukrainian, Polish, Belarusian, Russian culture. You cannot sit down to a meal at a Ashkenazi house without having, for example, Russian cooking. Right? What is Russian? What do you know with Russian stuff? No, it's Russian, which is Ukrainian. Google is or you can have, some other examples. Borscht, Show is actually French. Show hot for a long time. But there's so much of this stuff to do with the rituals we do are basically things that we sort of borrow from them, they borrow from us. That's what they call the selfish, which they do quite a bit of. Jewfish. And this is good stuff, Jewfish, right? So our cultures are so closely interrelated. Like that is one of the best scenes that they're on the roof is when they're in the Frenchman and they're kind of like all drinking together. And one Ukrainian guy walks over to Tevye to wish him a mazel tov, and he says, "Nas Borovia, to your health." And Tevye is a little bit intimidated, but then they end up starting dancing together, and it's like, wow, it's like overwhelming. And that is true. There's hostility, there's separation, but there's also a tremendous degree of cultural borrowing. Where that especially happens, gentlemen, and I don't want to go too far on this, but if you heard me, I would probably do it. Women. So women talk to each other. Recipes are exchanged. They're picking up fashion hints. They're doing all kinds of women are much more than some societies than men disregard. Men may have hostility, things like that, but the women will talk to each other. Okay, Mr. Ellis. So you saying that Jews were just the tax collectors and tax the reality of life, and that's where people get to evil or whatever. But they were not like Muslims or trying to kidnap each other. But you see it on some other perspective. You ask most Americans, what do you feel about the IRS? People most likely tell you, oh, I hate them. Oh, I wish they could just be right? And the IRS body is under the law owners that they choose. And they will also people monopolies also have very strong lists and other arguments. And so, your whole idea is that it seems very much less fun. No, but you get these instructions and it's so beautiful because there's a difference in what people say and what people do. Nobody likes the IRS. Nobody does. Maybe if you work for the IRS. I don't know what the results. The Boston Tea Party was over a 3% tax. Okay, good. And when was that? That was in 17. Right. And what was the next tax revolt? Right. That's what I want. Right? There are tax revolts for sure. But they're like, as long as the taxes are not we'll deal with it. We'll complain. And America has an unusual kind of pressure release because we have elections. You're just saying vote the thumbs out. And that makes America look easier. But generally speaking, taxes are just an accepted part. Nobody likes them, like everybody agrees. You have to do something. There's nothing in this revolts over taxes. Like, obviously, it's a slightly different situation, but in some socialist or communist countries outside, going central communist and increase taxes exponentially, have revolts. Sometimes it can be relatively quickly. Yeah, I will not disagree that it does happen, but in the main, people just want to live their lives. And if the pressure is not too great, they'll just make sort of a benefit cost analysis and they'll say, it's just easier for me to pay the money and then they'll zero. And it's only when it's too much that you have to report. And this is what you pay. You don't pay because every year that you pay during winter. Well, okay, so that's what you do. Right? That makes sense. Because it does happen. This, by the way, is a great piece of art by the fantastic Rabbi, which shows the reply to the declaration, or the reply of the declarations to the consultant. These are great list-outs to the institution. Such a great piece of art. These guys are the original Cossacks, or Cossack. And what they were people who were so upset with the system that they caused the rebels. They fled the Ukrainians, right? They fled the settlements, and they went as far south as they could to be out of the reach of the shots of the Schnorrels. And they essentially set up these sort of like independent cowboy settlements where they lived according to their own rules. And they had all kinds of unusual sort of fashion things, like this walrus mustache, what's that style? They talk about this as well, mostly quite often. But they talk about it. And this is by the way for the Ukrainians. These are kind of like the national heroes. Like we think in America, we kind of idolize the gunslingers of the Wild West, right? The Marlboro man with the big hat riding off the sunset on his horse, that kind of thing. This is like the cowboys from the Ukraine. Unfortunately, the national heroes from the Ukrainians are like those national enemies for the Jews. Because what would happen, what's going on in this particular scene is the Cossacks, among the things they did, for which valorized by the Ukrainians, is they fought with the Ottoman Turks for the great Ukrainian villages for the children and taking them back to be slaves. It's a really awful phenomenon in early modern history. And the Cossacks point, the Ottoman said, "Would you guys please stop attacking our slave raiding the native guilty?" And so they wrote back that very quickly, it's no, we got it. And so here they're celebrating that one guy knows how to write. He's composed the letter, and all the other Cossacks are suggesting various, profanities to certain for this sort of Cossack mindset as encapsulated in the Ilya Records book. They were led by this guy, Osman Khalevsky, who was one of these heavy noblemen who fled to the part of the rapids on the southern tip of Yemen. And he organized all of these kind of like bands of equaling Cossacks, and he said, let's all organize ourselves and let's not run away from the Polish noblemen. Let's run at them and let's attack and let's kick them out of our territory. And of course, this was a hugely bad for the Jews, because the Jews were the tip of the spear for the Polish economic system. Right? The Poles were living far away, but the Jews were living right there in the right bank of Canada. And so when these Cossacks came and they had all this pent-up anger at the Polish noblemen, who were incidentally also sort of culturally trying to dominate them, trying to get convert to Catholicism and do their orthodoxy, so there was also a religious element to this too. They came sweeping into these Jewish deadlock, and the massacres were horrific. I mentioned Naaman of Hanover earlier as the chronicler of this period, and although he does criticize the Jewish involvement in the Orenta system as being really the basis of the problem, he does provide such a horrific and like emotional descriptions of these pogroms that I'm not going to tell you the kinds of things he describes because they will scar your mind and never be able to forget them. If you are curious about GUINNESS, then look up Yed and Masula. It is a chilling, awesome. Now, this comes to the region, or the period is called in Hebrew, Zeras Tach and Tach and time referred to the 2 years, 1640 and 1639. It actually extended a little bit longer, but these 2 years with the divorce. Sorry? On speech, you have a keynote. Yeah, you have a keynote. That's absolutely the violence perpetrated on Jews. And again, let's not forget that people had 1,000 people working in a particular shtetl. Let's say 1,000 words, and chances are maybe 40 of them would be directly involved in the event out of 1,000, maybe 100, and the others would be involved in all kinds of other things that were supported by them, kind of like Las Vegas. Las Vegas was the main industry there, but like coming back to this. Gambling, right? If you took gambling out of Las Vegas, what would happen in Las Vegas? It'll be too far another, they would truly dry up because all that water is important, right? But most of the people in Las Vegas do not work in casinos. They work in all kinds of ancillary industries, hotels, bars, restaurants, stuff like that, but to support the people who come in to do gambling or casinos. So the casinos are the reason why Los Angeles continues to exist. But most Las Vegas, are not working in casinos. So the same thing with the Orenta. The Orenta was what really allowed the basis of the Jews to backbone of the economy, but the vast majority of Jews did not want to go there. Silver snipping, fin snipping, and small trails that had the occasional scholar.
I think Vegas is actually especially big comparison because the enormous amount of Vegas that casinos there are in countries.
That's what sales and one last thing. Okay, I'm not going to keep that. Yeah. Okay, we talked about this. So this is a calculation of the German crossing still makes sense. Oh, very good. It is absolutely terrific. They are English translation. Now, one of the things that is a challenge to historians is trying to figure out, we have these very very important source. Maybe Hammer was perhaps among equals, but there are many other sources we want to describe as horrible devastation. But it was not seen that the scale of devastation was as large as the historians recommend. You'll see citations. It seems like every time someone writes about this, it increases by another 100,000 victims. Yeah, it's more than a million victims. But the reality is, remember, in this lecture, there were probably about 40,000 people in Ukraine at the time. It's hard to imagine 260,000 people killed, and 40,000 in India. Chances are, it was probably somewhere in the neighborhood, depending on which historian you read, probably in the neighborhood of something like a third of the population was killed, which is a devastating number. But in total numbers, not at all like what a lot of historians. Okay, let's take just wrap it up. This is a 5 display, I think. It's Ukrainian, but I checked the first one. It's not big yet. No, it's just a minute, right? So 5 payment notes. This is on the $5 bill in Ukraine, none other than $12,000. So again, the general reserve we're talking about dollar bearing cost for Ukrainian state, for the most part, it's a great national growth. George Washington, we united that and brought them all together and pushed out the Polish landlord, and also sadly massacred lots of Jewish doctors. But when Jews see this prejudice, they see horrible stuff. So and that's both those things are true. You just have to understand the risk in which they are. Let's return to the last question. Yeah, to say that the Native Americans was a Columbus, and they see that's in the money. We didn't show each other that. Well, we call the Native Americans. As far as comparative martyrology, I got an example of this, by the way, in Central Square, they have like this very heroic statue of prophets there as well. The earlier version of it, after they tried to fight Ron Sands, actually had like a chapel that was sort of like, so it's hard to say that's what they movie. Okay, let's call that a day. Okay, gentlemen, we're going to go into the wild 18th century now. And what we learned last week, okay, so we left on Monday, we were talking about the host side. So we left on the great. But you come in late, say, please do it. Where we left off last week, we were analyzing the question defeat of the Mississippi Rebellion, right? And we talked a lot about the socioeconomic roots of it. So someone asked some really good questions there because, we spoke earlier about the stages of anti-Semitism and the kind of major things that go on with it. But we didn't really look at anti-Semitism as a horizontal phenomenon, meaning like, why would people be Jews in this country as opposed to in this country at the same time? And you should realize that there are definitely regional variations between communities, regarding their anti-Semitic ideas. Again, the weirdest thing about anti-Semitism, the kind of supernatural thing about it, maybe, is that it seems to be a virus that anyone can catch, like it goes and it transforms itself. I wouldn't be surprised if there are anti-Semitic Eskimos or being Jews in the inland lands. And when we look specifically at the 17th century and Eastern Europe, there's no question that the majority of the content of that anti-Semitism was of a social economic, meaning that the problems that Ukrainians in particular had with Jews was based more than anything else on the deep relations that they had economically. That's not to say there were not also religious elements, the Jews building
Christ, and things like that. And it's not to say that the blood libel did not seep into family, which it certainly did in the next few centuries. But if we were to kind of like boil it down to its major elements, the socioeconomic element is different. And one last caution in this regard. I think one of the challenges of studying history at an academic level, as opposed to kind of like as an identity building phenomenon, like there are some Jewish movements that will really say, let's teach Jews about the Holocaust so they will become more committed Jews. Right? So if that's your goal, then you're really going to emphasize certain aspects of the Holocaust that lead to the goal of making them more committed Jews. But if you are interested in academic study of the phenomenon of anti-Semitism, without the ulterior goal of what it will do to the person in terms of their ideology, their philosophy, their religiosity, then you got to recognize the fact that it's not always true that Jews are completely blameless. There are elements of our behavior over the centuries which have, from time to time, occasioned a backlash, which is generally speaking far as proportion to the nature of the original events, but nevertheless that's part of the autopsy of hatred that they're engaged in. Yeah, I want to emphasize it one more time, that if we try to understand interconnected relations as objectively as possible, it's not always true that Jews are blameless. I don't think that, I can say with great confidence, there is no Jewish issue that should ever be caught murdering a child of his blood. That I can say for sure. I cannot say for sure. And in fact, I would not say for sure about the other Jews kidnapping for a child. That's because of the lane. That has happened even in Brooklyn with that young child. I can't remember his name offhand, unfortunately. But, that does happen. How that sometimes gets translated into popular violence, really over time or something. Talking about how I guess it's important to fall into the empty the fact that people see they have a bill something like that, because I can see and look at this that somehow has especially you with everything possible and they're like, oh, this is a perfect $1 page. Correct, no, you're absolutely right. And that is by having these those great philosophers on both sides that we even talked about in one place. He said, see the tree makes the bar. L'antisème en incorrect, that if the Jew did not exist, then the Semite wouldn't exist. Right? Then the Semite needs some kind of construct to explain his own failure. The Jew is a great construct. And ironically, the more Jews are blamed for it, the better the construct is, because they, look at books and say, oh my gosh, people felt this way about the Jews 100 years ago, 20 years ago, 50 years ago. It must be true. Right? It's a conspiracy that builds upon itself. So you're absolutely right. I don't think that's sufficient to explain all types of anti-Semitism, but that is definitely one major psychological motive.
I think that's an important fact. Like what happened recently in 27, where these from there, we consider very adamant normal human nature. It's not normal fundamental uprising. These are horrific attacks. But there are some instances of anti-Semitism where the violent reaction is sort of disproportionate and understandable from the Jews and them. Like even the Jews more barbaric. But violence we can sort of understand a little more, to say again whatever the BLM boards just trying to express something about barbarism as barbarism. So like to be nice to use this very important. They're less barbaric, but also more understandable.
To answer your question, we have to separate it a little bit, because once we talk about the state of Israel, the paradigm changes entirely, right? Because it goes from an interethnic conflict that involves a religious and distinct minority in society, and those are certain kind of dynamics that happen when social tensions with peasants and lords and Jews are somewhere in that mix, and a modern nation state with awesome army and with
powerful friends, then becomes international relations. So maybe a good case in point would be Egypt, right? Israel fought 3 wars with Egypt, 48, 56, 67, and then when Egypt finally was able to, and in each case, Egypt lost miserably. When Egypt was finally able to bloody Israel's nose in the October War of 1973, the Yom Kippur War, at that point, there was kind of like a alignment of the Egyptian mentality, and they said, well, look at that. We can hurt the Jews. Israel is not completely, Israel is a horrible beating in October 1973. And that allowed Egypt to kind of say, so now we can make peace with them. Doesn't mean they're friends, doesn't mean that the level of anti-Semitism subsided, but it was not like suicidal anti-Semitism. It wasn't kind of like, we don't care our entire country is destroyed as long as we can kill some more Jews. That's real clear. This is like international relations. Countries are always fighting, obviously not getting back to it. So that's normal. It's horrible in the sense that there was a lot of people dying, God forbid, it's horrible wars, but it's normal. What is not normal is Hamas. Hamas is definitely India's. On economic profit, that's real.
Yeah, I mean, it's devastating. So you can understand that aspect of it. So, like, we ever have the actions that our ancestors did, so responding in a more, less rapid way.
Sure.
Such days.
Yeah, you're actually, that's all objects, right? And just totally derailment of the actually. But you're also conflating two issues. You talk about Gazans. I said Hamas, but they're not the same thing. Hamas, I think, is the closest thing I can imagine normally. That's second choice for, they're competing for guys up. Because Hamas is really that color. They actually, but explicitly, in public statements, they think it's for them to be martyred in the fight against Israel, for them to have any degree of material prosperity and happiness. And that's just bizarre. Like that escapes my understanding why he wants to choose that. But that's taking as far off. Maybe we'll, of course, sometime know the history of the Middle East. We haven't found it past any. Let's go to the 18th century. Yes, back in time. Here we go. So, should be on. All right. Okay. So I gave this lecture a few years ago, and and you may have seen this popular show. Yes, all right. It's really great because it's real fascinating character. It's really fascinating, but it's essentially depicting ultra-Orthodox life in the 21st century. And in so many ways, there's reflections of the 18th century. The same kinds of tensions that were going on 200 years ago, we're still enjoying us today in a very different modern way. We call this the long 18th century. There is this concept of shorter and longer centuries. How long is the century, Mr. Rothschild? 100 years. Excellent. You asked 261, asked 262. So, the essentially 100 years. However, historically speaking, it's not a short century or a long century. So, for example, the 19th century is considered long by most historians because it begins with the French Revolution War of 1870, and after that, the rising Germany changed a lot of alignments. Then it continues all the way up to 1914, beginning of after Mr. Roscoe. Right? Yeah. You look at that. You 23. So that's a long 19th century. It doesn't go from 1900 to 1999. It goes from 1870 to 1914. Most historians will think about the 19th century in those terms. There's the short 20th century, which goes from 1918, end of World War I, to 1991, collapse of the Soviet Union. Short century. That cultures of the modern time period. Right. It's kind of like when you look at the major themes of the times. It's not like all of a sudden when the clock changes to the new century, everybody starts thinking differently. But there may be really big upheavals in the way people think, politics, things like that, depending on most of that, especially in modern. We have a long 18th century in our situation. The 18th century, of course, begins with the 17th, but it really goes back to Shabbatai Tzvi, and we'll have to talk about in today's lecture. And it extends really up until the very end of 1795 is where I ended. That's when Poland was taken over by Russia, and all of a sudden a new environment for the Jews altogether. The kinds of figures that really shaped it, has three big figures who just rocked the 18th century Jewishly. We have the altar Rabbi, who is the founder of Chabad, very important figure. As usual, Hasidic leader, so we'll try and talk about it a little bit today more on Monday, the entire Hasidic background. But among the Hasidic, the altar Rabbi spans really shortly about many of his generation. You have, I guess, next, the Vilna Gaon, the famous Rabbi. We're not sure whether this is an accurate portrait. There are quite a few portraits going around, but this is one of them I kind of like go over the things that the season film. He is, of course, representing the reaction to the Hasidic movement born in the 18th century, and they, of course, on the names. This Nagir, and they wear a crown. As the Islamic Torah's Chabad like to call us, right? These are, even though they are historically the predecessors of the Islamic are kind of like the traditionalists, when the Hasidic movement began kind of an intellectual spiritual rebellion, the Islamic opponents did. So that's how the traditionalists get the name opponents. It's a name that ultimately they sort of adopted themselves, even though it was originally a term of all appropriate. They're also known, of course, as lit box because they're from Lithuania, but today we call it Shivish. Obviously, this institution has a leadership and groups as well, but we are definitely about friendly, party friendly. So obviously, this is good. I think about this a lot. I should tell you a story. One of my daughters became like what they call Spitz Chabad, super Chabad. It's like they get a story Chabad and objects. Some of this was they heard, some of it is called the Rabbi might have done this to the figure of Jesus. That's like shut up. They use the so having a and they're loving it. They're just great. Anyways, and my daughter, she was like a spiritual powerhouse. She was like, my gosh, she was like run the world. I remember, I'll tell you my story. One service, she was hopefully this video so she was 8 years old, sitting on the sofa, and I'm talking about Islamophobia. You just read right? Islamophobia that, the books of life can be opened up, and there's going to be all your deeds are in there, your signatures there. And I said to my family, she was like 8 years old, I said, and it's going to be like a video is playing on your entire life. Every single thing you've ever done wrong is available there. And my daughter, she says, everything. She puts it in the second line. Like, that's so much charisma. At 8 years old, any decision that was made, that just the idea was kind of focused away. So that's an evidence. Third figure that rocked the 18th century, and by the way, this is like, doesn't mention 3 asteroids landed in the Atlantic Ocean And there are still trickle waves of their trickle tsunamis, even today in the 21st century. The first one was the Alpha Rebbe, maybe considered all Cento, but I like to call it Elder on it. The second would be the Gaon, and the third is Rabbi Moses. These three movements are still affecting us today in a very understandable way. That's true. This paragraph again is that the major fighting understanding, right? Was it an answer? Yes, we'll talk about it. Excellent. Good. So that makes sense, right? And then, but these huge. All of them are controversial. We'll touch on that controversy a little bit, but these are three very important approaches. Jews and Torah a massive impact on the Ashkenazi world, like I don't know why I include this picture in the lecture, but I kind of like books like this because it shows the difference in the way we look. And I also put this picture because all of them want those street people say, hey, aren't you a Christian? So why? I mean, I go out. Anyway, I'm not sure why I put those pictures. Let's just understand this one more sort of theoretical that we're going to come back to this chart in a minute because the 18th century in many ways was all the 18th century was a century of rebellions, intellectual rebellions, rebellions of what I'm going to give you a good German word here, Weltanschauung. Remember that word, Weltanschauung. What does that mean? It means to rule worldview access. How do you know that? That's word of Spanish word. That's good. I'm so glad you said some Spanish words. A couple of W, Weltanschauung means to ways of looking at the world. It's a little bigger than the English word worldview, kind of like pain. Like this kind of Weltanschauung means like when you feel optimistic and pessimistic about the world, you see that God runs of the world, or maybe kind of left it alone, like a watchmaker or something. You believe that most people are nice, most people are evil. You believe that people get what they deserve. All kinds of things like that are built into a Weltanschauung. And so there are three big Weltanschauung rebellions that are in the 18th century. We're going to go into each of them. But let's talk about it. First of all, rebellions of the Hasidic movement engaged in significant levels of innovation, but it was packaged essentially as restoration. In the sense of, we are going to do things very differently than our grandfathers or great-grandfathers. But in reality, that's because we did not have access to the great fountains of wisdom restituted in good other sources. Like they have only realized that Ali, then they would certainly be doing these things. And that's essentially the kind of thing that's going on in this. But all that is huge, right? It's funny, the idea of steel roads, which really gained a lot of traction in the 17th century, 16th century, really. It's not, this animates their friends. What's part of the thing that says, there wasn't they were trying to get that. That's why we have Mr. Stark. And they're trying to get that on the list so that all the letters are trying to consider that easily our result. So that's how we think we want to sign it to this out. Yes, we're going to go there. Go into it. It's so you have some of the society of anxiety where they were learning all these things, but wasn't that what's the very more. So that's kind of like a question, sort of like in the theology of the Hasidic movement. Like, if we are rediscovering stuff that existed hundreds, thousands of years ago, how come people weren't talking about it earlier? So that's a good question, more on a theological level. On a historical level, we definitely know that the ideas go back very far. Yeah, because the rebellion based on discovery. If you could imagine that I stood in front of you today and not wear a suit and tie, but wore, for example, kind of clothes that Tana might have worn, or an Amora. You look at me kind of crazy, but I say, no, these flowing robes. This is like, this is the way to go. You wore exactly the same shade. That would be like a rebellion, doing something different. we up discovery. I learned that letting your humans mold the flesh is what I want to do. Mr. Westbrook,
I was just confused with like the new breast thing do nowadays. It's like that's like they're trying to make a shout kind of thing like whoa, you know, kind of stuff in the bad.
no, you're asking a really important question. It's like an incredibly vibrant, innovative movement for about the first 50 years, and then it goes through a period where a lot of historians consider deified, that develops into courts and dynasties, and most historians have seen that as kind of like a downturn of a creative energy, but not all. Many have said that we just don't understand that concept very well. So stay with that question because we're just beginning right. Rebellion tradition, this is basically what lit tradition do, that says, no, we have to rebel by doubling down on what we have been doing. Like up until now, we've been kind of relaxing. We have not been engaged in super high level cognitive studies. We've been sort of like saying, yeah, that's for the elites. But in reality, everybody's got it. Everybody's got it. That's the rebellion tradition. By doing something that Jews typically do not do that much historically, but we are reinterpreting those things as Mr. Turner. Why is all this rebellion?
What was going on in there? So you kind of didn't reading that.
Yeah, it's kind of like a velvet shot. And occasionally there are things that happen in history that just make everyone sort of light up and say, well, that's just a different thing. When I get to the discussion of shop type speed, I believe that's going to be kind of like the breaking of the dance that we was forming because there are those who say shop type speed is really dangerous, but in some aspects of it, it's totally cool and I want to go with those. And others say the shop type speed is so dangerous, and we've got to do things that we need to protect ourselves in the future. Right? It's like the shop type speed, we're going to change it. 9/11, like here in America, I was right? We were all before 9/11. There was a very difficult 9/11. You do not have to go to serious bill on that time. Right? So watch things like this. You can even smoke on it. You wonder why it's everybody's doesn't matter here, right? Fuselage flying through the sky with all this smoke in there. He was like, cancer. But there was a pre-9/11 world. But now we live in the 9/11 world where security airports have cyber security that's huge, all kinds of strange threats that nobody ever thought about. It's because of 9/11 now we have this very good world. You guys don't even realize it because that's the air you breathe. But old people remember what it used to be like. So too is before shot history and after shot history. So I'm scared of SAG can be interpreted as a derogatory term. So it's not fear of shot history or no. But yes, it is fear of what? There's a huge fear. And I want to start the time of these they look at each other and they look at it. We didn't say things but out the process of it. So whether now they gave the 6 more things of good, and those are the things that do that. We're going to talk about all that stuff too. It is not all the issues at the time that have this, but in the most authoritative edition printed by the wrong house, which is the Smash House, it's not the house. There's actually an apology there for wrong. The printer of the wrong shot, the wrong shot, for certain instances that place. Mr. Westbrook.
So what today's like modern orthodoxy would be comparable to what that's here back then?
That's a great question. 21st century question, though. And I think as you shall see, modern orthodoxy, depending on how we want to define it, follows all these things. It's the waves of astronomy. These are the 3 asteroids. We're like observing those waves and mixing that. Last question is doing the guys rise to the fish. There is so much science and history about it. Why was it? Okay. If you don't have a reason for something, the reason probably is money. Exactly. That's how expensive it is to vote a working age male for full time for a study. Right? It's incredible. You guys, 60 years ago, would have been already earning a pension, working in a mine or something. But you imagine this number of men and youth who are studying at age 20, 21, 22. It's a little it's so expensive and necessary. Well, we have some of our priorities and also we lost the vast majority. And don't forget, you guys, I hope you realize that people are really giving. Like, just do the numbers. Just the last year of America. It's about 10% of Americans who read Orthodox. Of that 10% that is Orthodox, how many are like really devoted to the full-time study at young adults? Maybe half? People are like, so maybe half of those that switch to the 20%. Of those people who are engaged in it, you're going to look for years and they got to go to work, right? So maybe half of a percent of the entire Jewish population is engaged full-time study like you are. You guys are so busy, you don't realize you are the Navy SEALs of the Navy SEALs. The Navy SEAls say, look at those guys. That's the thing. Okay. So that's very unusual. And cost money. Your parents, whoever else is paying for your tuition and for your ability to not be working in sulfur mines, you got to be thankful for it. Okay. So the innovation of the rebels tradition is sometimes perceived, although the innovation of the movement, and we shall see demonstrated, was often perceived as anti-Roman. Cool word, what does it mean? The Greek original is nomos. You ever hear that word, nomos? Nomos means law. Antinomian means breaking the norm. Like the leader of the state country, for example. Breaking the norm. Not necessarily breaking the law. But it's a thin line sometimes, right? So antinomian. The casino was seen by the Mustang as being antinomian, as saying, wow, what are you guys doing? We have a shopping order. This is what I'm supposed to cover. 3,000 later. And it's not what you did before. What you guys are in your dressing area, all kinds of things like that. The greatest example of this extreme misguided approach was the Son Sofer, I think, in one fascinating exchange where he said in the late 19th century, so I'm borrowing a little bit later time, but riffing on the Gemara, speaking about when wheat is permissible to be consumed. He said, Hadash Asur in the Torah. He was the Kaddish Asur in the Torah. But what does that mean? Translate the point, please. Hadash Asur in the Torah. You think that's what I do? Okay, it's not the original context in Torah. What's the original context? Right, when you read the Christmas planted, that's the way you go after this these happens called Hadash and Asur. That's why we pray called Yoshon, and we hold by it. But he said, take that as a final battle. Hadash, Asur, and Torah, if it's new, it's Asur. Right, that's kind of like an extreme reaction. You will not trust any new things. That, he doesn't do that. He literally sort of treats it as a sort of rebellion on the approach. Okay, the last one here is the rebellion of the expansion. And where we see this, and this is going to be associated more with the Taik movement that we'll talk about probably on Monday, where we say, wait a second, our world has been too small. There are lots of things outside the world in great distinction to what some Sofer says about Asur and Torah. I don't know what you're talking about. If it's not Asur, it must be Mutter. And if it's not Asur, it must be Mutter, then we should be doing it too. So the Misnagdia, the Assyrian, were interested in experimenting with the outside world. With, adopting all kinds of new practices and behaviors. And although it's not really a fair comparison, I know the relationship would not be happy with even suggesting to you to think about it, but their heroes, of course, the Rambam. And they say, look at the Rambam. Again, the Hassidim here are unfairly using the Rambam as the poster child for their values. But you say, the the Rambam was like, was a medical doctor. He wrote in beautiful Arabic. He was like the courts of the royalty. He was like completely involved with the outside world. So that's this is the iconic image. There's actually an article that I saw a few weeks ago that says, we don't know exactly where this came from. This is essentially a 21st century colorized earth piece by the 19th century portrait that was very prominent in Florida homes. But we can't go back to the 12th century. We don't have the paper like from that old. It's very I think it's 80%. Let me tell you. But we're sort of this is the rebellion of expansion, saying we have been too narrowly focused. With a lot of the political changes that's happening in the 18th century, don't forget the 18th century is also birth of modern France, the French Revolution, birth of America, like 1776. These things are happening in the 18th century. Maybe things are different for troops now. Maybe we can like the gauge. Okay, so those are our three rebellions. Let's go now to chapter 16. Any last questions before we do this? Okay, let's start with chapter 16. So, there are the story of chapter 3, this narrowly is just the story of an individual who has significant talents and learning, and although there are historical accounts that tend to portray him as equal Russia, attempted to convert Judaism, most of the modern studies of Shabbat suggest that he was mentally ill. He was in his early 20s when he began to experience things. Again, we have descriptions of his followers to tell us what he was going through, and it sounds a lot like bipolar disorder, or manic depressive syndrome, or even schizophrenia, which is especially associated with young men in their early 20s. So, obviously, we can't really do psychoanalytic dissection from afar, especially over centuries. But what I can tell you is that he went through these periods of what he calls illumination, where he experienced tremendous elation and joy and feelings of grandeur. During the worst of these periods, that he described how he could levitate, that he could engage in pesos hadera, meaning like, transportation over wide spaces of territory, and with the encouragement of an unhappy colleague named Nathan of Gaza, he came to believe that he was in fact Mashiach. And not only that, you have to imagine this guy, he's tall, he's good looking, he had several marriage offers, but he wanted to remain in studies for a long time, so he started getting involved. Later, he would get married, actually, I think 4 times, but you can't count one of those because it was a Torah school he got married to at one point. Marriage is symbolic kind of marriage, yes. It's a very weird kind of story. But he not only convinced himself that he was Mashiach, he convinced thousands of Jews across Europe and North Africa that he was in fact the Mashiach. And so he gathered this massive movement of them. And we'll the better for the end of it's going to show you how people show you what was you're asking an amazing important question. How were people for people that how were people so vocal? How did they like them? There's historians point to the fact that there was widespread depression after the elementary voting that was discussed on Monday, that ended in 1949, trail of violence extended over the next half-century, half dozen years, and that contributed to the idea, wow, that the whole massacre, Mashiach must be around the corner. They tie it to the growth of Kabbalistic doctrines that were emanating from Tzfat, and the idea of, wow, look at these whole new ways of understanding the world consistently, and here's a guy who comes along and he's roped in this law. There's also the new technologies. Printing was really making catch fire among Jews. Jews were circulating a lot more literature. Jews were actually seeing more artistic representations of Shabtai Tzvi, and a lot of them took it seriously. And so they're selling their belongings, leaving Amsterdam in particular, and making their way to Israel, thinking it's going to actually work.
When you say historically, you say that these things, the whole readers, or even these also dictators, some reason people follow them, yes, entire not.
So I don't know if he was mentally ill. Looking at the descriptions of how he behaved, most historians believe that's probably the case. But they assume that, and I assume that other dictator-like leaders, you know, narcissistic, self-serving, childish, occasionally nasty leaders. That doesn't stop them from, controlling nuclear weapons. We don't necessarily vote for people who demonstrate sanity. Why am I going on? That's being recorded. I just got my citizenship. You're already testing it out. Words you There's control is the classic. He's a master of yeah. And they have a picture of your no, it won't take us too far afield, but he did a lot of things that were designed to kind of make him look like a happy. The suggestion of gossip was definitely not a good influence from him. You got to choose your cover. He married a woman who was an orphan from a dynasty of named Sarah, and she was not a particularly faithful partner to him. And he did this apparently. He wanted to imitate the Nazi. Shua? Yeah. No, it's not last time. He's trying to check. Okay, that's it. He also married a woman. And there's nothing totally about how children. I love that. So let's just go back a little bit before the trumpet speeds. Kind of what's going on. 1490 to expulsion of the Jews from Spain. A couple of things are conspiring to history class. We talked about this a lot, but it's a major theme of Jewish history. It is, in fact, like one of those huge ruptures that's almost a Spain was, without doubt, for 200 years, the most powerful center of the Jewish people at the time. Centuries upon centuries of scholarship, large communities, wealth, basically like America, like the Northeast, New York and New Jersey. That's what Spain was like. And then all of a sudden, just collapsed. The pogroms of 1390, the First Conversion, the Inquisition, and then finally the expulsion. And all of these Jews find themselves scattered to the winds, taking their way across the Mediterranean basin, up into Europe, and even Alaska pathways, all trying to find a way to reconstruct themselves. As many Jews turn to mysticism, saying, how do we explain this? We lived in our experience here. It must be that something has changed dramatically. We need to find new solutions. In particular, the Jewish amazingly thought who founded the Stock Circle, where you have, the great Kabbalist Rabbi, his student, the Arizal, hugely influential. Also, that Joseph Karo in his old age settled there, the Al-Shif, many others, alphabets, the Kabbalah, all the things. Why do people always do that? Because it's a question. What do people always do? Why do people always do what? They turn to mysticism. Like they're hot, like they got COVID. You're playing like that's
answering out that the shifts coming this week or next week or the week after. Like, well, we keep doing it. Every it's all the time that we get.
So huge overgeneralization here, because like not all people do it, not all people do this, not all people react, but I think this system, it can be a refuge, right? If you have difficulty understanding the world, and reason does not give you the kind of emotional support you need, you may find it there. You may find it in poetry, you may find it in St. Gallen, but this system is a refuge. But if you study my confession, it's more of a discussion there, because he wrote in the Holocaust. But let's go do this, okay? There were also, during this time, you'll recall, for those who have started that there's a brand new kind of possibility for Jews after the expulsion of Spain. And that is something we have not seen before in Ashkenazic history, the possibility of identifying as a Jew while disaffiliating from the community. The idea that you could be kind of like ethnically Jewish, but you do not have to be under the authority of the faith. Some of the crucial figures involved in this, Victoria Acosta, pictured here in this dark kind of blue, the claw-like hand, stuff like that. An individual who include for me, I'm going to tell you the story because it is a really terrifying story that I think about quite often. He was born in the 15th century, living as a crypto Jew, meaning, like most kids, his parents didn't tell him he was actually Jewish, because he was always concerned that maybe he'll claim, not to mention that my mom likes candles Friday nights, and the Inquisition would come and it was a disaster. He went to the University of Coimbra, he earned a degree in theology. He's actually a lay priest, he was a theologian. And then, when he was in his early 20s, his mom said to him, Uriel, I have to tell you the truth, we're actually Jewish, and we're moving to Amsterdam, which was a free city where he was present. Uriel said, I'm Jewish. Oh my God. I've always wondered what Jews are really like. I've always enjoyed reading the Old Testament or the New Testament. I wanted to be like the forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He's so excited. He moves past Shadow's mother. He's a smart guy, very intelligent. He has write several books. But what happens when he actually joins a wide, whole real Jewish community is that he's too slow for them. And he starts saying to them, essentially, isn't that much on a lot that you're saying? And I can't believe you guys were talking during that. Don't you realize you're talking about things that says, like, did you really that? I can't really catch that. Really. You guys are very nice. These are things that I like. He probably has some kind of mental illness as well. He becomes a gadfly in the community saying, I can't believe it. You're Jews. I'm so happy to hear about Jews and express myself as a Jew. But I know this guy and he told me she's on his taxes. How is that possible? How can a Jew possibly commit a crime? He's like going around and he's like speaking to too many people and he's like, and they feel in Amsterdam, he does not, they don't want to walk the boat, right? They actually have to be good at Amsterdam. The Dutch have this unusual policy called gedogen, which is basically if you don't step out of line, you guys can do whatever you want religiously. So they actually have synagogues that says that open in Amsterdam, but Jews are technically not allowed to sit there, but they just ignore it. That's kind of like a Dutch thing. And they don't want to have this guy running around complaining about the Jewish community very loudly. So they put him in there 2 separate times. He actually tries to stay in Hamburg, but moves away. Same kind of problems. And thus, finally, he goes back and says, the Jewish community, let me back in. I promise I won't, do anything bad to you anymore. I'll stop writing books like I did. I know there was that one time when I told these guys thinking of converting to Judaism because they really shouldn't because the Jewish community is like full of liars. I'm sorry about that. And so they say to him, and I made a joke with it, but it's a really sad story. They said, okay, fine, we've already done this twice before. The third time, the second to last time, we require you to stand in the middle of the synagogue, great synagogue in Amsterdam, to recite our faith and confession of all your sins in front of the entire community. Everyone's going to be there. We will flog you, this publicly in front of the community, and then they have him lie down on the front steps of the synagogue as the entire synagogue walks over to stone floor on their way out. He does it because he wants to be among the Jews. He writes later that I have to be among apes, but I must live among the Jews. He feels so connected. He goes through all the game, walks home, takes out a notebook, and writes a 12-page suicide note, Latin, called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, the example of human life, and then he shoots himself. Nice. Yeah, it's terrible. But his problem was he was living a long sentence, right? His problem was he loved the idea of Jewish ethnicity, Jewish ideas, stuff like that, but he could not handle the dichotomy of the difference, how he perceived Jews should be from reading the Old Testament as a Catholic, and how he sees actual Jews. So, you know, sometimes cheating on their taxes, sometimes he couldn't handle that it was a breaking point for him. And there's definitely more going on in this passage than we can talk about here, including probably a mental illness. But he represented a great break in that ability of being within a community and being under the motivated or being completely outside. He did not want to convert to the cause. He already was a Catholic. He did that. He doesn't want to do it again. He wants to be attached to the Jewish community without the requirements of the Jewish community. So while this is an amazing story by Hershey, he's portrayed as like the dark, aggressive type. It's pretty fair. The child on his lap, he was his younger contemporary, is kind of like Spinoza, who has a lot of the same story, but Spinoza, of course, one of the great philosophers of the 17th century who made a huge impact, a corrosive impact on religion, because he adopted a lot of the ideas of the real concept without the self-destructive behavior. And so Spinoza has shown us language in reaching out with his hand, and he's playing with flowers, he's got these curls with bright colors. That's showing kind of intellectual evolution of his Christianity and Christian view. Here's another example of this is when Spinoza went through the same thing because the Amsterdam community was having difficulty controlling the Jews who were like kind of stepping outside the boundaries. They also put him in Pharaoh, a terrible, awful Pharaoh, and he basically just ignored it. So, well, okay, fine, you guys can say what you want, but it doesn't change how I feel about myself or how I feel about the universe, the world. Here is, just walking lost in the flow. And the background you have these Jews portrayed in a negative aspect of the Jews cowering and afraid of this guy looks like he's picking up a rock and throw it in. That's what's changing big time in the 17th century. Judaism, as it's experienced and expressed by Jews, is suddenly seeing kind of like a different way of existing that's radically changed from what previous generations were. And that builds on the horrible masters of humanity that we talked about, and crisis and shock as we will talk about now. Okay, questions, arguments, discussions? Were you the great sense to keep doing this, or were you just like a bunch of ball button that was hearing this guy that was actually like the Jew that was doing this? This is like people trying to move out, people trying to go about their daily life, and like all these guys. So I don't want to use modern terms like modocs to characterize these people, but there was a legitimate basis in the sense that the form of legitimate figure. None of the people involved in the basis were like famous people. You might read their words and they measure, but they're like big cities, and they did not find the right formula for how to control the Gallic of the Costa, and they also couldn't control Baruch Spinoza at all. Although it's interesting we mentioned in that context a little while ago, there was an incident where an Israeli historian wanted to get access to the famous Taik archive in Amsterdam, but he had written some nasty things about, some critical things about the basic standpoint of Baruch Spinoza. So the surprisingly statistically, they banned him as well. He said, sorry, you're banned. There's a fair amount of you coming into our library. Some of those libraries are church next to Europe. But because you were asking about us, we're going to borrow dates from our ancestors and put a camera on you. Intellectual. Shut this. So we talked a little bit, started with off this one. One of dozens of portraits we have to stop that street. He was very popular among Christians as well. Christians were fascinated by this whole story of Chuck Dice. So it was interesting. The Jews couldn't have a Messiah here. What's going to happen? So there's lots of writings which are this one details definitely by Christians. How do you know? There's been a sort of great. This is like, we don't know what the movie looks like. It's just kind of gibberish down here. That's fresh heaven. So we don't know if that. Maybe that's the purpose of the wrong. We're like really feeling that the same as there's also this thing you can't tell maybe Islamic diet, right? And go Halo, look at that. Maybe you saw a little bit of homework here, but there's also that's not much of a font either, right? This is something. But it looks like different market, like maybe we had some kind of a rewind back, take it back. I'm not sure if this is a good example of it. Okay, so let's go. Anyway, so the whole idea of what happens to that the story goes through there, gets this huge movement. He essentially wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He finds some very wealthy backers with deep pockets in Cairo and in Jerusalem. And although there are many who denounce him, he does find a lot of people who think he's the real deal. And so he ends up engaging in all kinds of bizarre economic activities, like he's saying his Tisha B'Av is canceled from now on. It's now my birthday as Mashiach, and now Tisha B'Av canceled reading from the sacred Torah. He says that Hamashes are so modern, so cool, we should not be from Hamashes, but then it's Hamashes, all kinds of pictures of this, and the other all crazy things. He ends up making a delegation to the Sultan, the Ottoman leader, controls the Torah, and he also says eventually, okay, I'm here on the Messiah, I'm going to take over Israel now, and the Ottoman Sultan says that your execution of Messiah, I have a counter offer. How about I let you stay alive if you convert to Islam? He accepts the counter offer. He becomes a Muslim. His tens of thousands of followers totally crushed, and they go back home, often penniless, that they sold their houses, spent it all on the church, thinking they're going to be in Israel. Except for about 3,000 of them who figure that maybe this part of this Messianic process, that we've got to go through these to Islam in order to bring about the Mashiach. And so they convert as well, and they're actually active in British politics, right? In the 19th century. What's not a lot of them, and they've asserted, I'm not entirely clear on whether it's really true, but definitely the Turkish Revolution has some roots to it. So they're really quite active for a while. They still have been necessarily lost in parts of Turkey and Syria. But after shut that key eventually really boosts it. He becomes increasingly erratic and eventually the elevator puts him in jail. At the end of his life, his last request is for a young giver monster. So he wants to dub it, so maybe he can came full circle at the end. But definitely, his moment lasted for a good century and a half afterwards. That there were still it's the problem. It's the moment that lasted for a century and a half years. There were a lot of these kinds of things, tomatoes that were commissioned. These are essentially like amulets for a variety of things, Hadassah, Shidduchim, things like that. And quite frequently, very prominent rabbis were accused of having Sabbatean meetings or being secret followers of Shabtai Tzvi. Perhaps the most famous of those, one that I was the subject of a massive attack based on Northern Sabbatean. The Ramchal was horribly pursued throughout Europe. I'm just curious, you guys have all studied parts of the Shine, right? Yeah. Do you guys know about the secret of the Shine that was discovered in 1991? Mr. Lloydson, what is that? Right. Yes, it is. Why is it? What do you think of it? Article the Shine together. So, it was originally about how but yeah, the Romans, an earlier version of the Swiss Shine discovered the Soviet archives, and it's brilliant. It's my own opinion, it's way better than what we've been studying for 250 years, because it's a dialogue between, okay, I'll tell you pretty much, it's really cool. I have a personal ambition to study this chart 101 times. I just finished times 30 of the months ago, but it's such an amazing book. But here it is. The original Sherman Road has this guy who, it's hard to really characterize him, but we were making the 21st century guy who's kind of like a well-known shot. He appreciates Torah, likes learning. He also likes science and sports and culture. It's kind of like a broad, everything's just out. But, so it's funny. Like I said, those exercises. Really start talking about but, like all this stuff. It's like, hey, right? Look, he's a whole high school friend of his. He flipped out Shiva, and now he's like wearing all black, and he's like, but 6 feet across there. And he says, oh, great. Good. He goes out to show away. How are you? I smell stuff. It says, mind if I ask you this question? I noticed you become like already hasn't with already century. But he says, like, how can you let something go so long? How can you tell him so long? What's going on here? Like, and then you get this conversation that goes through the entire discussion shot. And of course, within a few chapters, by the time you get to the keynotes, the regular guy, who he calls a couple, is completely blown away by the process, and he just says, well, you just take the wheel and drive it anywhere you want, because I really see here on how you appreciate the world. And that's what this difference, original still comes is. Now, why did the Ramchal publish the first version? He haven't written his own handwriting. Why did he publish the second version? Yes, Mr. Rushton. I'm sorry? Justability. Digestibility. Good argument, right? Although I would say that leaders are great at that. Because I know very overrated small sector strikes. And that's sector style when you're around, I don't know. It's not great. You don't have no dramatic plays. You know, like the characters. But I don't think I would on this one people be interested, but you guys don't know the answer for sure. and longitude the Evelyn and there's even oh he got this soup as it like he put under house arrest, they invited front first, and because he was nobody without horses, they actually buried it and then lost it. They took off later. Somewhere across in Germany, there's a massive chest of the wrong house writing, so it's never seen the light of day. That maybe one day you discover. But I'm waiting for you it has a few neighbors who history. Language, exactly. David Sklar, education on this, argues that the news published first because the publishers would not print it. They lost the backing people was paying for publication. Why? Because the original version of the two places have the two things that you know the two balls identify. Say balls. He's writing about this right here. He's writing just how it goes down. I know what he's talking about. And it's just ways to incendiary. So he gave up. And his students said, no, Rabbi, this is such a great book. The world will love it. Please, let's have to just do what the editor says. Let's remove those personalized materials and let's publish it in a standards. And our house, you can read this and read the introduction to the book where he thanks his students for working on it. He says, okay, whatever you want, you can take care of it. And his students edited it in the version that you guys read now. Way more sanitized, way cleaner, but it's just a mind blowing sort of deal. Now, why was this used? That's why I was put here. It was first used because there were individuals in Eastern Europe, including the Moshe Rabbi from the Nation, the son of the Taik, he was the number one Shabbatite hunter of the era. Anybody who was salvation, his son continued, but by the time he gets to his own holiday, there's very big Shabbatite left. So Dr. Moshe Rabbi identified him and pursued him throughout Europe to memorize until finally he ended up in the relatively liberal in the passage down where he could be more active. But the Seal Shishar itself is an artifact of this hunt for heresy that was presented in the 17th century. Okay, arguments, questions, discussion? Okay, so let's look at a map here. Just to orient ourselves, and then we're going to dive into see this. This is Jewish populations in Europe in the first half of the 19th century. We had the Israel Olympiads. You would see great density, particularly in what would be Poland and Western Ukraine. That's the greatest concentration. Still some significant concentrations in Western Europe because even though we have this massive migration east, as we discussed last week, there's still pockets of Jews living above that. Not so much in France. They have been actually banned from there since 1306, although we don't have a complete assertion of Jewish population, particularly in the south here, and not in Spain. Spain is still officially unified, and mainly concentration in the regions of Lithuania, Poland, Belarus, and Western Ukraine. How does that map onto the three great asteroids in the century? So the Hasidic movement is primarily in the southwestern part of the Russian Empire, down here in the Western Ukraine, so it's they're all definitely see it for an active Kurdish north. But one example that I've been concentrating on Chabad is ironic in exception to Chabad, the Lithuanian Christian. Then you have the Saturday, the opponents, so you have a much more concentrated on the Baltic coast in the regions of Prussia and, of course, the homeland, Lithuania itself, the epicenter at Vilna. And finally, you have the appearance of the Haskalah, that's most Semitism, who are much more associated with Germany in particular, compared to the West. But what you notice about a Venn diagram is that they overlap, right? So you can have regions where you easily have a hedon, a stagnan, and masculine living cheek to jowl, arguing with each other, influenced by each other, and so on. Mr. Ferranti. The election is the work that so, that's a great question. How do the denominations? The denominations derive primarily from the Haskalah. And the whole idea of what we call today a denomination is in itself a major breakaway. Because even when they are fighting, trying to strangle each other with the most violence, none of them see them as Messiah the same as the others are Jewish. And now that we're arguing that we don't have to follow cardiac insults, the Maskilim were the ones that kind of broke that open and said, well, wait a second. And so denominations really are an offshoot of Haskalah. Of course, once the denominations were created in the 19th century, then they might dip back in and say, oh, let's be, Hasidic flavored, let's be, Mishnayos flavored. But that's a much later phenomenon. Mr. Krantz, probably one of the said they're long term, different players of hospital yes, absolutely three and the second and the sun and all of us together was that we are also chef. We're all trying to get also the chef. He's got a person. I have a one word answer for Mr. Krantz. Monday. Monday we're going to get to that. Okay, at this point, it makes sense to stop.
Asian people slut. Welcome. How are you? You doing well? It's good, man. How'd you find out about me? Yes, sir. Yo, can you hear me? Yo, just one moment. Yo, just one moment. Yo, dog. Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo. Okay, excellent. How you living, Pep? How are you? Oh, thank you. How'd you find out about me? What'd you say? Oh, Discord. Oh, Discord. Okay, which Discord? Which one though? Was it Aiden Ross or Eager Alive or Socialize? Oh, okay, cool. How's your day going? Excellent. I'm well, thank you. Do you know anything about me? Okay, excellent. So you know my spiel. Yeah, I'm watching. Okay, excellent. I'm watching Jewish history lectures. What did you? Yeah, Jewish history. Yeah, 100%.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In these very difficult times, there's a tremendous amount of heat and relatively little light cast on the actual history of a region. So my goal in this set of three short lectures is to look at the presence of the Jews in the land of Israel from the end of the Roman period right up until the 19th century. This is kind of like a stretched out medieval third lecture will look at the most contentious era of the 20th and 21st century. So let's go right back to the late antiquity. Here's a map of the Roman Empire at the beginning of the 2nd century. As you can see, it's a map massive empire that stretches all the way from the relatively entire Mediterranean basin right out until the region of Persia. And as you can see from the colors that I've sort of added here, and these are not to scale, this is where the large Jewish communities are, and where the small Jewish communities are. Significant diaspora is in Egypt in particular that existed prior to the disastrous Roman Jewish wars, and they of course expanded after the great expulsions of the first century, the first Roman Jewish war. By the way, it's very important to note that although we speak about the Roman exile, that's somewhat of an exaggeration. There were Jews present in the land of Israel throughout the entire area, although not necessarily in certain regions, such as, for example, in Judea and in the city of Jerusalem in particular, after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. But after three failed wars, the Great Revolt of 66 through 74, the Kitos Rebellion of 115 to 117, and the Bar Kokhba Revolt of 132 to about 136, there was a tremendous amount of persecution applied, particularly to Judea and Jews who simply to the north, the rise of the Great Central Mountain City Tiberias in particular. So we've got diaspora populations that existed prior to these wars, and of course they expanded significantly after the wars, but there was always a presence of Jews in the land of Israel throughout the entire medieval period. So what's going on in the land of Israel after the Bar Kokhba revolts of 132 and 136? Perhaps the most significant thing is under the persecution of Hadrian, there's this big movement to the north, and that's where at the turn of the 3rd century, Rabbi in particular decided that it was time to make a dramatic break in Jewish history and to record in writing a large oral tradition which came to be known as the Mishnah. This is basically, for lack of a better word for this very short lecture, it's basically Jewish law, although it's really more something like a textbook that offers lots and lots of questions, more questions and answers. In many ways, it's broken into sections known as Shisha Sidrei, or 6 orders, which gives you a sense of the legal priorities of the Jewish nation. At the time, seeds, which deals primarily with the laws of agriculture, as described in the Bible, laws of mixed species, the sabbatical year, and things like that. Holidays, of course, the holidays cycle with women, which deals with marriage, divorce, and so on. Damages, which is kind of like the classic section of the Talmud. The Talmud is, which we'll see, is a commentary on the Mishnah. And this is basically torts and things like that. 5 is holy things, which deals primarily with things like the temple and sacrifices and so on. And 6 is pure things, which deals with the very large body of laws dealing with personal ritual purity. Way more to be discussed in a second. But by codifying this text, which had been handed down for centuries upon centuries as an oral text, this really made Judaism portable and made it much more possible for Jews to survive in the diaspora. And this is a map that gives you another sense of what the diaspora looked like. Again, these little squares here that show Jewish communities are not to scale, some are much larger than others. But what I think is useful in particular about this map is the growth of Christianity, as you can see with these little starbursts. These are Christian communities which are now evolving. Again, you'll recall that in the 1st century, Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement, and it continued to have very strong Jewish connections throughout the 2nd century and into the 3rd century, but it rapidly begins changing into a Gentile movement, meaning a body of ideas that appeal to those who are not ethnically Jewish. And they established several major centers in Rome, Antioch, and so on, where the gospel literally spreads, particularly those who are originally connected to Jewish communities. And this is an especially important point because this is when the Roman Empire, of course, begins to actively engage in getting closer to Christianity and eventually adopting it as a Christian religion. Already at the beginning of the 4th century, the Edict of Milan, Judaism loses the
success that it had under the pre-Christian Romans. Even though they fought wars with the Romans, Judaism as a religion was specifically recognized by the Romans. After the empire officially adopted Christianity as an official religion, then that meant that Judaism began a relatively steep period of decline. This is the period, for example, that the Jews decided in Israel that they had better move away from the traditional method of organizing the calendar, which was based on sighting of the pilgrim. The year 359 is that we have to go now to a mathematically calculated astronomical calendar, which once again has survived much better in diaspora than relying on the existence of a strong Jewish polity in the land of Israel. And in fact, this was pressing because within a few decades, the patriarchate, which is the office of the political organization of Jews in the land of Israel, is officially ended in year 425. And with the end of the patriarchate, or in Hebrew that would be the Nasiut, Nasi is author, the or compiled the Mishnah, was a member of this patriarchy. That meant that there was no longer any official organized standing for the Jews in the land of Israel before the Roman Empire. They were a minority without any authoritative body to lead them. Very, very difficult and precarious times for the Jews in Eastern Europe. Ironically, these gradually worsening circumstances throughout the 3rd and especially the 4th century spurred the Jews in Israel to engage in unprecedented level of creativity. There were some rebellions like one in 352, but primarily the energy of the Jewish population went into codifying a massive commentary on the Mishnah called the Talmud. There are actually two versions of the Talmud. One that's called the Jerusalem Talmud, or the term may sound somewhat jarring today, the Palestinian Talmud, because Palestine, of course, was a geographic term that had been adopted since Adrian IV region. And this Talmud essentially was a rather brilliant thing. I'd love to talk about it a lot more, but I can't here. You have to go to my channel to look at other videos to understand a little bit more about what the Talmud means. But essentially, it takes the text of the Mishnah, which is itself kind of like an amplification of the biblical text, and opens it up to a degree of debate that makes it not a text like you can read like a newspaper, but a series of questions and some strange answers that require further questions. And this is what I like to call the genius of ambiguity that's really made the Jerusalem Talmud and its later successor, the Talmud written in Babylonia. It's the Babylonian Talmud. Made it like a core text of Jews for the next 2,000 odd years and still actively studied today. I don't have time to go into like the details of how the Talmud works, but I'll give you one example just to kind of illustrate the sense of playfulness that sometimes infuses this amazing text. This is a true story. When I was studying in yeshiva, in the rabbinical seminary in Jerusalem, myself, and by the way, I am not a rabbi, I'm just a regular guy, historian beforehand. There was a problem with an excessive amount of food being wasted, primarily because this was the time of the collapse of the Soviet Union. There were a lot of Jewish boys who were coming from Russia and Ukraine, and they were coming to Jerusalem to study. And maybe their work yeshiva would close, so therefore they would have to take multiple helpings of lunch, food was free for students, and they would take it back to their rooms. It would waste, it was expensive, and so on. So the yeshiva put up a sign. I went into the cafeteria one day, and the yeshiva put up a sign that read like this: the yeshiva provides food for one portion. No student is permitted to stand in line for the second portion. So well, that's it. I went in and had my lunch, and I came out, and I looked behind me, and I saw that someone had just subtly altered the sign in a very tonic manner to read: the yeshiva provides food for one portion only. No, the student is permitted to stand in line for a second portion. Well, they just took down the sign, but that just gives you some sense of what it means to study the Talmud and the Mishnah that it's based upon as a Jewish exercise in life. This was created in the land of Israel in the 4th century, long after the Greece and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that you had this huge diaspora population living in Babylonia. And over the next century and a half, they're reading the Jerusalem Talmud, they're opening up the same kinds of questions. They're developing slightly different answers. They're also interested in somewhat different issues because in the land of Israel, there's a lot of discussion of agricultural laws that apply there, don't necessarily apply to Babylonia and so on. The Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later, is generally considered the more authoritative, certainly much more well studied, but its origins are in Israel. Another major contribution, not just to that internal Jewish culture, but really to world culture, is the institution of the synagogue, which develops at this time. And other houses of worship, such as the church and the mosque, are based directly on the model created by the synagogue. The term itself, synagogue, is Greek, means a place where people gather, and that is a direct translation of the Hebrew term, Beit HaKnesset. That's also how we get the Latin term ecclesia, means church, and the mosque as well. They all come from this basic idea. And this is something that actually began to develop already in the period before the Roman Jewish Wars. We have, for example, from the first century before the Common Era, this remarkable tablet, the Herodotus inscription, it's called. And it's basically, a classic example of a plaque that is really well associated with things. Anyone who walks through a synagogue will notice that there are tens, sometimes hundreds of plaques that all commemorate donors money in order to build the synagogue. This one is attributed to a man named Theodotus, the son of Theodotus, who was an artist and focus in the synagogue, and it basically talks about how he, as a representative of a long line of people who were similar donors to the synagogue, built the synagogue, guest room, chambers, plumbing, all kinds of things like that. And synagogues, especially after the destruction of the temple in the year 70, which it represents a huge change to Jewish ritual. All of Judaism is so focused on the temple and its rituals in Jerusalem that when it is destroyed by the Romans, what do you do with Judaism as a whole? And the transition to synagogues is essentially something that replaced, at least in some form, the centrality of the temple, allowing Jews to come together to express their heartfelt desires and prayer to God and to perform many other functions, social gatherings, study sessions, and so on. And we have synagogues that dominate the entire landscape, and are especially prevalent in the north, where many Jews had settled after Bar Kokhba. Here, for example, is a beautiful synagogue floor with a huge mosaic of the zodiac that was found to come out of Tiberia, 4th century. And you can see from the mosaic that they're still commemorating, harking back to the temple with all kinds of elements like the incense shovel and the menorah and the covenant that all refer back to the temple, and as well as the shofar and the levanetron, which are, of course, part of the holiday season. We have these beautiful mosaics everywhere, including not too far away with the Alpha, 6th century, kind of a more primitive style, but really like this thing. Beit Alpha also has this dramatic rendition of the binding of Isaac, which is described in Genesis chapter 22. And we have synagogues like this, as I think I showed you in the last lecture, from God, and so on. And these synagogues dominate the landscape, particularly in the north, right up until the 7th century when the advent of Islam. This map says a lot about what happens to the world in the 7th century. This new faith that emerges from Saudi Arabia, from Medina and Mecca, under the leadership of Muhammad, spreads with tremendous rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, reaching up into the Iberian Peninsula in the west and moving all the way out in the east to regions like Afghanistan, the regions from northern India, and so on. After some initial and some harsh conflict between Muhammad and his Jewish tribe in Saudi Arabia, Islam spreads to the land of Israel, and it actually turns out to be something over the long term which proves to be quite beneficial, at least up until the 20th century. Because one of the ironies of Jewish history is that overall, accepting again is very difficult the last 100 odd years. Jews fared better in general under Islam than they did under Christianity. That's not to say that there were not examples of violence directed against Jews. There was certainly, as we shall see, a certain low-level discrimination that was pervasive. Occasionally there were moments of forced conversions, but pound for pound, comparing apples to apples, as it were, it was far less in Muslim regions. But let's look at why that is so. We should understand that as religions, as systems of behavior, Islam and Judaism are actually much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Primarily this because Islam, which of course is based on Christianity and Judaism, Muhammad had a wide range of teachers that you could draw upon to learn about earlier faiths, and there are so many similarities between Islam and Judaism that clearly shows that they share a common cultural vocabulary. For example, Jews are required to pray 3 times a day facing Jerusalem. Muslims pray 5 times a day facing Mecca. Originally, they face Jerusalem as well. Jews practice a dietary system known as the truth. Muslims practice a dietary system associated with halal. Judaism has a certain set of rules regarding the dress of females and the dress of males, by the way. And Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and but in other words, they're kind of similar blocks of ideas about how people should behave. Although they're not identical, of course, Jews and Muslims can sort of understand that, okay, these are, categories of behavior. Christianity, on the other hand, places a tremendous amount of emphasis on creed, on belief, rather than on pragmatic behavior, which sets itself apart from both Islam and Judaism, although, of course, also both Islam and Judaism have elements of belief as well. But this whole comparative structure of halakha on the Jewish side, of Jewish law, and Sharia or Islamic law on the other side, means that they really have quite a bit in common, and they were actually able to affect quite a sort of cohesive way of living together. This was expressed in particular in legal terms, something which came to be known as the patent of God, associated with the 9th century in particular. And essentially what the patent of God dictates is it regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim society, in particular Jews and Christians, because they were known as the people of the book. They had, according to Islam, received a legitimate transmission or communication from God, because Islam would argue that they misunderstood those transmissions, they adulterated those transmissions, and so on, but that's not our discussion today. But since they were essentially keeping to the traditions as handed down to them from their previous generations, they therefore were accorded a degree of respect within Islamic society, and they were allowed to continue practicing their faiths within Islamic society. There were limits set on them. They could not, for example, build new synagogues. They could only repair old ones. They are not allowed to engage in certain symbolic acts of leadership, like carrying a weapon or riding a horse. In some areas, certain colors were required for them. They had to wear a certain color, for example. Many of these things were often, the loopholes found, or bribes were paid for Jews to avoid these things. But nevertheless, this established within Islam the notion of a ROTHSCHILD, of a society governed by law, meaning that although they were second class or protected status, the term is dignity, they nevertheless were allowed a space in which they could continue to be Jews. There were additional taxes imposed on them, called the jizya and so on, but basically they had a space where they could continue to be Jews, and this proved to be really very useful. If we move outside of the land of Israel for a moment, perhaps the greatest expression of this was in the Spanish Golden Age, known sometimes as la convivencia, the period of coexistence, where Jews and Muslims, Christians, in this triangular society of Spain, which was unusual, actually enjoyed a period of tranquility. This conversation. It's somewhat exaggerated occasionally in historical literature, but nonetheless, it has a really dramatic moments and individuals associated with it. Perhaps the most important figure who emerges from this period at this very end, in fact, he himself had to be a refugee from extremist Muslims that entered the region of Spain from North Africa, is, of course, none other than Maimonides, one of the greatest, most towering figures of the Middle Ages, who actually made his way out of Spain to Cairo and his environs, where he established a very successful career as a court musician and as the leader of his generation, particularly in the southern eastern parts of the Mediterranean. Although the majority of his life was spent in Egypt, he was ultimately buried in the land of Israel. After the advent of Islam, there is a resurgence of the Jewish population, particularly in Jerusalem, where he wrote of a significant rabbinic leadership that engages in some rivalry with the rabbinic leadership much larger than Baghdad. Ultimately, Baghdad will take the lead, but Jerusalem nevertheless has a private place. And Jews and Muslims fight alongside each other against the Crusaders. So left these one of the most fascinating periods of Jewish history at this time is when the Ottoman Empire was in control of Asia. You can see a map of the entire Ottoman Empire that lasted right up until the 20th century. And this is as a result of a great influx of Jews after the Spanish expulsion. This map here shows you the many places that Jews sought refuge after being sent out of Spain. And as you can see, a significant number of them went to the land of Israel. And not only that, particularly they went to a city called Tzfat. Tzfat is a beautiful city that is not especially famous until the 1500s, when it suddenly attracts this tremendous number of Spanish, Portuguese, and exilees who set up this incredible center of Jewish activity. It is there that the Uriah and Kabbalah, as particularly described, you can see from these deep blue-tinted gravestones from Tzfat, some of the great names of the Kabbalah, Alchem, that's Cordovero, of course, the incredible Arizal, Isaac Luria, who came to Tzfat from Egypt to study with the great masters there. So there's tremendous creativity in the land of Israel in the 1500s in Tzfat in particular. The tremendous surge of Jewish creativity in Tzfat, however, was largely limited to the 1500s. And by the time we get to that period, Jewish communities in the land of Israel tend to go into a very steep decline. There are regular migrations, particularly from 1700 on, from Poland of Jews who are seeking to return to the ancestral homeland. But if you look at this estimated population chart on the land of Israel from 1850, which is based solely on people who have status as armed subjects, you can see that Jews constitute roughly 4% of the overall population. You have Christians, another 8%, and everyone else are basically Muslims or Druze. So there's only a tiny, tiny minority of Jews living in the land of Israel by the time you get to the modern period. By the 1880s, however, you begin to see organized migration of Jews now from the region of Ukraine in particular, under an organization called the which is an acronym for the phrase Beit Yaakov, House of Jacob, let us arise and go. This is actually one of the founding documents here. This organization aimed to create agricultural settlements of Jews in the land of Israel. They received significant backing from Western donors. They were not especially good farmers, however, and they struggled. Many of their plans failed, but some of them actually managed to take root in places like Taik, and they constitute the nucleus of the new migration of Jews from Eastern and Western Europe. And as you can see from some of these 20th century posters, which are designed to garner support for donations to help these Jews reestablish themselves in the ancestral homeland, here you see that there's a contradiction using the term Palestine to refer to the land of Israel, and they have in Yiddish the translation that says in English, help him build the land of Israel. Is the phrase there. That's translated as well, saying there's a more muscular version that really captures the imagination of Jews at the time, a nation reborn on its ancestral soil. So that basically takes us to the 19th century period of the great conflict between the people living in the land, because one of the great sort of myths of this period is that the Jews caused to be a people without a land for a land without people. The land of Israel, of course, was well populated with many people, and we'll have to return to that very difficult chapter in the next lecture. But for now, I hope you found this useful, and hope you watch the next video as well. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most consequential questions in Jewish history is a very basic one. Who is a Jew? You might think that this is a settled law, that there is really no question about it, but in fact, when you look a little more deeply at Jewish history, you see that there are several periods in history when it becomes a very important question. For the vast majority of Jewish history, in particular the last 2 millennia, most Jews have regarded a Jew as someone who has a Jewish mother. That is matrilineal. The nominal identity of a person follows that personal status, regardless of affiliation with a religion or self-identification. But that has not always been a universal case for Jewish history. What I'd like to do today is focus on this question as we introduce the question of women in ancient Israel in general. Now, let us recall that this is certainly a controversial question as of the late 20th and early 21st century. And this is primarily because of a decision that was made by the Reform movement in 1983 that recognized patrilineal descent. More precisely, it's both patrilineal and patrilineal descent. But in other words, this represents an acknowledgement by a major Jewish movement that as long as one parent was ethnically Jewish, however you define that Jewishness, then the child could also be Jewish. There's more to it than that, and perhaps one of the most important things to think about is, did this decision initiate change, or was it simply a recognition of change that had already happened because intermarriage, especially in American Jewry, was at such a high level that we already have the phenomenon of children who have like a Jewish father rather than a Jewish mother and wish to identify with the Jewish community, and they find that they are shut out because the matrilineal principle has been the dominant one for the last 2,000 years. And it's resulted in a lot of really painful moments. For example, in this article by Shoshana Tikva, written in 2019. It's a very difficult and personal issue. In this particular video, I mainly intend to just go over the historical issues and I believe the philosophical and religious and indeed sociological and psychological issues to people who are more expert. So the question that we really have is, when did the matrilineal status become effective? And when did it become the norm? We can see when you read the Bible, it's very clear two things. First of all, there is a strong prohibition, very clearly worded, against intermarriage with Canaanites in particular, but one could easily generalize it. It refers to intermarriage in general. And at the same time, you see in particular some really important figures like Joseph, and Moses, and Solomon, who all apparently marry non-Jewish women. So how do you square these things? And by the way, of course, Joseph, Moses, and Solomon, their children are recognized as being Jewish. How is this the case? So we're going to go into some of the major issues here, but I want to point out that perhaps the most significant study of this is by Shia J.D. Cohen, The Beginnings of Jewishness, which he goes through a lot of really important issues in the classical period, especially issues of conversion and issues of matrilineal versus patrilineal descent and so on. Now, I don't necessarily agree with all of his conclusions, but there's no question it's a masterful survey of the sources, and there's a lot of value in this material. So trying to square this conundrum of, on the one hand, we have this long-standing practice of matrilineal descent, and on the other hand, we have these biblical examples that seem to contradict it. There are three logical ways to approach the challenge. The first is to say that, well, let's say the law of matrilineal descent, this concept and principle, was not always described in the text, meaning that, yeah, Moses married a Midianite, but the Midianite woman went through a conversion. And Joseph married, an Egyptian woman, but she went through a conversion. If that is the case, then you have to wonder, well, why doesn't the text tell us this? Why does the Torah reveal that this is in fact what happened? Wouldn't we be prone to be misunderstanding the text if it doesn't say something which actually happened? That's one possibility. Another logical possibility is to say that, yes, the law was always in effect. The Jews always adhered to this matrilineal principle, but it was sometimes ignored. You have that sometimes where, as Rabbi Beryl Wine often likes to say, you should never confuse Judaism with Jews, right? Jews do not necessarily behave in normative, acceptable ways. So perhaps, the examples we have in the Bible are, not in conformity with the way Jews are supposed to behave. Now that would be obviously an acceptable answer, except the fact that, these figures, Moses, Joseph, Solomon, and others, they're really important people, and are we really going to assert that they were behaving contrary to law? That's definitely problematic. There's also a smaller problem, which we won't go into right now, but the Midrash has a principle that even before the Torah was given, Jews of that level, at any rate, certainly behaved in conformity with the Torah itself. Like, for example, the laws of keeping kosher were not given until the Torah was given, but you still wouldn't have the patriarchs and matriarchs going out for non-kosher food, that kind of thing. But that's a smaller problem. Let's just avoid that for now. The third logical possibility is that maybe the law wasn't always in effect. Maybe the law of matrilineal descent, or the principle of matrilineal descent, was introduced later in Jewish history, which would mean that the earlier biblical figures who followed apparently a patrilineal principle were not contravening the law. Again, there's that small midrashic objection, which is reasonable, but not for us today. But if that is the case, that we say the law was not necessarily in effect, when did it change? So that's the three possibilities. Let's look at them in turn. But let's start from the basic one. Let's say, when's the first unequivocal statement of this principle? So the first one, of course, is the Torah itself. And here's one classic passage. It's in the book of Deuteronomy, Devarim, chapter 7, verse 4. So verse 3 says, do not intermarry with them, meaning the surrounding non-Jewish nations. Do not give your daughters to the sons, or take their daughters for your sons. And then in verse 4 it says, Ki yasir et bincha me'acharai, v'avdu elohim achedim, v'chara af Hashem lachem, v'yishmecha ma'ahem. Right? Now let's look at the translation. It says, for they will turn your children away from me to worship other gods. And the Lord's anger will blaze forth against you, and he will promptly wipe you out. Right? Very strong word of criticism. The problem with this particular passage, normally Sepharia is amazing, but they're relying on translations that in many cases are already extant, and this translation is a little bit of a distortion. If you look carefully at the English, it's not for they, which is the third person plural. It really should be for he, right? The word in Hebrew is ki yasir, which is male, masculine, singular. Or it's really he will turn your children. Now, your children is also not in the plural. It should be
singular masculine for your son, which in this context would mean your grandson. Okay, so let's understand this properly. It says for he, meaning your son-in-law. It can't be your daughter-in-law because it would say for she. It would put it in the feminine. By the way, in Hebrew, there is no neuter for gender. Every single noun or pronoun has to be either male or female. So it's binary here. There's no other choice. And it is masculine. So this means that if you have to imagine yourself as a grandparent, if your daughter marries a non-Jewish male, if you as a Jewish person have a daughter who is Jewish and she marries a non-Jewish male, the non-Jewish male, according to this verse, will turn your son, which is your grandson. That's the statement of the verse here. Let's look at it in the commentary of Rashi. I would abbreviate it on the right here, but let's look at it in great detail. So Rashi here is quoting the Talmud, Tractate Yevamot 23a, and it reads like this, i.e., the son of the heathen, non-Jew, when he marries thy daughter, will turn away thy grandson, whom thy daughter will bear unto him from following me, I call it God. This teaches us that thy daughter's son, who is born of a non-Jewish father, is still called your son. But your son's son, who is born of a non-Jewish woman, is not called your son, right? Because the verse only talks about the situation in which your grandson by your non-Jewish son-in-law would go away from God. It does not even bother talking about your grandson from your non-Jewish daughter-in-law, because according to Rashi, according to the Talmud, that person, that grandchild, is not even Jewish. That's the clearest biblical statement of the matrilineal principle. And as you can see, it's not explicit at all. It has to be drawn out through this midrash, which is expressed in the Talmud and expressed later in Rashi's commentary. So that's how the principle is derived. Now, if we take this from a theological perspective, at the very least, the matrilineal principle that is put in place in the period of the giving of the Torah, which is obviously quite ancient. We're now talking about the Exodus period, and it would have been, the norm all through ancient Judea. But when we look at the historical data, it's a little more confusing. So, by the way, here's a beautiful painting by Anna Fedorovna. She has so many of these studies of women lighting candles with their children looking on. Very kind of traditional romantic kind of view, but really very powerful. She just passed away in 2020, but very beautiful work still available for sale in many galleries today. At any rate, we see a biblical narrative that describes how this was actually put into place. You recall that in the 6th century, the Jews are exiled by Nebuchadnezzar in the year 586, and then they return within a few decades from Persia, from Babylonia, to Israel under Ezra. And in chapter 9 of the book of Ezra, he laments the long prayer there where he expresses tremendous regret that so many of the Jews that returned have brought with them their non-Jewish spouses, meaning that intermarriage is rampant. Then in chapter 10, when Shechania ben Yechiel of Eman sends away the foreign wives and their children, he does not, or doesn't mention, what he does with the foreign men. That is, the Jewish men who have married non-Jewish wives, their families are broken up and the wives are sent away along with their children, which seems to be a imagine how difficult this might have been, how harsh it must have been. But beyond the sympathy for the human drama involved, it seems like a very clear statement of the matrilineal principle in effect in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now that would be a clear illustration of it. However, as Dr. Cohen points out, when you go 700 years later and you look at non-rabbinic texts such as the
Jewish philosopher Rabbi, who we'll speak about in a few weeks. But Josephus, who we spoke about extensively, and even Paul. And you have to understand that in some cases, in some ways, the New Testament, the Christian writings, are kind of like a historical commentary on Jewish society as well. So it's very useful to kind of like flesh out what's going on in the first century in some ways. But anyway, all these three important figures and sources, they seem unaware of the matrilineal principle. You have to look at Dr. Cohn's book to see the specific examples, but it seems pretty clear that they're clueless about this. To give you one example, Josephus, he speaks about King Herod, Herod the Great, and he goes on and on about how Herod's own pedigree is questioned by the Jewish community. He's called the Idumean, he's called the half-Jew, because his father came from the Idumean people who had been forcibly converted prior to this in the era of the Maccabees, the Hashmonaim, the John Hyrcanus in particular. So in other words, because his father descended from a people that had a questionable conversion, there are doubts about Herod's own Jewish identity. But no one seems to be bothered by the fact that his mother wasn't Jewish. His mother was an Arab woman. So what's going on? It's like totally, not relevant, their mother. So now there are ways you can approach this. You can say that Josephus is not necessarily the best, exemplar of rabbinic Judaism at all. And it could be that only the Pharisees were really observing this kind of level of observance that became normative. What Dr. Cohen argues is that in reality, the whole institution of conversion had not really coalesced by this time, and that there was kind of like a different standard for women marrying Jewish men, that their marriage itself constituted the understanding of conversion in that era. Fascinating argument. Whereas men, if they wanted to convert into Judaism, required a much more complex process, which involved, among other things, circumcision. So that's why when men would marry into Herod's family, that there was a whole big deal about, they went through this, and they had the circumcision and so on. But there's no discussion of when non-Jewish women are incorporated into that dynasty. For certain, however, by the time you get to the Mishnah, which is about the turn of the year 200, about the turn of the 3rd century, there's no question that rabbinic Judaism is absolutely down with the idea of the matrilineal principle, reaffirming what we saw in Rashi quoting the Talmud, which the Talmud, of course, not be written until quite a bit later, but the idea is that matrilineal principle is very, very strong in the rabbinic tradition, certainly from the Mishnah onwards. Again, a little theological note here. From the perspective of Orthodox Judaism, the Mishnah, although it only achieves a written form with Yehuda Nasi around here 220, it was the embodiment of oral teachings that went back far earlier, and in fact, the core teaching of the Mishnah go back to Mount Sinai itself, which corresponds with the way the Talmud read that particular passage. Okay, so to wrap this all up, basically we have a matrilineal principle that can arguably be extended all the way back to Mount Sinai through a Pharisaic interpretation of the text. When we look at the actual behavior of Jews, we see that they're not always conforming to this matrilineal principle, sometimes at great cost to themselves, we see in the book of Ezra, and that even by the 1st century of the Common Era, some very prominent Jews seem to be out of touch with the matrilineal principle. But by the time the Mishnah is codified, this becomes the dominant view, without question, overwhelmingly so. And any deviations from this are taken very seriously. I should mention one last caveat that I think is a very important one. We started by talking about how basic this question was. And one of the things that we tend to see in Jewish history is that Jews can handle a tremendous degree of dissent. There's room for a lot of diverse opinion particular question of whether or not a person is Jewish is one of those third rail type questions that tends to result in fissures, in schisms. And when it remains unresolved, it has very dire consequences for the integrity of the larger Jewish population. But I leave that for people who are expert in this. I hope you found this short video useful, and we're going to continue with our discussion of family information use records. Thank you for watching. Over the course of the past few videos, we've had opportunity to occasionally talk about specific Jewish women as they appear in ancient Israel, both the biblical context and the larger theological context. But let's just take a step back and have kind of a macro look at the methodology of studying lineage from nature of sources and some of the challenges that are not associated with this extremely important topic. One of the ideas that's circulating right now, which is a very valuable project, is something called the project. It's named after this person, Danielle Project, also pronounced Projects. I actually have to contact her to find out which pronunciation to use, but in America they tolerate Project. At any rate, she actually was trained as a historian, so it was a nice conversation. Her test, which gained a lot of popularity in Jewish world recently, especially on what we call Flip Twitter, is inspired by the so-called Bechdel test. The Bechdel test is something that has been used for modern films to sort of carry in check the quality of the film from the perspective of the feminist analysis. And that is, in order to pass the Bechdel test, a movie has to have two women speaking with each other about something other than a male character, right? So you would think that this is a totally normal thing to do, but apparently a lot of films don't pass this. I've seen some other details that suggest that the women should have names, they should be named characters, and so on. And obviously the idea is to try and expand the presentation of women in something as contemporary as modern film, trying to discuss women as real people. Now, Danielle Project takes us a different direction. It says that in terms of the study of the Jewish tradition, any source sheet, which is a tried and true pedagogic model where you choose quotes from rabbinic literature, from the Bible, and other things, put them together on a mimeographed or photocopied sheet, and people will look at these sources. She proposes that any source sheet that includes at least two texts must also include at least one non-male identifying text. It's a very valuable idea to try and expand the universe of our awareness when it comes to rabbinic theology and writings. And I would love very much to do this in history as well. We see that we are living in an era where this is kind of the important aspect of the tradition, the experience of women in history has been ignored for centuries, and it's so hard to find women's voices in medieval ancient sources, but it's something that we really want to resurrect. We want to try and recreate as much as possible what the experience of living was for fully half of the population. You have to live in a cultural moment where this is unusually suppressed as well. I'm sure some of you followed the controversy regarding the decision of some Jewish papers in media to not publish faces of women. I'm not going to go there now. Perhaps we will return to it a semester or two when we get to the 20th century. But I think it is important to point out that this is not at all uniform practice. It's really on one particular spot of the spectrum. The derogatory expressiveness from culture. When we come to our challenge, which is trying to understand the experience of Israel in ancient Israel, the difficulty is that the vast majority of our sources are by men, for men, about this is especially true in European. Look, for example, a classical rabbinic text, you have Mishnah, which on one hand is a great, this has a whole section called national, which is all about women, actually, yeah, right? But not really, because it's mainly describing how men relate to marriage, divorce, legal marriage, etc. So women are included in the canon, but at the same time, they can be different. So when we look at it, in the temple courtyard, there was a section called Mizrah Nashim, the courtyard of women. So that means that women were part of the overall function of the temple. But on the other hand, there was relegated space. But by the way, which also presented relegated spaces for all kinds of people. People who were not Kohanim, not Rabbi, not sacrifice, things like that. But the point holds true. They are mentioned, they're part of the story, but they're also relevant. Our idea is to try to understand their experience in broader story of churches. Now, when it comes to archaeological sources, archaeological sources, finds and embedded goods and so on, they are extreme in nature, much more so than written sources. They're incredibly difficult to interpret. As we saw, for example, in our couple of years a while ago, most people like to know more, when we find cosmetics in a cave, it's reasonable to assume that these cosmetics necessarily are ancient or coal, for example, kind of eye makeup. So what can we glean from written history? A lot of sources are anonymized like that, very difficult to interpret them. We find a bowl, silver bowl, that may assume perhaps it's more likely that it belonged to a woman, or a woman is more likely to have handled it, but there's no guarantees of that either. So it's very difficult to actually, on a theoretical level, construct this experience of this Jewish Israel using the source of that. There are some really exciting materials, especially when you get to late antiquity. For example, we have these Ethiopian scriptures from Smyrna in the 3rd century, and they've got something Gallic there. It's basically a funerary inscription that describes this woman as an archi-synagogue, that's right at the right side of the top line. The second one is an archi-synagogue, which means leader of the synagogue. And we actually have quite a few examples of women who are represented in this particular title. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean from the larger context that they were like the rabbi or even the president of the synagogue. It may mean something like major domo to the synagogue. But nevertheless, these kind of descriptions give us just a glimpse that to perhaps exceptional or wealthier, more influential, but we definitely have significant roles, as we shall see, not so much in today's lecture, but as we move forward. I'd like to highlight these in order to try and pass the crowd check test as much as possible. Okay, let's just look at the biblical text right here. Now, one of there are literally thousands of them in the biblical text, to be sure. In many cases, however, they are nameless or they are named in relationship to men. Like, for example, the wife of Noah, the children of Lot, the daughters of Lot, Jephthah's daughter. We don't know their names from the biblical text, but they are named usually in some kind of relationship to women and men. Sometimes they're identified in terms of their character or skills, like the wise women of Noah, or sometimes based on the place, like in which Endor. But there are literally hundreds, thousands of women in Hebrew scriptures, and we don't know much about them, of course. But there are some fascinating aspects of the oral tradition as well. Have a look at this picture here. Obviously, it's a piece of Persian art, but you wonder, like, that looks like a relatively familiar scene, right? It looks like Joseph running away from Asia to Potiphar, the wife of Potiphar, the famous scene, of course, in Genesis, where she's grabbing onto his coat as he's trying to escape. And there are lots of names and lots of additional details. And one of the crucial things about studying the Torah in Jewish sense is you need to have two fingers. You have to have one finger in the written text and one finger in the oral tradition to understand it as Jews have for hundreds of years. And one easy way to do that is one finger in the text, one finger in Rashi, as we saw, for example, in the last lecture about the German Senate. So anyways, why am I bringing this in Persian art? Because in the Persian tradition, there's actually a name for Asia Potiphar. Zuleika is her name. And this is not the Jewish oral tradition, although maybe the Muslims are borrowing something from the Jewish oral tradition that knows, but the same phenomenon exists in the sense of there's a lot more detail than we get in the Bible itself. There are many examples in the Bible of strong Jewish women. Typically, they're named when they are strong, and often they're quite strong in the sense of defying male commands. For example, Sarah insists on the expulsion of Hagar, and Abraham, when he hesitates, God speaks to him and says, listen to her. Oral tradition of Rashi quotes saying, because why should you listen to her? Because she is a greater prophet than you. Rebecca, of course, thinks she decides she knows better than her husband Isaac as the which of their two sons, Esau and Jacob, received the blessing. And in fact, she engineers Jacob's reception of the blessing rather than Esau. Hannah, the family, it's hard for me to remember the but Hannah, of course, is challenged by Eli, the Kohen, from Samuel, and Hannah stands her ground and says, no, I'm praying to God, and in fact, she becomes the model of that prayer. You have female warriors, like the women who killed Sheva ben Bichri, also from Samuel, or Yael, who plants a tent peg through the temple of Sisera and saves the Jewish people. Fascinating examples. So we have to add to this that in the Bible there are many negative portrayals of women as well, such as Jezebel and Athaliah. These are complex examples of character that they certainly are smaller in scope than the number of strong male characters, but nevertheless they have depth and sophistication. It's hard to really analyze them from a historical perspective, as we saw in the previous lecture. Occasionally these tender artifacts come up from archaeological finds, such as the seal that may have belonged to Jezebel, but for the most part, they're totally reliant on biblical text, and so therefore the kind of tools that we need to try and explore women's history tend to be more literary in nature than historical per se. Nevertheless, make full use of the text to try and understand everything we can about it. Let us conclude this discussion with one sort of overarching thing that's really important to understand the experience of women in Israel, and that is that we have to transport ourselves from an early 20th century environment in which we are increasingly looking to adopt a more androgynous view of religion to a more ancient view in which there's a very radically different experience of Jews by men and women. One can certainly see echoes of it in the most traditional of Judaism, Orthodox, ultra-Orthodox, but this is something that would have been pervasive in ancient Rome. Next lecture we'll talk about some exceptional women, but when we want to look at women in general in Israel, the most important thing to really bear in mind is the fact that men and women were not necessarily practicing the same religion. Maybe I can say it a little bit better, right? They were practicing the same religion, but there were two different tracks, a men's track and a women's track. There's a lot to say about this in terms of religious studies, but in terms of an anthropological approach, let's look at this one basic difference between men and women, how they could have approached Judaism. The Judaism is, of course, heavily dependent on the interpretation of the commandments. How exactly are Jews to translate the biblical text as mediated by the oral tradition of the Pharisees into actual demands on daily life? So one of the ways to categorize the Talmud with mathematics, which by the way would be a major enterprise in the medieval thinkers, we're going to turn that you'll in a few months, you are supposed to give up the hand. And then on the y-axis, you can posit those actions which are defined by time, that is, they're restricted to a particular time, or those which are open-ended, always in question. For examples, negative commandment that is defined by time is no eating bread on the holiday of Passover. Right? Eat bread lots of the times in the year, but on the week of Passover, no bread. Right? Okay. How about negative not defined by time? No pork. Is thou shalt not, is not defined by time. Now, a positive commandment that is not defined by time would be something like honor your parents. You have to honor your parents. Kids, you have to honor your parents. No time when it's no longer applicable. What about a positive commandment which is defined? Let's say uh, so there